time when you get down to your 2-minute warning.
Starting now.
Sure, go for it.
According to a recent Pew survey, there is a need for over 7 million homes in the United States. We are Green Eagle Builders, and we are presenting Marigold Meadow. I'm John Ferguson.
I'm Isa Schmidt.
I'm Brian Rodriguez.
I'm Jael Vasquez.
Benjamin Davis.
Jeremy Francis.
So our site is located in Summerlin, Nevada, which is a suburb of Las Vegas. It is around 48 acres, consists of 2 parcels, and is northwest of Grand Park Boulevard and southeast of Park Drift Trail. This is the incredible view directly west of our proposed development. But other than the incredible view, why is Summerlin a good place to live?
Well, John, according to the Nevada Workforce Insider, the job market is supposed to increase by 40.3%. This is due to COVID. Jobs such as business executives, management positions, and servers will increase once the economy goes back to pre-COVID times. Due to this market increase, the population should also increase by 6.58%. For Summerlin specifically, this will be small families with an average income of $178,000 and a median income of $138,000. Due to this population increase, the housing need will also increase. An average house is sold for $755,000. That means a family would need an income of at least $164,000. This is perfect for Marigold Meadows because we are looking for home buyers with medium to high income. This area is also perfect for families because of the multiple schools in the area, the close proximity to downtown Las Vegas, and the multiple businesses within this area. Looking at our competitors, we aim to follow in King Canyon's footsteps. As you can see, their price range is in the medium ground, and we aim to have a lower price than their lowest and a higher price than their highest. We also aim to add multiple amenities, including the ones they have listed, to our neighborhood. With this market analysis, we have created a well-crafted design for the perfect neighborhood.
Our proposed development of 48 acres will be part of a master plan community. Because of this, we have to make sure that we stand out from any of our competitors. At first, our first initial draft of the design consisted of around 290 lots. Of course, this was not up to scale, but we wanted to keep some of the same features such as the amenity center right in the middle and some lots around the perimeter of the land development. Our final site design includes 184 lots, 100 being premium and 100 being custom regular lots and 84 being premium. The premium lots will be 80 foot by 60 foot, 80 foot by 80 foot, and the regular custom lots would be 65 foot by 80 foot. Our amenity center will be located right in the middle of the land development to make sure that all residents have easy access for the community center that offer tennis courts, basketball courts, a gym, tennis pools, pool, and a splash pad. There will be a walking trail all along the perimeter of the land of the community to make sure that everybody has easy and safe access throughout the whole community. There will be a total of 4 phases throughout the whole community. Phase 1 and phase 2 being the biggest. Now, there will be 6 floor plans to offer between these 184 homes. 4 of them being assigned to the custom regular lots, and 2 of them being assigned to the premium lots. Now I'll pass it on to Jihil to talk more about the floor plans.
So as far as our home plans go, we have adequately designed floor plans as per the criteria of the Summerlin West. We went with a more modern, new Americana style as per the requirements, as we felt this would best fit our age demographic. So first off, we have the Silver Torch, which is a 2-story model that offers 2,370 square footage area at a price of $861. Next up, we have the Prickly Pear, which is a model that was used to cost estimate. This one offers 1,600 square foot and comes at a competitive price of $651,000. Next up, we have our second 2-story floor model, the Silver Ball, offers almost 2,000 square footage and at a price of $774, just around the average. And lastly, for our custom model homes, we have the Saguaro, offers the smallest square footage of our custom models, but it does not compromise in quality and offers a very, very competitive price below the average in Las Vegas. Next up, we have our 2 golden models, the Golden Lace and the Golden Barrel. These are our more premium models and offer upwards of 2,000 square footage, with the Golden Barrel being almost 3,000. And the prices for these come above $1 million, with the Golden Barrel being $1.1 million, as these are acting as our premium models that are sure to attract attention to our community.
Sustainability is a top priority of Green Eagle Builders. Every home will receive a gold rating from the National Green Building Standard. Sustainability comes in many forms, one of which being the site location and the cities surrounding it. The site development will feature a centralized amenity center for a happy and healthy lifestyle and a easily walkable neighborhood. Every home will also have sustainable features, those listed above as metal shingles, Energy Star rated appliances, sustainable landscaping, a mechanical ventilation heat recovery system, a spray foam cap, and a tankless water heater. This will create a very efficient home that is water efficient as well, and the spray foam cap paired with the MVHR system will retain as much thermal energy as possible, but sustainable features are nothing without the construction background.
So for construction management, again, we use a prickly pear model to cost estimate, and we did a quantity takeoff breakdown and covered a lot of aspects such as HVAC, electrical, plumbing, foundation, and framing, and we came to a total construction price of $223,000, which breaks down to just about $140 per square foot. And this is the number that we use to calculate the rest of these values and tabulate them. So you have a bit breakdown of how our other houses cost, and the average sale price per square foot is about $405, give or take. And towards the right side, we have a breakdown of our expected costs. For land acquisition, property cost, it's $55 million. For site development, we have an estimated $5 million, and for amenities, we have an estimated $2.7 million. As far as our schedule goes, we plan to break ground on March 4th of 2024 and finish land development for all 4 phases November 10th of 2025. Subsequently, we want to begin our first construction of our homes in the 4th quarter of 2025 and start the last 10 homes in the 1st quarter of 2029.
A project of this scale needs a good project management team, and that's why we have put together the project manager, a safety manager, a project engineer, and 3 superintendents. Our project superintendent will oversee all of the horizontal construction, such as roadways, walkways, and landscaping, with our 2 vertical superintendents working on the buildings. The safety manager will be on site daily. We'll hold a daily meeting before work starts just to go over anything to remind employees to work safely. And at the end of the week will be a safety briefing, just anything that happened that could have caused an injury or did cause an injury to make sure it doesn't happen again. The project engineer will make sure that the roadways are kept clear of debris, material, or any material that could get into our storm drains, as well as inspecting the material layout or material laydown areas to make sure there's no potential water runoff to get into our sewer systems. The project engineer will also make sure that the dedicated washout areas are kept clean and a minimum of 30 feet away from the storm drains, as well as making sure barricades are in place to keep unwanted people out of the construction areas to keep them safe. Once residents start moving in, we will look into possibly making construction deliveries limited to between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. just to minimize any disruptions to the citizens that are already there.
So as for sales and marketing, we believe it's a vital part of our success, and one of the primary methods that we wanted to approach this is to having a strong social media presence. So we have our website QR code, if you're welcome to take a look at that. We also have Instagram accounts, Facebook account, TikTok account, and Zillow. And in these platforms, we will be advertising our strategies. One of the strategies we want to approach is a $20,000 a year way, where we offer clients $20,000 towards closing costs or furnishing their new home. We also have a preferred lender, where if you finance through one of our preferred lenders, you get up to $5,000 towards closing costs. And if you pre-purchase one of our homes before construction begins, you're entered for a chance to win an all-expense-paid trip for 2 on a cruise.
While all aspects of this project are critical to its success, at the end of the day, we need to make money. So, our team evaluated 3 different financial scenarios. First, if the market exceeds our expectations, we have 48 home pre-sales, 15 home starts, and we can increase our prices by 10%, and we can expect a profit of $53.7 million with an IRR of 19%. More realistically, if we see 30 home pre-sales, 15 home starts, the original sales price, then we can expect a profit of $35.8 million with an IRR of nearly 13%. And under these conditions, we will hit our break-even point in 56 months. If there's a market downturn and our home pre-sales amount to only 18 units, we have to reduce our home starts to 10 and reduce our home prices by 5%, then we can expect a profit of $27.9 million with an IRR of 9.5%. In order to maintain profitability, we must be well aware of our risks. Like any firm, we are susceptible to a material shortage or price hike. To combat this, we can purchase materials ahead of time and in bulk, and while in the best of times, just-in-time logistics is more efficient, we believe it's not worth the risk. Considering the economic growth in the region, we believe another concern is a labor shortage. In a worst-case scenario, we can hire workers from other metropolitan areas by offering relocation bonuses. Of course, the most serious concern on any construction project is a job site injury, and Jeremy has discussed some of the ways that we will mitigate that risk. And last, another risk is the local municipality rejecting our variance request. Due to water restrictions, our site is limited to 168 units, and we are proposing 184. If this variance is rejected, then we will need to take our last 34 premium lots and combine them into 17 to meet the criteria, while still hopefully maintaining some profit, as those lots will of course sell for a little more. In the words of former President Dwight Eisenhower, plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. So, in other words, we should have backup strategies in case things don't go as planned. If we believe a market downturn is temporary, we can delay phases of construction or sales, but this comes at the expense of our IRR as the clock keeps ticking. If we believe it is in our best interest to free up resources to move on to the next project, then we can explore bulk sales to investment groups, and this reduces profit but can save some of our IRR. And last, if we notice a shift in the market towards premium units, then we can take the lots on our last phases and increase lot sizes by combining them, and only then construct our top tier homes on these lots to reduce the inventory we need to move and hopefully maintain some of our profit. As it stands, though, we are proposing 100 custom lots and 84 premium lots. Our realistic financial analysis indicates that we can expect a profit of $35.8 million, a 20.6% profit margin, a break-even point in 56 months, and an IRR of 12.9%. Considering our well-researched market analysis, our home selection that complements our elegantly designed neighborhood, and our thorough financial analysis, we believe that Marigold Meadow is a clear and obvious win and opportunity for the Green Eagle Builder team. Thank you, and we will open the floor for questions.
Good morning, great job. Way to start off the day strong. I can tell you put a lot of work into that presentation, very polished, good presentation, thank you. Question I have is about your plan lineup, and some of the square footages were a bit low. You even have one that has a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,400 square foot. What market analysis did you have that believes supports that small of a plan and that small of a bedroom count?
So if we looked at our other competitors, a lot of them offered the same amount of bedrooms, which is kind of what we base on. And as far as the low square footage, we kind of wanted to offer more premium, more high quality feel of our homes, and focused on kind of the quality more than the quantity.
Okay.
That lower square footage also plays into the opportunity gap in the market below the average sale price of the home.
And our community center as well, can kind of fill in that gap that's left by a smaller home.
Gotcha, sounds good, that's all I have.
Okay. You got really well rehearsed and polished, you could tell. Good job. I did have a question, not about your presentation, because you did an excellent job. It was something that I noticed that was in your packet. When you broke down the amenity costs, I was wondering where you came up with the cost for the pool, because that seemed significantly low.
The cost of the pool, we found that based on an average cost for the area, and we factored that into the size of the pool.
Okay.
It was a 20 by 20 pool.
Okay, all right, so it wasn't a giant pool, makes sense. Amenities are very expensive, that's why I honed in on that. Thank you.
Good work, guys. Way to come out of the gate strong. I have one question regarding your exit strategy. So when you're talking about combining some of those home sites to be able to make for larger lots.
Mhm.
Can you walk me through a little bit more of the logic of that? I'm just thinking, like, if you're trying to be able to sell off the lots, you're gonna spend more money on, basically having to replat that and go back through entitlements. So why do you think that you wouldn't be able to just sell those as is, as, you know, finished lots to another builder?
Yes, ma'am. Well, we would explore that strategy if there was an issue with just selling, essentially the market was not allowing us to sell enough units, and we thought, well, if we notice that trend early enough, we can change our site development in time so that, of course, you know, we don't need to redo site development for those lots. If we can combine them, and I'm sure there would be permitting costs that would just be a loss at that point, but if we can save on site development, combine certain lots so that we have less inventory to move, of course, it would be less profitable than the alternative of selling all 184 units, but it would be more profitable than constructing 184 units and then not selling many of them. So that would be more of a worst case scenario, and that would be our strategy to try and combat that.
Gotcha. Yeah, just for future reference, if you want to be able to have an exit strategy where you're selling off lots,
Mhm.
I mean, if you did your market analysis and you were able to prove that that specific home site size was in demand already for what you guys were going to be building, but you just want to be able to get out, then you probably would be able to find someone, especially if it's fairly standard lots. It gets a little bit more complicated if you had a super unique, like, cluster product that no one else in the market was actually building. But in this instance, I think you wouldn't really have to do that, and you're not having to spend time and money doing re-entitlements and all of that. So just for
Replanning.
future reference, it's not a bad strategy, but probably don't need to combine the lots.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think just to add a little bit to that, that was mostly for our, in case our variance was rejected, because we were a little bit over our housing allowance, and those that last phase, I believe, features about 26 premium models, and that's what we want to kind of condense just to meet the requirement for the sewage allowance.
Okay, got it.
Hi, good morning. Great job. Very, very smooth presentation. Just to follow up on something Jordan had said about, or actually that you had just mentioned about the variance for the additional lots. When you are coming to your executive team for approval, you either need that approval or not, because executives don't like to make a $55 million decision. Well, it's more than that, based on we may get this approved or we may not. So just in the future, remember that. I do have a question on the competition. In your packet, you note that the greatest demand for houses is between $333,000 and $500,000 from a CMA from 2020. Did you update that for 2024?
Yes, we did look into that. There was not enough information currently as a whole for 2024, but we plan on looking into that further to meet more accurate in our information, because accuracy is key, and if we're not accurate, then that's no good.
Right, because you want to make sure where you're either meeting the demand, or if you're not, then you want to get a finer grain analysis of what the demand is in that area. So, and then one more question. Did you look at the communities that are already in this area to see what type of amenities they had when you programmed your amenity package here?
Yes, so a lot of the community centers that we had around us offered almost the same amenities we offered, but one of the distinctions between our community is that most of their amenities were public. So their pools were public, their parks were public. Ours is going to be a gated community with only entrance for our members and their guests. So that kind of stands us out as far as from their communities.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, and again, thanks for starting us off strong here. I had several positive things I just wanted to highlight here that'll be in the notes, and then just a quick couple of questions. Nice job targeting that minimum income to qualify, so highlighting not just what the average income is, but also the reality of what it needs to be in order to be able to afford your homes, and making sure that that matches with what you're offering. Site layout looks really nice, and taking advantage of some of the shapes and curves and everything that was asked to be in the design guidelines. Appreciated you mentioned the preferred lender, so that's a big part of the production home building business. That was a nice call out, and so appreciate that you picked up on that. Presentation looks really, really nice, and then the way that you handled the variance on the lot count for the proposal, the way it was written, and acknowledging that there's some risk in that going through approval with the municipality. So I want to ask the thoughts on the price spread. So when you kind of kicked it off, you were highlighting from the CMA what you saw, but then you took an approach of really sort of hitting that spread in a huge way, going from low to high. Any thoughts on, why you wanted to, within the same kind of relatively small community, be able to kind of spread that across such a large band?
The goal was to hit just about anyone who would be looking for a community of this size and this scale. We just wanted to hit every opportunity we could, and also scale up the lots for the custom homes could be put on a larger lot as well.
Okay. And then it was already kind of highlighted that the amenities can be very expensive, and so part of this was stating amenity was not required. Just curious, your margin is a little bit on the lower side, right, from what any of us would like to see. So any reason why you chose to add in that amenity, which might erode your margin a little bit?
So we really wanted an amenity center just because we believe it promotes a community sense and belonging for the people. Just again, since we are a gated community and it's private, we really wanted that family feel of a community. And as far as like the pricing goes, we had a difficulty finding community centers with plans so we can like do a detailed breakdown. So we kind of just did average. We compared a lot of other community centers and their amenities and kind of just took, like some of them were extremely huge and others were extremely small. So we had a little bit of a data variance. So that might explain our low price.
Got it.
Well, and I think as well, at face value, it might seem that our project would be less profitable due to the cost of the amenity center, but at the same time, the amenity center, it has an attraction for new home buyers, of course, and so an equivalent project that didn't have an amenity center and maybe was able to eke out more profit if every single home sells. In reality, our project, we believe, would be more likely to sell homes quicker and meet the expectations that we've set, whereas another project might not be able to meet that.
Okay. Nice job.
Good job.
All right.
Good morning, executives. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our proposal. Allow me to introduce our Frontier Builders team. I'm Maria Benitez Santos, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer.
I'm Darren Kendrick, the Chief Marketing Officer.
I'm Eric Rivera, Senior Project Manager.
I'm Fabrizio DeMello, the Chief Land Development Officer.
I'm Ariana Allen, the Chief Design Officer.
I'm Miranda Watson, the Chief Sustainability Officer.
Let's begin with a brief overview. Our proposal presents 168 single-family homes composing the development project known as Red Rock Haven. We are excited to share a vision and a strategy to what promises to be a remarkable addition to the West Summerlin area in Nevada. The project will be executed in 2 parcels known as Parcel K and Earl, which are part of a master plan development called Grand Park. We are confident that Red Rock Haven will become a desired destination for those seeking the comfort of modern living. Now I'll pass it over to Darren for a market analysis.
Thank you, Maria. Taking a brief look at the overview, the population is just under 20,000 individuals with an average growth rate of 74.16%. The median household income is just over $141,000, and the top 5 employers are shown below. Continuing into the market analysis, the median age is 38 years old, with our target market ranging from ages 40 to 60. This includes high-end buyers and upgraders. Upgraders account for approximately 40% of all housing loans, making them the largest buyers demographic. On the other hand, high-end buyers are predominantly families with teenage kids, high incomes, and little to no mortgages. Summerlin, West Nevada has a combined 26 private and public schools, along with 3 renowned colleges and universities. One university is located in Las Vegas, and Las Vegas is 14 miles away and can be reached in about 15 minutes via US Route 95. Summerlin, West Nevada's housing market reflects homes are on the market for 41 days with an average list price of $1.35 million and $429 per square foot. The vacancy rate sits at a low 1.9%, meaning that our area is very desirable, and because of the area's high desirability, our previous competition has since then sold out. Our current competition includes Toll Brothers with prices starting just under $1 million, Tri-Point Homes with prices starting at $1.4 million, and Lennar with prices starting at $1.6 million. Summerlin, West Nevada's local attractions include gorgeous Red Rock Canyon National Reserve, attracting nearly 4 million visitors every year. Visitors enjoy the spectacular desert landscaping with climbing and hiking opportunities and interpretive programs. Other attractions include gorgeous downtown areas with shopping districts, golfing, and many casinos, resorts, and spas. Right across from our very own Red Rock Haven is a Grand Park that we plan to take full advantage of with views right from our homes. With that being said, I'll pass it on to Eric for project management.
Thank you, Darren. Let's get into project management for Red Rock Haven. Our on-site team consists of a project manager, 2 superintendents, a horizontal and a vertical, as well as a field engineering, assuring our PA team has efficient communication throughout our duration of our project. To maximize quality assurance and quality control, we'll be utilizing Procore, a software that will help us with document control, project overflow, and schedule. Lastly, and most importantly, safety. We'll be implementing on-site safety-specific plan that is followed by OSHA regulations that we'll be talking about, such as dust control and heat exhaustion. With all these things taken into account, let's take a look at our schedule overview. Breaking down into 3 phases, we'll be breaking ground on March 2024 and closing out our project July 2028. Gives us a total duration of 52 months, as well as 183 days per home for our average vertical duration. Now, I'll be passing to Fabrizio for land development, as he'll go more in depth for each phases.
Thank you, Eric. Our project includes 2 parcels totaling roughly 49 acres in size. The site features a pre-existing diversion berm, which separates the 2 parcels, which Maria mentioned earlier, be taken out prior to construction. Soil reports indicate the presence of alluvial soil containing a mixture of clay, sand, and Wakar caliche. This is important to consider during construction, especially within the foundation design. In addition to this, we'll be implementing post-tension slab-on-grade foundation for our homes, which ensures stability and durability in the long run. Keeping in account, our site is zoned for a single-family 2 district and restricted to 160 lots due to water restrictions. Our site plan aims to optimize functionality while adhering to site-specific regulations. Our site features 2 entrances located on Grand Park Boulevard and Park Trip Trail. These entrances are built in distinct phases to accommodate construction, traffic flow, and have turnarounds at each end. We will also integrate pedestrian walkways connecting to Grand Park, which is located nearby. We have 168 lots with 2 serving as a model home. These model homes are positioned at each entrance to allow for easy access and visibility for our target market. And our premium lots offer either a side yard or are located at a premium section of our neighborhood. And typical lot sizes vary from 5,400 square feet to 11,400 square feet. There will be 17,000 square feet of common space located throughout the neighborhood, and in the middle of the center is where you can find our amenity center. We position this here to ensure equal distances between our lots. Moving on to project phasing. Phasing construction will be implemented to ensure efficient project management and minimize disruptions. Construction moves clockwise with a total of 3 phases with 56 homes in each. In phase 1, in addition to our lots, we'll be building our amenity center, first entrance, model home, and our dog park. In phase 2, alongside our lots, we'll be building our second entrance and model home, along with our athletic courts that Ariana will get into later. In phase 3, alongside our lots, we'll be building 17 of our premium lots, pedestrian walkway, and the playground. Now I'll pass it on to Ariana for product design.
Thank you, Fabricio. We will now begin to take a deep dive into our product design. Within our community, we have 4 unique floor plans, all of which are single-family detached homes with a 2-car garage. In relation to size, each of our homes range from 2,300 square feet to 3,700 square feet. With that, each home comes with an optional add-on that may vary between a balcony, study room, or front porch. The exterior finishings of our home include a slate or clay tile roofing, a stucco exterior, gray, white, or black aluminum trim, and a neutral wood paint color. Our interior finishing packages include an eggshell white paint with a minimum of 2 coats, stain and fade resistant hardwood flooring, and ceramic tiling throughout our laundry rooms and bathrooms. For our homeowners who choose to purchase during the construction phase, they have the opportunity to choose their interior finishings as well as the opportunity to choose between electric and gas appliances. The standard features of our home include a paved driveway that range from 22 to 31 feet long, 9-foot ceilings, and a tech package that comes with a dual carbon monoxide detector, a Cat 5e network, and a home security pre-wire system, just to name a few. Going back to the homeowners who choose to upgrade, we also have various upgrade features that come with various smart features, which include appliances, lights, fireplaces, blinds. We will also give them the opportunity to add surround sound systems as well as solar panels. Going into our homes, we have the Mojave. The square footage of this home is 2,300 square feet with the base price of $1.1 million, and this home consists of 4 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms. Our second home, we have the Sinai. The square footage of this home is 2,700 square feet with the base price of $1.2 million, and this home consists of 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. Moving on to our third home, we have the Oasis. The square footage of this home is 3,100 square feet with the base price of $1.3 million, and this home consists of 5 bedrooms and 5.5 bathrooms. Lastly, we have the Carson. The square footage of this home is 3,700 square feet with the base price of $1.5 million, and this home consists of 5 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms. Going into our amenities, our neighborhood has a clubhouse where our residents can engage in gym activities, as well as the opportunity to reserve spaces to host events. We have a playground. We also have our athletic courts, which include a pickleball court, tennis court, and a basketball court. We also have walking trails will connect our lovely amenities together through the sidewalk feature that Fabricio mentioned earlier, and they also connect our external attractions such as Grand Park. Lastly, we have our outdoor movie projector and our grilling area for our families to enjoy. To cover all of our lovely amenities, we have a total HOA fee that comes up to $160 a month, which adds up to $1,900 annually. The Red Rock Haven product guarantee is what will really draw residents in through providing a luxury and high quality stay, which also provides maximum comfort to our residents. Our homes are built to be everlasting. With that, each home comes with an 8-year structural warranty, a 2-year warranty for our MEP systems, a 1-year warranty for our workmanship and materials, and lastly, our residents have the opportunity to schedule meetings with our superintendent to make sure their needs are being met. With that being said, I will now pass it over to Maria to give you all of our financial overview.
Thank you, Ariana. Hello again. I'm excited to present the financial details of our proposal. Our project spans a remarkable 48.84 acres, acquires a $55 million. This translates to an average land cost per undeveloped lot of $327,000. The grand total for site development is projected at slightly over $10.23 million, and the duration of this project is 4 years and 4 months, a period we believe is optimal for maximizing return investment with a realistic market absorption rate, leaving us with an anticipated profit amount of more than $40 million, which represents an internal rate of return of 18.03%. Breaking down our land development costs, we allocated about $8.5 million to our site development, from pre-construction expenses to final site improvement and project closeout. We secured 10% contingency fund, and additionally, we are investing more than $819,000 in an amenity center, bringing significant value to our project. Let's take a moment to look at our cost breakdown per home. The largest portion, above $385,000, is attributed to the development of each lot. Interior finishes and exterior envelope costs follow at $175,000 and $185,000 each. Each of the remaining segments, from MEP to landscaping, have been carefully budgeted to maximize quality construction with cost efficiency. As Ariana mentioned before, our portfolio offers a diverse range of options. From the Mojave at 2,313 square feet, the direct cost of construction at $239 and a profit amount of more than $193,000, to Carson topping of offering at 3,730 square feet, the most competitive cost of construction, and an attractive profit amount of almost $300,000, bringing our average sale price at $441 per square foot. Management and marketing are key to our project success. Our annual expenses allocated to the base salary of the project manager, the 2 superintendents and field engineer. They will also be eligible for incentives related to early closeout of the project. Our sales staff will also have a base salary along with sales commissions and incentives, and our marketing expenses attributed to different kind of advertising, local events, and miscellaneous expenses, bringing our annual expense at $631,000. Financial forecasting is vital to our strategy. We outlined 3 scenarios: optimistic, blended, and realist, and conservative. These scenarios have variation in the internal rate of return and profit amounts, having in consideration different market condition changes, such as the total length of the project and increases in the direct cost of construction. Keep in mind that our entire proposal was based on our blended scenario. Our cumulative cash flow reflects our expenditures in relationship with the expenditures and the earnings, and highlighting our break-even point of month 42. This is before cash flow. We also created a quarterly expense graph for easier visualization of the expenditures throughout the entire length of the project. Lastly, we'll go over our SWOT analysis. Our strengths lie in our strong financial backing and location advantages. Our weakness comes, as we know, for the high initial investment and cash flow challenges. Our opportunities lies in the housing demand and the economic growth of the area, and we're mindful of threats like market condition changes and interest rate, but our team is prepared to address them. Now I'll pass it over to Arianda for sustainability.
Thank you, Maria. Sustainability impacts the environment and it affects everyday lives. Having said that, the standard features that we have includes the following: lighting, landscaping, windows, and tankless water heater. All buildings will have non-dimmable LED lights providing a constant lighting experience within the homes. Now, according to the EPA, when you put plants in certain locations, the average temperature decreases between a range of 2 to 9 degrees, increasing the property value and lowering the water consumption. Moving on to windows, all windows will be coated to reduce the amount of UV rays penetrating the window panes, allowing the home to have a cooler atmosphere. Now, this tankless water heater heats water when necessary, making it convenient and durable for the homeowner. Moving on to upgradable features, we have solar panels and smart devices. The current tax credit for a solar panel is 30%, which means the homeowner will get a 30% reduction in the amount of federal income tax that would otherwise owe. Tax abatement and exemption are additional benefits for the homeowner. Earlier, Ariana gave a list of the smart devices. The benefit is that they will save water and energy. I will now give the presentation over to Darren to discuss sales and marketing.
Thank you, Oriendo, and I happily return to discuss our marketing strategies. We will market over social platforms for not only local but global reach as well. We will have a detailed website featuring digital floor plans and virtual tours, and as Maria previously stated, we will attend local events such as fairs, festivals, and parades for a more local appeal while also having various public advertisements. For our incentives, we offer special customizations for early buyers, a $10,000 credit with the use of approved lenders, 5% off base price when contracted by March 2024, and recreational spaces on our vacant lots. Our team Frontier Builders truly thanks you for your time today. We hope to have thoroughly covered Red Rock Haven, and we now open the floor for any questions.
Excellent job. You can tell you guys put a lot of work into this presentation and your packet that you submitted, so I just want to commend you. Clearly, you rehearsed well together for a while. And I do want to commend you on a couple things. Having the HOA information in there was really great. I also appreciate how you had staff in there and how they were going to be paid. It's those details that really do make a difference. One thing that I didn't, you clearly read the design guidelines because you followed them pretty closely, except for the name. The name of the community was not an approved name. That's just a comment. But my question is really about your site plan. I liked the circular center. I thought that was a really great feature, but I wanted to know why you thought of having the models in 2 different phases, because your first model's in phase 1 and then you have a model in phase 2. Was there thought behind that?
So because of the cash flow challenges, we don't want to go ahead and upfront a lot of the cash liquidity at the beginning of the process. So we're hoping to have some pre-sales to be able to then move to the second phase and have the second model home.
Okay. And you would not close down the second model? You would have them both staffed at separate entrances?
Yes, until the third phase, then we'll close it and sell it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, just to echo that, really great presentation, very polished. The packet looked great. I did have a question though on the design criteria as far as setbacks go. You said that you had a 14-foot side yard. So is that from property line to your home, you have a 14-foot setback on the sides? Is that correct?
So we read the setback criteria that was given by the master plan development, and from the nearby house, that's our setback, but we're mindful of the 2025 setback, I think is from the back as well. So that's how we did it.
Got it. Just reviewing the setback criteria, it looks like you actually need, it's less than that. For interior lots, the side is a 6-foot minimum, and then for corner lots, it's 15. So good news is if you planned for 14, you could increase your density. It's better than the opposite situation, but just to Alicia's point, it's great that you guys really dove into some of this. There was just a few minor details that I would make sure that you really fine-tune those and maybe come back with a different site plan that, or make a product that's a little bit wider if you want to keep that same lot size and be able to take advantage of that. But the other thing I just wanted to point out was in your market analysis section, I was a little bit confused because I think maybe it was just a typo, so if you guys could clarify, but it said something about like a 74% population growth rate, I believe. Sorry, let me find it. Yeah, an average population growth of 74.16%. I was just wondering, is that accurate?
Yes, it's pertaining to over a year growth. So it was a 74% increase from previous years.
Got it. Okay, cool. Rapidly growing.
It's a great place to be.
Yeah.
Again, just want to echo what everyone else has said about your presentation. I thought your slides were really engaging and easy to read, so those were great. A couple things I loved about your site plan was the dog park and the trails to Grand Park. That's really important to connect those off-site amenities. And again, so glad you thought of the HOA because it would have to maintain all of those things. I love the outdoor movie projection area. I might steal that for one of my future communities. I'll totally give you credit. My question is, well, I just have 2 questions. One, you have 90-foot deep lots, and this kind of goes back to Jordan's question. Did you do a lot fit to make sure your houses will fit on those lots and have enough of a backyard to kind of make this buyer happy?
So because we trying to get more profit from the upgraded lots. We strategically designed some of them that would only fit to the premium lots to add to our profit income. So some of them might not fit in the regular lots, and that's financially strategic.
Okay, and that's great. A lot of times you pick, you have two types of homes that fit on different lots, and that's fine. I would say even on your premium lots, a 90-foot lot is pretty shallow. Usually you look at 110-ish to really give people a backyard they can use if they want to put a pool in or whatever. And then my second question, it was a little more detailed in your package, but you didn't really talk about it. How did you come up with your target buyer here? Who are you looking at?
So we're looking at high-end buyers and upgraders. Can you repeat your question?
Like, how did you come up with that particular type of buyer? Like, where did you find that there's a market, that they're in the market?
Right, so for the product that we are giving, we found that these customers are looking for these types of homes, so we're offering a luxurious product. So people moving outside into this area are predominantly they're selling their multi-million-dollar homes and getting more home for a better value.
Thank you.
I like that you called it a better value too, by
Yes.
the way. That's
Yeah.
a great that's
Very good.
Very well played, agree. Nice job, definitely can see the amount of time y'all spent putting into it. Couple of quick, easy things. Product-wise, you had some flat roof areas that look like, just probably based on keeping the roof pitches low, which was part of the design guidelines, and then some balconies, which can present risk on the construction side and then warrantying that later. So had you considered or thought through what your water mitigation strategy might be to keep those areas from turning into an issue for you?
For our quality construction team, we did take account, and for our design, we made sure that it's elevated and no balcony for our design.
Okay. And then on the kind of early purchase discount, you had in there, it was basically 0.05%, it looked like, as the discount towards that, which to your price point equates to about $750. Do you believe that that's competitive with what you see in the market and enough to convince people to jump at relative to the overall price?
Yeah, we realized that that's actually a typo. In the presentation today, I said it's a 5% discount because 0.05 is basically nothing.
Gotcha. Noted. All right. Thank you.
Well done. Great presentation, great packet. Really like how you created the plans on floor plans yourself rather than stealing from the market. I know the work that takes, and that is appreciated. I have a couple of questions about the sustainability section, which was very well, but one thing that I didn't see any other groups have is you have a homeowner education section that references different homeowner education meetings or programs that you're going to have. Could you explain a little bit more what that actually is?
So because a lot of the sustainability comes from our smart devices and smart appliances, we are preparing to teach them how to really utilize it to their benefits, to schedule everything, put it in their phone, and reduce the cost efficiency throughout the day when they're not at home.
Gotcha. That was interesting, and it sounds like you're even after they've moved in, continue to education classes. I thought that was a nice touch. In your construction staffing section, shows that you have one vertical superintendent. Do you think that one vertical superintendent is enough to handle the volume you have? And also in your customer service warranty section, it mentioned that they would also be doing in-person warranty meetings. Did you take all that into account?
Yes. Based on our previous projects that we designed, similar to this one, I would say it's plenty. It's perfectly suitable for a vertical superintendent as it's breaking down evenly for each phases, 55 to 56 homes for each phase. So, yeah.
Okay. That's all I have. Great presentation. Thank you.
Howdy, we are 12th Man Builders, and we are so excited to welcome you to Primrose Park today. I'm Addison Thompson, Division President.
I'm Ryan Lehman, VP of Finance.
I'm Melissa Ayala, VP of Sustainable Building.
Samuel Maffett, VP of Construction Management.
I'm Georgina Rodriguez, Land Plan Specialist.
And I'm Joshua Moore, Director of Design.
Welcome to Primrose Park. Primrose Park is around a 48-acre development in Summerlin, Nevada. This lies about 19 minutes outside of the Strip in Las Vegas. We are targeting executives who either live in the area already or are moving out. We expect to begin this project in February of 2024. Now on to Georgina to talk about market analysis.
Howdy, let's learn about the market analysis in the Primrose area park. As we can see here, we are targeting young executives who work in the Metroplex area and work from home. The average income is over $132,000, where over 73% of them are without children. Our job market includes business professionals, school districts, and hospitality. As we can see here, we're only a 19-minute drive away from the Las Vegas Strips. This offers multiple amenities in the area, including Red Rocks, Grand Park, events hosted in the town, the Strip, and downtown area. Our schools are state-ranked, and we include many different opportunities for professionals to expand their knowledge and continue their education. Where we stand, we are located in the pink and green, making us competitive with our competition's pricing in the #1 housing market as of 2023. Now passing it over to Josh for land development.
Thank you, Georgina. The development of Primrose Park will break ground in July of 2024 and will house a total of 168 homes. We designed our land plan to work most effectively with the unique shape of the land, allowing for easy navigation and utmost privacy, as none of our homes will face the rear of each other. Single loading our lots offers us a level of luxury that is not seen in surrounding communities, and it costs 1.4% of our overall development, including land acquisition, to do so. We have 2 gated entrances that lead on the landscape roundabouts, and our 2 model homes are starred on the map, consisting of our 2 product lines, which we will also provide parking for. Throughout our development, we have 1.7 miles of paved sidewalk, a turf dog park for residents with guests, direct access to the Grand Park, and plenty of landscaping space. Our development is split into 2 phases, each carrying our 2 product lines. Phase 1 is in dark blue, and that is our 65-foot Symphony collection. Phase 2 in light blue is our 50-foot Sonata collection. Both of our phases will be developed and constructed simultaneously, allowing our project to break ground quickly and develop cash flow as soon as possible. We have significantly fewer Symphony homes than Sonata homes, and we have maximized this number as we expect the Sonata collection to have a higher absorption rate. In our development, we have been able to strategically maximize the amount of premium lots that we have. These can be defined as oversized lots, close proximity to our neighborhood park, and corner lots. Many of our lots have more than 1 premium quality, and this is denoted in our graphic. We have a total of 62 premium lots, making up 41% of our development. We are marketing Primrose Park as a luxury development, so we have curated our home selection to reflect this. We offer a variety of different home styles that create custom appeal while adhering to the design criteria and suitability for the Nevada landscape. Starting off is our Sonata collection. Let's take a look at our homes. Our smallest home is the Doloroso, and this is a 2,200 square foot home. Our next home is the 2-story Staccato, and this is a 2,300 square foot home. Next, we have the Marcato, and this is a 2,600 square foot home. Our final home of the Sonata collection is the Tenuto, and this is a 2,800 square foot home. Starting off with our 65-foot Symphony collection, we have the Legato, and this is a 2,900 square foot home. Next, we have the Pianissimo, and this is a 3,200 square foot home. Then we have the 2-story Crescendo, and this is a 3,500 square foot home. Our final and largest home of our collection is the Fortissimo, and this is a 3,700 square foot home. More details on each home, including our 3 facades, options and upgrades, floor plans, and interior photos will all be available on our website. I will now hand it off to Sam to go over project development.
Thank you, Josh. One of 12th Man Builder's top priorities is to have a clear plan to build our homes with great quality, speed, safety, and organization. While we do so, we want to minimize our environmental impact. We designed an efficient SWIP plan, which uses a bull rock construction entrance, cleaning the streets, and communicating with our neighbors. A major part of this plan is to prevent flash flooding. We will also implement dust suppression systems and use silt fence. Our site facilities include temporary power, a job site trailer, and temporary toilets. Each phase will also include one roll-off dumpster and a trash can at every home site. As residents move into the community, they will use the entrance to the west, as construction operations continue to use the entrance to the east. Our safety plan requires all workers to be OSHA 30 certified, wear eye protection at all times, and wear hearing protection when necessary. 12th Man Builders is committed to ensuring that our trade partners have easy access to cold water and shade. We will also designate one of our employees on site to be the site safety manager. We're proud to provide a 1, 5, 10-year warranty. Minor workmanship issues are covered for 1 year, mechanical equipment for 5, and major structural issues for 10. We recognize that some of the industry is moving to a 1, 3, 5-year warranty, but we're confident in our longer offering and want to help support our customers. Our construction team in both phases is led by a construction VP of operations and an area construction manager. As phase 1 and 2 run concurrently, our development will require an additional builder. Our sales team is led by a VP of sales and an area sales manager. All of our salesmen will earn a 2% commission as well as 20% of any unused sales concessions. I'll now pass it off to Melissa to explain our sustainability and marketing.
Thank you, Sam. 12 My Builder promotes sustainability by incorporating sustainable, eco-friendly solutions to provide the most strategic approach. All of our homes are going to have sustainable standard features, which include smart thermostats, Energy Star appliances, LED lighting system with dimmers, as well as all of our homes are going to be insulated with spray foam insulation rather than the traditional Pink Panther or fiberglass. When looking at the Hertz rating, we can see that our homes are going to have a score of 79. Comparing this to the new homes and older existing homes, you can see the positive impact that we're having by incorporating all of the sustainable features. If residents would like to have an even more sustainable home, they'll have the opportunity to add solar panels, lowering their score up to 73, which decreases 6 points in the Hertz index. It is important to note that the state of Nevada provides some incentives for homeowners to lower their up-cost up to 30%, which can be a really great opportunity for them to have a more sustainable home. Now that we talked about sustainability, let's move on to neighborhood marketing. It is important that we market our neighborhood as early as possible to increase our absorption rate. We will use social media platforms such as Instagram and Facebook to promote to our customers. Displayed on the screen is an example of how our posts will look like. One of the biggest advantages of social media is the direct link to our development website. Please take a moment to scan the QR code to look more into our development website. In our development website, we can do a 3D walkthrough of all of our homes. You'll have the opportunity to join the mailing list to have the most up-to-date information and also contact us directly through there. We understand that not everybody uses social media, so we want to achieve all of the customers' needs by using traditional visual methods, which include billboards and lawn signs. Through there, we'll advertise to people looking to live in the area and are geographically close by. We will also use tech real estate marketplace, such as Zillow and Redfin, which will approach a higher number of people that would like to know more about our community and see all of the listings by 12 Man Builders. Our goal is to provide the easiest and friendliest pathway towards home ownership, and these are just some of the strategies we'll use to achieve so. Now on to Ryan with construction management.
Thank you, Melissa. Our project will take just over 4 years to complete, starting in February of 2024, finishing in March of 2028. We've split our development into 2 phases, with phase 1 being our symphony collection and phase 2 being our sonata. Both phases will be developed simultaneously, which will decrease our overall project's duration and allow cash flow to come in sooner. After development, we will build our amenities and start construction of the homes. Phase 1 construction will start in April of 2025, building 41 homes in 17 months. Phase 2 construction will start in May of 2025, building 127 homes, including our models, in 37 months. We are expecting absorption rates of 3 homes per month for our symphony collection and 4 homes per month for our sonata, totaling 7 homes sold each month during our peak. This brings us to a final closing in March of 2028. Our cost breakdown includes the sticks and bricks cost for each of our models, as well as an average for each collection. Our sonata collection averages at just over $118 per square foot to build, with our larger symphony collection averaging at just over $114 per square foot. We've calculated HOA fees totaling $515 per home per year. These fees will be used to maintain infrastructure, utilities, and general upkeep of our neighborhood. These fees will run until half of our homes are closed, where our sales team will turn these over to residents. We've also included just over $6 million in construction overhead, with 60% of that going towards salaries, 30% toward construction indirects, and 10% toward builder's risk and liability. Out of these 3 categories, we've taken a 10% contingency fee, totaling to our $6,143,000. Lastly, we'll have Addison run through financials.
Thank you, Ryan. Now that you've heard all these incredible aspects of Primrose Park, let's get into the numbers. Our financial overview. Through this project, we were able to achieve a 19.19% IRR. To create Primrose Park, we are expecting an equity of $190 million. Sorry, $150 million. We will be achieving a profit of just over $40.5 million. Through this, we are expecting a total return on cost of around 26%. Continuing on with our financial overview, we will have our last closing in month 52. This means that we will have 14 months of positive cash flow before selling off our model homes. For each home sale, we have a 5% commission and a 2% closing cost. We are expecting Primrose to achieve a net sales revenue of $190 million. Like I noted before, we have 14 months of positive cash flow. This means our break-even month is in month 38. To acquire this land, we require $55 million. For land development, we require $10 million. And then lastly, for overall construction cost, it's $85 million. Now that you've seen our baseline scenario, we want to go through some financial scenarios that are likely to happen while we develop this project. Our first scenario is our phasing scenario. This means instead of developing our phasing back to back or simultaneously, we will choose back to back. This pushes our IRR down to around 12%. We're still achieving that profit of $40 million. We get a break-even month of month 50. And finally, we still achieve that return on cost of around 26%. Next, we have our sales incentive. This means that we will be incentivizing our salespeople to sell at least 50% of our homes at the sticker price. This keeps our IRR around 20%. We are still achieving a profit of $42 million, and we get a break-even month of 37, 1 month earlier than before. Lastly, we have a 26.76 return on cost. Our last scenario that we have for you today is our lower absorption rate. This means that we will be selling 1 less home per collection per month. For the Sonata collection, this is 3 homes, and for the Symphony collection, this is 2 homes. This pushes our IRR down to 17%. We're still achieving that profit of $40 million. We get a break-even month of 42, and finally, we still achieve the return on cost of 26%. We at 12th Man Builders are so excited about Primrose Park, and we hope you're just excited as us about this development. So thank you for your time from 12th Man Builders.
really solid presentation, and I really appreciated your packet. Just wanted one point of clarification, because I think I'm a little bit confused on the phasing. Is it all, so really there's not a phase, right? It's like one. Okay.
So we know that this is an overly, for all the projects that we've done in the past, this one has the biggest ticket price for the smallest amount of land. So we know that we're asking for more money up front. We want to make sure that we are returning that money as quickly as possible, a quicker return on investment for our investors.
Got it, okay. Well, I appreciate that, because one of the comments I had in my packet was actually that because you called it phase 1 and phase 2, I was a little confused, and with the product segmentation, I think it's smart to be able to have 2 collections, but the way that it looked with the phasing map was as if you were doing only 1 collection at a time. So I applaud you for making sure that both are available at the same time throughout sales, but I do think that there's some efficiencies, and just from like cash flow perspective, being able to do this in phases is still something to be able to consider, which I know you had in your back-to-back scenario. So, but thank you for that clarification. I think the other piece that I wasn't sure about is right there at the end of, it's, I guess, all the way on the right side of your site map. I don't know if you could pull it up here. But just some of those turning radiuses felt a little tight. I just wanted to make sure, did those all adhere to design criteria and the standards? Yeah, up there it just looks a little, some of them seem.
Yeah, some of them look a little tight, but we did adhere to all the standards.
Okay.
Double checked. Yeah,
Perfect.
they're all good.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. This is great presentation, very thoughtful design. I love your dog park. I love that you thought about having access points to Grand Park. And in fact, I love that you really, instead of investing in amenities on site, you really invested in the lot sizes and used Grand Park as your amenity. I think that's a smart site plan. My question though is on the single loaded design. I understood your explanation that roads are really expensive, and you could probably achieve the same thing you're looking for without the roads in between some of these, and really have some beautifully landscaped back-to-back lots, or use topography to create, you know, the distinction between the lots. So what was the thought process?
So we recognize that Nevada is on a permanent water sanction now. More green space means more water, and that means that our neighborhood may overuse the utilities that the lot was benched for. The reason why we have so much green space is because we put just the right amount of lots as shown in the grading plan that was given to us. So this adheres to Summerlin's guidelines, and also you can buy a home in this market for a competitive price at ours, and you can have somebody in your backyard. You're able to have more parking, more space, and more privacy. I would pay 1% more for that, and I think it's interesting because we looked at our surrounding competitors. Nobody else has this. So.
Okay, never mind.
You're okay.
All right. Good job, y'all. Naturally, I love the company name. Feels targeted. Website looks awesome. Didn't scan it right here, but looked at it previously, so definitely a lot of detail that went into the product and creation of the proposal and the imaging and everything else that's in that. Really like the incorporation of sort of that online sales support piece that is really big in, you know, how we're doing business now. Definitely kind of like Jordan was getting at, probably would recommend splitting it into 2 phases. In your back-to-back scenario, that would sort of leave you with just one product series and then waiting until you're bringing on the other. So we'd probably recommend mixing up that phase line in a different way that would allow you to have both products going at the same time, just so that you could maximize the, you know, kind of opportunity to hit the market there. The HERS ratings, just curious how y'all came up with that. Those can be hard to calculate without being, you know, a rater. So just curious how y'all came up with those numbers.
So our HERS rating just refers to our home, nothing else about the land development. And we choose the Energy Star and GE appliances, and homes that utilize those come to a score of 76. And we chose to incorporate the spray foam insulation, which brings your points down 3 more points. So that's where we came to the 76.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a lot of competition in this area, as you saw on your market graph. To achieve the pace of 7 per month, what do you think you're going to do to jump in there and take that market share?
Right, so we will be pre-selling our lots if somebody sees a model that they like. And then also we allot $1,500 per home for a marketing budget. So therefore, we're showing you our website. You can see it on Zillow through a third-party company. And like Melissa said, you'll see us on the billboards too. So if you're wanting to buy a forever home or retirement home, some of those people who are older may not know to look on Instagram. We may not show up if you Google Summerlin developments. And so therefore, we wanted to make sure that we hit all aspects. So we have so much frontage. We expect people to know about us.
Okay. Last question, the 5% commission, how is that made up and how's it being split up?
So 2% of the commission is in-house for our salesmen, and 3% is for realtors in the area, and so that's what makes up the 5%. Okay. Does that answer it?
It does.
Okay.
So you're assuming a 100% realtor participation?
Yes, sir. We're assuming that when we say 5%.
Okay, got it. Thank you all.
Great job, great presentation, really one of the best all-encompassing packets, checks all the boxes. I mean, just well done. And I think Gary was reading off of my screen each of my questions. So I do have one left. And I saw in your construction overhead, you included $660,000 for construction bonuses. I really like that. I don't know that I saw that in other presentations. What were you planning your construction bonuses to be?
Can you clarify the question?
Basically, for the $660,000 budgeted for construction bonuses, is that for superintendent construction, for something they're doing that you're paying them for?
It'll be for all of our staffed employees.
Gotcha. Okay. Understood. That's all I have.
All my questions have been taken. I mean, but I do want to say that I really appreciate all the effort you put into this. It's clear that you put a lot of work and you followed the design guidelines very clearly. I really do like how it was just so well thought out, and you did a great presentation. So, thank you. Yeah.
Good job.
Hi, my name's John Callahan, and I'm the proud division president of Landmark Homes, Greater Nevada. Today, we'll be telling you about a new exciting neighborhood we have planned called the Glen Rock and some of our thoughts about it. So as I said, I'm John Callahan, I'm our division president, and I'm proud to introduce the rest of our team.
Hi, I'm Amanda Deutsch, and I am the General Sales Manager.
Hi, I'm Logan McLean, and I'm our Land Acquisitions Manager.
Hello, I'm Noah Graham, and I'm the Head Architect.
My name is Eric McCarty. I'm Division Vice President of Construction.
My name is Carver Wood, and I'm the Land Development Manager.
So to speak a little more about the study given parcels, they're parcels K and L in the Grand Park development in Summerlin West, Nevada. Summerlin West is about 20 minutes downtown of Las Vegas, Nevada, and for $55 million, we'll be receiving 48.5 acres zoned for single-family homes, and we can build a total of 168 lots.
Thank you, John. For our market analysis, we really wanted to get a comprehensive understanding of our target market as well as the Las Vegas area. One of the most important metrics we looked into was household income. As of 2023, the average household income in Summerlin West, Nevada was around $133,000. Multiplying this metric by 4 as a rule of thumb, we calculated that the average family in the area can afford a home that costs roughly $530,000, well below the cost of a home in our community. Another important set of metrics we looked into was average new home list price versus average new home sale price. As of January 2024, the average new home sale price or list price in Las Vegas, Nevada is around $603,000, whereas the average new home sale price is around $517,000. We believe that this disparity points towards stagnation in the high-end home market as well as movement in the more affordable homes market. Moving on, here's a look at our site plan. We decided to combine lots K and L into one large combined lot for our master plan community. We are breaking up construction into 4 phases, and during our first phase, we are building 4 model homes as well as a parking lot for our sales team. Additionally, here's a look at our impact cost. Our impact costs per lot are around $410,000, which we believe is significantly over the market value.
Thank you, Carver. As you can see up here on the board, we have our condensed version of the total schedule for the Glen Rock community. Some key points on this schedule. Starting in February 2024 is our land acquisition. Following this acquisition time is our land development and our permitting phase. After land development is complete, we will begin phase 1 construction of our models, which should be finished up in January 2025, which we will then begin selling our homes. We believe this will give us a jump start on the spring sales season, giving us efficient time to sell all of our homes. At this point, phase 1, 2, and 3 will be in full swing, and given an ideal market absorption, our project should be concluded in May 2027. So look up here, our on-site team. This is a landmark tried and tested method for our delivery. We will have our construction managers as well as several sales consultants to ensure that construction is very efficient throughout the whole community, as well as sales. Our sales are going out the door and we're selling houses at an ideal rate. Over here we have our home cost breakdown. Each of the 4 home plans in the Glen Rock community range from a cost of $180 to $190 per square foot for the base standard construction. And over here we have our warranty program. This is something we're proud at Landmark Homes, and it is something that is implemented into each of our communities. It ranges from a 12-month rewalk all the way up to a 10-year warranty meeting, ranging from cosmetic issues in the 12-month all the way up to 10-year for structure and concrete. We believe clients need a good home to live in, and we want to create a lasting relationship even after the keys have been handed over. So to get a little bit into the project management of this community, we find it very important that our clients have an efficient home. That being said, each and every one of our homes in the Glen Rock community will be ENERGY STAR compliant. It is important for homes to be efficient for future use and sustainability, and we believe this is a good selling point for our homes. Further, being located in the Las Vegas area with the desert surrounding, our SWIP and dust control is going to be taken very seriously during the construction of our facilities in our community. This will be taken very seriously, and we believe that it is important to sustain the earth that we are surrounded in and the beautiful area outside of our neighborhood. Further, our #1 priority as a company for Landmark Homes is safety. We find it important that each and every one of our trade partners, as well as our own employees, are going home to their families each and every night.
Thank you, Eric. Now we are going to dig a little bit deeper into how we are going to be selling our homes. As Carver said earlier, we are going to be building 4 model homes, which is for the 4 layouts that we have provided to our buyers. We would like to provide within those model homes an innovative and informative experience. So with that, we will have a 3D model table of our plot of land so that each buyer can come in and see exactly where they would like to pick their lot. We would also like to have iPads for them so they can not only go through the model homes and see the size and space that they will have, but they can also go through and look at the options and finishes that they can get as well while they are walking through the home. We would also like to host community events to bring family, friends, and the community in, not only before we are doing our development, but also during, to get more buyers in and find people. So our marketing, 80 to 90% of home sale leads this year are in social media and website. So we feel it is very important that these need to be strong, and we need to market as much as we can to find our buyers for our homes. We would also like to be on websites like Zillow and Realtor.com, as those are the other leading websites that we are finding buyers and sellers, and also realtors that might be looking for a client. We would also like to be on billboards, as people are going to and from work every day. It is a good line of sight that somebody might not even be looking, and they drive by a billboard and they're like, oh, that looks like a really nice place to live, and they might want to live there someday.
Thanks, Amanda. I'm excited to show you guys the floor plan options that we are going to be offering at Glen Rock. As you can see, the initial 4 that we have listed up here, and this leaves us room to shift or move as we go through the construction process. We can start up in the top left with the Overmeyer, and that's going to be our largest offering. Standard 2 stories, 3 to 4 bed, 2.5 bath. And then as you go down, you get to the Graham, and that's going to be our more entry-level option for our homeowners. Then these 2 over here on the right, the Callahan and the Johnston, those are going to be our middle offerings, and those are available with a loft, and that's going to add an extra bedroom and bathroom for our homeowners. And all of these floor plans are offered with our different elevations to custom fit the home to our homeowners. And next, I'd like to introduce you to our #1 sales feature and welcome you to the outdoors. So both our options and our amenities are directed towards the outdoors. As you can see, our options here on the left, we have our pools, our covered lanais, and our sunrooms, and those all work to kind of blur the lines between the indoor space and the outdoor space for our homeowners. And then next, if we move over to the right, you can see our pocket parks, and we have 5 of those spread out through the Glen Rock neighborhood. And then we have Red Rock Canyon, and we do have trails available to our homeowners to get directly to the canyon. And then we have Las Vegas Strip, which is just a quick 15-minute drive. So as you can see, our homeowners will be eagerly welcomed into the outdoors if they choose a home with Glen Rock.
Thank you, Noah. I'm going to walk you guys through a little bit of our financial analysis. So Glen Rock has a total sales revenue of $184 million, leaving us with a profit of over $42 million, meeting our goal IRR of 21.98%. We would purchase the 2 parcels for $55 million with 168 lots. That puts us at a land basis cost of over $327,000 per door. That eats a lot into our overhead costs. Looking up here at our development costs, you can see our direct construction is just about $68 million, and site development is almost 12. We calculated these using our financial assumptions that we would close 7 homes a month, and that our average base sales price is just over $1 million for our homes. We will also offer a mortgage buy-down rate. We know that a lot of people have locked into these low mortgage rates, so to help combat and kick off our sales, we're going to offer a 2.5 mortgage buy-down. This will end up costing us $5 million, but we believe that it'll help jumpstart our sales and positively affect our cash flows in the long run. And then looking at our baseline scenario with these 7 closings per month, we did some more research with the market in the Summerlin West area and have actually found that a very similar neighborhood by us is only averaging 2.7 closes a month. And so we re-estimated our financials into assuming 3 closings per month. That pushed our break-even month out from month 35 to month 60, and our unlevered IRR dropped from 21.98% down to 10.60%, really eating into a lot of our financial gains.
So I want to talk about the recommendation we'd like to make. So we do not recommend acquiring these parcels because, first, they're very expensive. Looking at similar comps in the area, parcels with the same capacity are selling for about 78% less, and so that would put us around $32 million. Second, we struggle to create value at this higher price point because we're trying to sell less home for more money due to our extreme lot cost. And lastly, we think there's a lack of affordability. As he had mentioned before, a lot of people have lower interest rates right now. Anything from 2 3/4 to 5%. That's still going to be much lower than the 6% we can offer in our neighborhood. So talking a little bit more about those market risks that exist, we do have the recession risk, of course. That's probably our biggest one. The Las Vegas market is no stranger to downturn, particularly when you're asking someone in our niche market that we'd be targeting to make the biggest investment of their life. The average home between 2007 and 2011 in the greater Las Vegas area lost 50 to 70% of its value. So making a huge investment in a time like this where both prices are high and interest rates are high is very difficult to sell to a customer, and I think local sales have shown that. So what we want to put in front of you is some alternate land positions that do exist. Obviously at Landmark Homes, we're still trying to grow our business. We're trying to keep our employees employed. We also want to keep homes affordable so that when interest rates cool, we can still have the land positions. So some of these are as low as $25,000 for an undeveloped lot, as high as $100,000 in master plan communities, just like the one we studied. Now what this allows us to do is target with much the same homes you've seen before, the $500,000 to $600,000 market, and it allows us to have a buy and hold on these positions, only being a couple $1 million for a few acres, and allow us to be ready if and when the market recovers for lower interest rates for middle buyers. So to talk a little bit more about our alternate market, building on the north side or other parts of the city allows us to target different people. The Las Vegas economy is growing with small manufacturing, growing entertainment, as well as a military presence. So what that allows us to do is target those folks who are bringing in, about our $130,000 average and bring them homes that they can afford. What that lets us do is provide at a different time than right now a 54% lower interest rate, or monthly payment rather, compared to what they pay with today's high interest rates. It allows us to have mid-market pricing, and it would allow us to escape that niche buyer profile and return equity and middle-priced housing to the people in Las Vegas. So I'd like to thank you all for your time and hearing out our recommendation. I'd now like to open the floor for questions.
Wow, it's not often you have someone come and say, don't buy this land. So thanks for making a bold statement. Great presentation. Your package was well written, easy to read. Thank you for that. So I have a question about your market analysis, how you came to the conclusion that there's not a very deep buyer. But before I get a deep buyer pool, before I get to that, I want to ask you about your site plan, because it looks like you went to great pains to avoid any back-to-back lots, lots that directly backed up to each other, and you instead created these little pocket parts and kind of an island between these lots. And what was the thought about that? Why did you do that?
Our thought behind that was just sticking in line with the Summerlin West master plan. That's really what drove our site plan. And we really just wanted to hit a target of 60 feet per lot width. So it really was the most natural option for that.
And how, did you think about how those areas get maintained and programmed? Because usually when you have a pocket park, it's kind of accessible to most of the community. They can use it here. These are really extended backyards for these particular lots, and how does that get activated and maintained?
HOA is what probably would the option be.
Also, thank you for noting that there's an HOA here. A lot of
Yeah.
people forget that. So one more question about your market analysis. Talk about there being a dozen builders in 20 neighborhoods and a slower pace at the end of last year, and what did you say? And that the similar competitor only had 2 sales per month. Do you think some of that might be seasonality? Did you look at a 12-month analysis and see if that's kind of a normal dip in the Las Vegas cycle? And did you look at that competitor to see how many homes they had left to sell if they're, out of lot, so naturally their sales pace would slow down?
I'm going to pass this to our division president.
So absolutely, we took a look at that. So I know that this particular neighborhood, since I'm pretty sure we're talking about the same one, has about 8 to 9 homes left. It might be less now. But even when that neighborhood had 20 homes left, they were still selling at a very slow pace, sometimes even in the 1 to 2 homes per month, if you look at the property records. But that's just a specific example we used to best define the scenario. I think, a lot of these homes struggle to sell value right now. It's what is our core belief. And, you had pointed out that the seasonal trend, even during the spring buying season here, we saw slowdowns due to interest rates. And while we believe interest rates are the big driver right now for home sales, it doesn't look like we're going to get that many rate cuts in the near future. So, we could have a potentially weak spring buying season as well by the time we're open.
Yeah, bold move on the decision to come in and say, don't recommend. Welcome to the home building business where you're trying to find lower priced land to build more affordable homes for the customers. So that's the name of the game, okay? The proactive warranty meetings after you move in, so 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 10 year. How do you imagine being able to keep those meetings in a productive sense when you're oftentimes 3 years, 5 years, 10 years going to be faced with customers bringing up complaints about issues that are no longer warrantable, and so it's kind of like, why are you here?
Right, understand. We have an in-house warranty team that is set aside to deal with all these issues at the 1 year, the 3 year, the 5 year, and the 10 year mark. So we believe that we'll be efficiently able to handle those requests and effectively deal with those issues.
Okay. And in your budgeting, this we know from the proposal, it's a pretty topographic site, but there wasn't any specific call out for retaining walls. Were you able to avoid retaining walls in the?
Many of them are built into the home cost, which is why we believe our home cost might be $3 to $4 more per square foot than what you typically see in a production neighborhood out here. Because we know we have to build those retaining walls. We have more than a 2% grade on any given surface.
Okay.
All right. Great job. Even though you did not recommend the deal, your presentation makes it seem like one we may still consider. Great presentation. Question I have is on your home building cost breakdown. I like how you have specific trade partners for the market. I appreciate the locality to it. Did you actually reach out to any of those people to help you bid the homes, or how did you come up with your vertical construction costs?
All right. Yeah, we used national averages and artist means to find those breakdowns. We did not contact any of these companies, but we found them through online research.
Gotcha. Understood. The numbers look good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Good job. It was a very bold move. I was surprised when I saw your packet that it was like, oh, we're not recommending, because 21.9% IRR is typically pretty good. My question to you was about sales and marketing. First, just to note, your QR code wasn't fully finalized. We do actually look at those while we're reading your packet. So that wasn't final. It didn't have everything on there. The other thing was, since you're not recommending, usually what we're trying to do is save costs a lot to see if there is a way to make it happen. At least when I'm looking at land deals that my land team gives me, I am like, okay, so where can we try and save some costs in order to make this work? Because of course we all want to grow and be bigger builders. So did you consider a few things like lowering the commission, maybe not doing the big 3D table because they're very, very expensive, or maybe only doing 1 to 2 models instead of all 4?
So I think that creates a difficult scenario in this neighborhood because we talked about there's a lot of open sales fronts around us and we'd have to compete hard. Retaining good salespeople, they're worth their weight in gold. We don't want to lose those people to another neighborhood because we cut a commission on a project. We want our clients to be able to see all of those model homes because, like you said, we could save on some overhead if we build, 2, not 4 model homes. But, we could save on that because obviously you have your model modification costs, you have your furniture costs. I feel like you can recoup some of that through just sales made because I think sales is where we would get hung up with this because I think we're entering an oversaturated market and selling less value than other people. So we really have to sell value where we can.
Okay, thank you.
Most of my questions have been taken at this point, but I was wondering with your, sorry, where did it go? Okay, I didn't see fees and permits in your costs for the homes themselves. Did you have that budgeted for at some point and the table was only displaying hard costs?
Yes, I believe it's in the general conditions, and if off the top of my head, I believe it was around, was it $5,000 per house for fees and conditions per lot?
Got it. And did you get that number from the municipality's website, or how did you come up with that?
Yeah, we got it from the municipality's website.
Got it, okay. And then, just to clarify from the presentation, so were you saying that for that you would have 2.5% interest rates on some of these? You'd buy it down that much? There was like a 2.5 that got thrown out there.
No problem. No, so we'd buy it down 2.5%. My apologies for the confusion.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
To the 5.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Depending on where our interest rates sit when we open up our sales
Got
fund.
it. Okay. How much did you? I know you had a total number, but what was that cost per home for that buy down?
I don't know off the top of my head per home. $5 million if you can I see the packet? It's in here in our cash flow. Sorry. I don't think it's outlined in our, yeah, just the $5 million amongst the 168 homes is also in our, that cash flow and that other expenditures, sorry.
Is it other cost of sales or is it overhead that it's sitting in? I'm looking at the cash flow now.
The other cost of sales,
I see it.
sorry.
I see mortgage buy down right there. Just kidding. There it is. Silly me. But also, that cash flow starts happening before it looks like you're closing homes. So maybe you're doing like a forward commitment and that makes sense if you're kind of, which is a good way to be able to consider doing this if you have an in-house lender, because it also means that you aren't hitting, there's basically caps on what a seller contribution could be. So keeping that in mind, like maybe this is forward commitment money and that makes sense, but just be mindful, like a lot of us are in the industry are having to do rate buy downs. It gets really tricky trying to be able to balance that with the cost and making sure you don't exceed seller contributions and all of these things. So I see it displayed here, but maybe being able to also translate it back into like how this affected each home's GP would be nice to be able to analyze it that way.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add one more thing. In your schedule, it says you aren't applying for permits until closing. I think in kind of real life, we try and get all the permits in place and then close. So you close and then you can start work immediately. And that also saves money on interest, when you calculate that, as we do.
I do want to say one more comment. While I appreciate you didn't recommend that you brought other opportunities to
Yeah.
the table, that
Yeah.
was a nice touch.
Yep.
I like that. Thank you.
Can I actually touch on that for a second, if I may? So while we don't recommend it, we're still willing to do it. As we've laid it out for you guys, even selling 3 homes a month, we'd still potentially make roughly $40 million. We just think it's very risky on the sales front because, even as she had mentioned, there might be some seasonal slowdown there. We think greater market turbulence just makes it really hard to sell those 3 homes a month in an effective manner when you have so much competition and a very high land cost basis.
It's a struggle we all deal with every day. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Investment Committee. Over the past few months, we have been sourcing our next marquee deal for our firm, Bearcat Development. Located in Summerlin West, this represents some of the last remaining developable land within the multi-phased approach of the award-winning master plan community of Summerlin. Over the last 30 years, the Howard Hughes Corporation has developed 30,000 acres of foothills into a nationally recognized master plan community. As we are growing into new markets, our company, Bearcat Development, needs to be looking at this area for the extreme growth it's had over the years, as well as great opportunity to make a name in a nationally recognized community. With that, I'd like to introduce our team who put together this project, starting off with myself. My name is Aaron Hujar, and I was in charge of home design and construction.
My name is Alex Platt. I was responsible for the site construction and sustainability.
My name is Jonathan Patla. I was responsible for financial risk and analysis.
My name is Jack Walsh. I was in charge of sales and marketing.
My name is Reese D'Angelo. I was in charge of site design.
And my name is Aisha Kasana, and I was in charge of market analysis.
And with that, I'll pass it over to Aisha to talk more about the Summerlin community.
Thank you, Aaron, and good morning, everyone. I hope you guys are doing well. So before we get into how we're going to actually fit into this market, it's important to understand it. So where is Summerlin West? Well, Summerlin West is 20 minutes west of the Vegas Strip, and it's located right next to the gorgeous Red Rock Canyon in a master plan community called Summerlin. Now, within Summerlin itself, there are a multitude of amenities as seen here, but near our parcel, there is going to be an elementary school right across the street from us, as well as a park for outdoor activities. Also, we've seen a recent shift of people moving here due to the amenities, the school districts, as well as the culture, all being in a prime location while being away from the traffic in downtown Vegas. So who's looking to move here? Well, our target market includes families who are looking to buy their second and third homes, as well as affluent professionals because they either want to be in a better school district or they just want to have all the amenities that are offered in this area. Also, the median household income in this area is around $91,000, with a lot of people working in companies like Amazon, Nevada Energy, or in the healthcare industry. So looking into the Summerlin West area, there are a multitude of builders like Pulte, Lennar, KB Homes, and as we would be stepping into a new market, this seems like the perfect opportunity to make a name for ourselves, which Jack will touch upon later. And looking at the communities that are nearby this area, the average base price for a single-family detached home seems to be around $850,000, with the price per square foot being around $335. Later on, we're going to delve into how we're going to fit into this market, but now I'll be handing it over to Reese to talk about land development.
Thanks, Aisha. So as Aisha alluded to, we're entering a new market, and a key way to set up ourselves from our competitors is through our design. So our team came up with a few key design rationales in order to do this. One of them is access to natural features. Our site is uniquely positioned right next to the Red Rock Canyon, and so access to natural features is a key component. Second is convenience to all the amenities that Summerlin has to offer, both within walking distance and driving distance, most notably Grand Park to our direct north and a proposed elementary school to our direct south. Based on our target market, our design was alluded to be as extremely family-friendly as possible, and we did this by providing key amenities within the site, most notably a playground and a pavilion, as well as walkability within and around the community, which is a key tenet of Summerlin West. Our design looked to maximize views of both the Las Vegas Valley and Strip, as well as the Red Rock Canyon, and our design looked to maximize sustainability, which is a key practice throughout our development, which Alex will touch on a little bit. A few challenges came up within our site design practices, including development standards set forth by the City of Las Vegas and Summerlin West, as well as site conditions, and our team mitigated these risks by minimizing areas where variances are required and designing with the topography to minimize construction costs and provide a time savings. All in all, this netted 168 total lots, including premium lots, model homes, and oversized lots. These 168 lots were broken up strategically into 4 phases, and as we notice, our first phase is one of our largest ones. Our first phase is designed to encapsulate our attractive entrance, all of our premium lots, most of our premium lots, and our amenities. And the key tenet of this first phase is to establish a neighborhood presence within Summerlin to be able to market the second, third, and fourth phases and sell those phases at a reasonable sales pace. Based on our phases, we came up with some development costs. Pre-development costs are running $58 million, including $55 million for site acquisitions. All 4 phases of linear development are going to total $15 million, and we left a 5% contingency to account for unforeseen development circumstances down the line. In total, our development costs are running $74 million, taking approximately 6 years to complete. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Aaron to walk you through product design.
Thank you, Reese. When we're looking at our product design, you really got to take into account what your target market wants. And for families and young married couples, as well as people coming from places like California, flocking to Nevada, we wanted to approach our design by what they needed, and our designs do that, whether that's sustainability or the inside-outside living. It's a very active community at the end of the day. And with that, we have to provide the proper packages as well and options to suit their needs. We will be offering 5 different home types, ranging right around in the 2,000 square foot range in there. But to highlight our highest end product here, it's the Carlisle. It's 5 bedrooms, 2,800 square feet for a base price of $1.3 million. And the one thing that sets this home apart from a lot of our other ones is the multi-generational suite. There's a common trend with older parents moving in with their children and adding that income to the house. And so having that product available for our clients to choose from, I think is very critical in this market as well. And with that, there is some exclusivity with this home. There's only 17 available, and they're on our biggest lot, the 60-footer. And with that, I'll pass it over to Alex to cover the sustainability on the project.
Thank you, Aaron. So sustainability, how are we going to be sustainable? So sustainability, we will be offering home options for our homeowners as well as a base energy efficient homes for all of our products that we are offering, as well as site design and construction techniques being sustainable, as Reese was alluding to. Additionally, why are we doing this? Why are we being sustainable? Well, for one, we can reap benefits from government savings and rebates through the, as well as this is our target market. As Aisha mentioned, this is our target market. The target market is Gen Z and millennials who care about the environment, and this is something that we really want to sell. And then finally, a reputation, establishing a positive reputation. This is a new market that we're going into, and we want to have a good relationship with our area and establish ourselves as a premier builder that cares about sustainability. So with that, I will leave it to Jack to talk about how we're going to market ourselves.
Thank you, Alex. Okay, so there's 3 strategies I want to touch on. The first one being the sales strategy. So what we're going to do is set up an office in West Summerlin initially. Once our model homes are complete, our sales associates will move to the model homes to show off the product there. The sales associates will have a competitive salary and a 1% commission. They'll be in charge of the site tours, legal sales proceedings, advertising, and HOA management. The next strategy I'd like to talk about is our marketing strategy. So there's 4 parts to this. First off is social media. We'll use social media to create our online presence. Next, we'll use traditional tactics, which will include billboards, airport ads, sporting events ads, and other various types of ads to create a presence. We'll also use experiential marketing, different kinds, site tours, 3D models to attract attention. And finally, to really cement our name in Las Vegas, we'll have 10% off the base price for our first 20 homes, which does seem like a lot, but I think they'll sell very quickly, and we all are very confident in these 4 parts of our marketing strategy. So finally, when it comes to pricing strategy, we have 5 homes ranging from $920,000 to $1.3 million. This does not include the various product options that we do offer to our potential buyers, but we really do believe these prices are in line with the market and with our location, and these lots will be at a premium due to the location within the foothills, the proximity to the new park and the Plant Elementary School, the surrounding market growth, and the influx of families coming from California. All right, now I'm going to hand over to Alex again, talk about site management.
Thank you, Jack. So when looking at the site, there's a number of site-specific risks that we considered when doing this project. So existing soil conditions. Soil conditions, we noticed that this is an existing fill site, so with that becomes unknown soils that we have to account for. Additionally, surrounding development. We do know what's going to be in the area as it's a master plan community, but we don't know the timing, which could, again, impact our construction. And as well as Summerlin design standards. Summerlin being a master plan community, a good thing for us, but there's also standards that we have to adhere to, being construction standards and review, which impacts our schedule and construction timing. And then obviously also sustainability, as that's a core impact of us. We have to account for that, and there's additional costs, but also schedule impacts. So how have we accounted for these risks? For one, we've added a 5% contingency cost on all construction costs, as well as a quality construction team. And let me lead you to the construction team. So first and foremost, we will have one head in charge of all construction, being our project executive. In charge of our horizontal construction will be our land development manager, and then we'll have two site superintendents for our home construction, with a co-op or intern to fill in the gaps in between. One note is that we will have a superintendent on retainer as sales ramp up and construction ramps up. So with that, I will lead it to Aaron to talk more on the specifics of our home construction.
Thank you, Alex. Going into the actual vertical construction of this project, as you can see from the graphics up on the screen, it goes up by, as you go up in square footage and finish, from our Balboa being $205 and 126 days, all up to the Carlisle being at 152 days and $245 cost per square foot for construction. And on the right, you can see our vertical construction by each phase. In terms of the schedule, we really want to dive deep into our quality, not only because it brings back repeat customers, but also it's going to cut down on the rework on us. So this schedule is a little bit longer, but we believe that extra time really develops our quality at the end of the day. And that leads into kind of where the client fits into all this. They need to be involved in the project. This is the biggest investment they're going to make in their life. So we want them involved in some key aspects throughout the project to be able to make sure that we're providing what they've purchased from us. As well as at the end of the project, when we're at turnover, we have trainings with them to know how to use the systems that we're providing in their house, as well as the products that we've given to them. Just because if they know how to use it, it's going to cut down on warranty claims, as well as leading to higher efficiency from their house, leading back to the sustainability point. And with that, I'll pass it over to Jonathan for financial risk and analysis.
Thanks, Aaron. So as I get started, I'd like to highlight a few key financial points of the project. The first being we have a land purchase price of $55 million. Throughout the life of the project, we're projecting a conservative sales pace of 2.3 home sales per month. This would equate to an 8% unlevered IRR. Yes, we understand that this is a little lower. We would like to highlight that we understand that we are starting this project in an uncertain time in the economy and real estate market. But despite these challenges, we are still projecting a quality return with major upside. We also are projecting a break-even point in month 74 of the project, which is 2030. And of course, no debt is assumed in our proposal, as Bearcat Development has raised enough funds to fund this project straight from our balance sheet. Moving on to our absorption scenarios, you can really understand how our sales pace can affect our IRR. We are confident that if interest rates were to fall and we move into a buyer's market, we could easily achieve our optimistic approach of roughly 3 home sales per month, which would boost our IRR to 16.2%. This allows our sales team to really see tangible goals and see how they can impact the project. Now looking at our KPI and sensitivity analysis, a couple things I'd like to highlight. We have direct construction costs of $96.5 million. This includes the development of 168 units, the model homes and their conversion, as well as the common areas in the neighborhood that we feel are some of the best selling points. Looking at our sensitivity analysis, here are some of the main variables of the project, being absorption, home sales price, site development costs, and construction costs. And here you can really understand how their impact can affect our IRR and profit of the project. Now, of course, we have exit strategies as well if we feel that this project ends up being too risky and we'd like to mitigate those risks. The first being we could sell individual lots to custom home builders as the price per acre increases. Next, we could sell the land parcel to another home production builder for a profit before the construction even starts. And then lastly, we could develop the first phase of the homes really establish that neighborhood presence, see what it has to offer, and then we could sell off the remaining phases to other home production builders. And with that, I'll pass it over to Aaron for an executive recap.
Thank you, Jonathan. As you can see by the graphics, we kind of just pulled off the big points here, but as we're growing as a company, we need to be in the places where people are going, and in Summerlin, that's the area. Not only is it nationally recognized, but we haven't been there yet. Many other national builders are there, and we need to get our foot in the door. At the 8% IRR, there's a lot of upside as the project goes on throughout the years to increase that, to hit our metrics. At the end of the day, we need to be here, and this is a job for our company. With that, I'll open the floor up to questions. Thank you.
All right, nice job. Like the strategy on the multi-generational space, that was unique and definitely a good idea. Let's see, it sounded like, did I understand right, the sales counselor was to be somewhat involved in the HOA with kind of lifestyle or any other kind of programming? Was that right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Did you find any examples where that's common, or see any potential challenges with either that person being interested in doing that or it causing challenges between the separation of responsibilities that exist there?
Yeah, in our research, I think we did see maybe the potential for that, but again, I think what's going to come down to is how the team functions and how responsibilities get split up. Thank you.
I think as well, there's a lot of competition in the area, and so we need to make ourselves different. There's 10 different developments going on in that area. If our team can come in on that and really lean in, and they have the benefit and the bonus to do that and to grow our community, it's only going to make this project go quicker, and the more buy-in you have, the more projects we can do in the future.
Okay. You were assuming 10 sales prior to the model starting construction. So how do you plan to generate those sales without anything to show people?
Yeah, so our main point was the 10% discount on the first 20 homes sold. We're also offering incentives such as free hardwood floors, free finishes, to really get people in the neighborhood, establish that feel.
Okay. Did you happen to model it differently to see whether or not the benefit, that's 10% is a huge discount.
Yeah.
So did you consider the kind of balancing the pros and cons of?
Yes, we definitely did. We modeled it both ways. We found that was the best way to get those people in as fast as possible, establish the neighborhood, and really show what the neighborhood has to offer.
Okay, all right.
Great job. Great presentation, great packet, a lot of good information. Question I have is on your lot premiums. I like that you included lot premiums. That's definitely a place where you can make some extra money, where it's well deserved. Were the lot premiums just based on lot widths, or did you take into account views or any of those other items when doing lot premiums?
Yeah, we took in both. As you notice, we have 50 and 60-foot lots. So all of our 60-foot lots are what we call premium lots, and then some of our 50-foot lots that either have access to views or closer access to amenities such as Grand Park or walking trails of the school, we also consider to be premium lots. So both were taken into account.
Gotcha. Okay, makes sense. You made a comment when going through the different plan offerings that there was a limited amount offered. We were going to offer this certain plan on 17 lots. Did you go through and plan out the entire neighborhood of every house and lot, or can your buyers select those things on specific lots?
Yes, so that was only planned for the 60-foot premium lots. Only the Carlisle has the ability to be built on there. All the other lots, any other of the home plans can be built on those.
Makes sense. Good answers. Thank you.
Good job, guys. I know it's nerve-wracking. You did a really good job. I had two questions. Well, first a comment. I really like the assurance walks that you mentioned. We do that typically in real life, and that does make a huge difference in customer satisfaction. So thanks for mentioning that. I also noticed you said there was 6 months you had from acquisition, and it was pre-development. What do you plan on doing in those 6 months?
So a lot of the pre-development is that being Summerlin, they have a lot of standard reviews and their site design committee, and we're accounting for all that sort of time, but also the engineering, getting things platted and going through that process. So that would be most of it, doing all your staking and all the pre-development things that you would do, Alta surveys, kind of goes on, but yeah.
Okay, well, just so you know, for future reference, and it would have really helped your IRR, is we typically try to do that in real life before we close on the property. We at least start the process. So anytime you have to hold the property without, doing anything on it, it really, that's the drag on your interest carry. So if in real life, you can typically start that months before you actually purchase the property. So just FYI. And then you had civil engineers and geotechnical engineers. Are those going to be outsourced, or were they going to be staff in-house?
Those are outsourced, not
Okay.
in-house, sorry.
All
Thank you.
right, great, thank you.
Yeah, to echo that, I think to help your IRR, I appreciate that you guys acknowledged you had to go through all that approval process, and it could have been something where in the packet you just detailed that the actual acquisition won't take place until you have full approvals. It's not an uncommon way to be able to structure something like that. But I appreciate the fact that you spoke to it at all, because some teams did not, so great inclusion. Same with your lot typicals. I really appreciate that that was in the packet and made it very clear. However, they're also on the Carlisle. That one had a 4-foot side setback, and per design criteria, you need to be able to have a minimum of 6 for interior lots, but it can be reduced to 5 with proper fire rating, but the 4 exceeds even that. So I'm just curious, was that something that you guys are hoping to be able to get a variance, or can you just speak to why that one was 4 foot?
Yeah, that's an area where we look to get a variance. We thought the Carlisle would fit best on our 60-foot lots, and so we really strove to do that. And so that's one of the few areas where we look to require a variance.
Gotcha. Well, maybe you guys have an in-house architect team, and for this particular project, they make a slightly narrower product for you to be able to fit on that 60-foot. And then similarly with your other products where it actually had a 7.5 foot, you're basically saying that the 50-foot wide lot could have been a 45. So it's something to consider, either trying to maximize density a little bit more by being able to have only the minimum side yard setbacks, or the other option is that your in-house architect team just takes a crack at being able to have a wider product for those ones as well. So something to keep in mind. But my question, sorry, that was just a bunch of comments. There was hardly any question in that. On your cash flows, it looks like you had a closing starting in September 2024, but your starts didn't take place until December of 2024. Can you speak to that?
Could you repeat the last part?
Yeah, sorry. Closings were in September of 2024, but starts for production didn't happen until December. So you were closing homes before you started them.
I would have to go look at the pro forma again. That could have been just a small error. But yeah, we were planning on starting construction before we even accounted for any closed homes.
Got it, okay. And what month were you planning on being able to start construction? Sorry, just to be
Yeah, I
clear.
believe that's month 6.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Great presentation. And I just want to call out, Erin, the first sentence that you said was perfect, because when you're presenting to executives, they have a zillion things going on, and you have one sentence to get their attention. I thought you did great. And then similarly at the end, when you're wrapping everything up, what you're trying to do is explain this is a really great project because this is unique and this is where we want to be, and you did that perfectly. So I hope people watch this and take the hint. Yeah, similar comments. Thank you for that to everyone else. Thank you for including the HOA. A lot of people forget that that's a thing. The other comment is you have 4 phases. That's probably a little inefficient. Really small phases are really difficult to work with. You might want to think about 2 phases in the future. And then on your market study, you talk about you're looking to sell to Gen Z and millennials, but I think there might be a market also for Gen X and some, maybe not the baby boomers, but empty nesters. So you might want to think about that as well.
All right.
while phase 3 and phase 4 are still under construction, we'll be moving the construction entrance so that it is closer to where the action is happening there and farther away from where the residents will be doing their living as they move in. So a team like the one shown in the org chart is really what's going to help this be successful. We'll start with a project manager, and they will be in charge of the quality, not just of the work done, but of the relationships between us, between you, between the customers. There's a lot of people involved that we want to make sure are happy. We'll also have the superintendent and the field engineer. They will be responsible for taking care of safety on site and making sure that the buildings are built in a way that are sustainable.
Good morning, executives. We are very excited to be here with you today to present to you our proposal. We'd like to first introduce you to our team. I'm Blake Johnson, the business manager. This is Abby Johnson here, the design lead. Emma Willis will be joining us virtually via video. She's our project manager. Cooper Wilson, our sales director. Sean McKenna, our lead superintendent. And Jacob Jewett, our director of finances. We'd also like to introduce you today to someone very valuable to our company, Cornerstone Construction. These people are future homeowners, Jeff and Linda Johnson. They met each other in 1976 studying at MIT in a public speaking class. There, Jeff was very impressed by Linda's command of the English language and her stage presence. On their first date, he learned that Linda was supposed to be a performing arts major, hence why she had such a commanding presence. Linda was impressed throughout their courtship of Jeff's ambition to become a professor at his alma mater, MIT, and his desire to become a professor and a father. After 45 years of marriage and a storied career, 5 kids, 7 grandkids, and 1 more on the way, they had decided it was time to call it quits and retire, move somewhere else. And they asked themselves, what are they looking for in their new home and community? Number 1, Jeff hated shoveling the driveway. He wanted a place where it was warm, temperate year-round. Number 2, they wanted a community where they could be involved throughout their retirement, keep them busy. And number 3, they wanted culture. They wanted to play sports, be involved with shopping, and most importantly, go to shows. They wanted a place like Iris Glen.
Hi, I'm Abby, the design lead. Iris Glen is found in Summerlin, Nevada with 132 lots. We have a range of small, medium, and large sizes with the option of adding a pool to our larger lots. Jeff and Linda loved the open space and the welcoming environment that Iris Glen offered. They also loved the walking and bike paths, the basketball courts, pickleball courts, the nearby hiking trails, the parks, and the beautiful views. Jeff and Linda continued their search and wanted to know what kind of home they could have in Iris Glen. They looked at the 6 floor plans with the different elevation options, ranging from 1,600 square feet to 2,700 square feet. They narrowed their options down to 3. Edgewood ended up being too small, Aberdeen too big, but Franklin was just right. With 3-bed, 2.5 bath, and an open floor plan paired with a large lot and a pool, they were able to have their active lifestyle and a place to gather their family.
Hi, my name is Emma Willis, and I am the head of project management here at Cornerstone Construction. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I'm reporting from Alabama where I'm doing my internship, but I wanted to give you a rundown of the ways that we here at the construction side of things are going to make a community that Linda and Jeffrey are going to love when they see it. We'll be constructing the neighborhood in 4 different phases. The first phase will consist of building out the model homes. These will be an excellent marketing opportunity for us so that people in the surrounding areas can come and see these floor plans, walk through these floor plans, and just better visualize themselves living in a neighborhood here in Iris Glen. The next phases will be structured in a way that we can build phase 2, and then we can start moving customers into their homes as they purchase them in phase 2, even while phase 3 and phase 4 are still under construction. We'll be moving the construction entrance so that it is closer to where the action is happening there and farther away from where the residents will be doing their living as they move in. So a team like the one shown in the org chart is really what's going to help this be successful We'll start with a project manager, and they will be in charge of the quality, not just of the work done, but of the relationships between us, between you, between the customers. There's a lot of people involved that we want to make sure are happy. We'll also have the superintendent and the field engineer. They will be responsible for taking care of safety on site and making sure that the buildings are built in a way that are sustainable. The sales manager and sales associates will use their offices in the model homes to help customers understand the benefits, the customizability of the floor plans, and help these customers get what they want in their homes here at Iris Glen. So a team like this, a plan like this, it really is foolproof to being able to provide the quality, the safety of the homes that we know that Jeffrey and Linda will want.
Hi, my name is Cooper Wilson, and I am the Director of Sales for Iris Glen. As Jeff was on a search to find the perfect community for him and Linda, he decided to take his buddies on a golf trip in the Las Vegas area. He decided to do a scramble tournament at the TPC Summerlin Golf Course, which is close by to where Iris Glen is. He was surprised to see that there was a lot of signage and postage of the new and upcoming homes, and as well as when he walked inside the clubhouse, the club pro was able to give him a short spiel of the houses in the area, and he was very interested in buying some of those homes. Later that day, Jeff was able to win the scramble tournament with a score of 89, and to this day, he swears that is his favorite golf course. For sales and marketing, we hope to utilize the apps that are used in today's technology age, using Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook to showcase our homes, to get exposed to the everyday user. As well, we would like to use a CPM technology system in our sales, which stands for Customer Relationship Management. It's able to filter so we can get rid of the bottlenecks in our sales so that we can help acquire new leads, to nurture and to close out those leads.
Thank you, Cooper. I'm Sean McKenna, Lead Superintendent for Iris Glen. As Emma mentioned earlier, our clients will have the opportunity to see the homes before they select and purchase them. Jeff and Linda Johnson will have the opportunity to sign their contract and within 11 months be in their home. Our entire project will take just under 4 months to complete, 4 years to complete. We can expect homes to be built within 200 to 250 days, depending on the model they choose. 3 main phases will be executed, each beginning with site work and prep prior to the commencement of home construction. Site work and prep will consist of clearing and stripping topsoil, followed by installation of sewer, storm drain, and utilities. Once home construction initiates on phase 1, phase 2 of site work can take off, efficiently keeping progress rolling forward.
Thank you, Sean. My name is Jacob, and I'm the Director of Finance. The macro financial analysis of this community is not something that Jeffrey and Linda probably consider, but if in the event that it was not successful, they would not want to end up in a neighborhood with 1 street and 4 neighbors. We are here to ensure that this neighborhood is vibrant, as we have described, and one that they would love to live in and retire in and to bring their kids and grandkids into. This starts by 3 main pillars of our financial plan, our robust financial plan. The first is to offer $15 million for this land. The current offering price is $55 million, but that is not a price at which we feel or we have been able to analyze will be able to have any sort of return on, as you can see by our sensitivity analysis. This $15 million will be broken up, $5 million of equity and $10 million in loan, again, to ensure that we have adequate return and make this investment worth it for the families and for us, that it will be able to fulfill its life. 2 more pillars of our financial strategy are the sales price and the absorption rate. That as throughout this plan, we will analyze and keep track of those to maintain within these bounds to keep the return that you are looking for and that we and the families would like to have a vibrant community. We have identified additional risks that we will take to mitigate and to make it sure this community is great. The first is liquidity. That this relates to that $15 million bid price. That if, in the case of exit strategy, we will be able to subdivide this property and be able to sell the lots at an adequate and reasonable price to be able to recoup that $15 million. That is how we determine that. Labor cost is also labor constraints and labor cost is one of the large problems we run into. Again, because of the financial strategy that we have, we will partner with subs early on and provide them and guarantee them labor throughout the whole contract, those 4 years. In addition to lead time, we'll work heavily with our management department to ensure that products such as microwaves, ovens, dishwashers are available at the time that they need to be put in, that there is no wait time for small little details that we know that our customers will love. We know that Iris Glen will be a community that families such as Jeffrey and Linda will love to come and to retire, to have their families with. And this investment along these financial lines will be able to provide the great return that you and we are looking for. Thank you, judges and audience, for your time, and we look forward to your questions.
Great job, well done. Good packet, very unique presentation with the Jeff and Linda aspect of it. That's a first, and I actually really like it. It's well done. And then I also appreciate in the packet and hear how you reference the CRM. That's something we haven't seen much at our company. We live in it. It's a requirement. It must be used every day, all day. So I would like to point that out. Your $15 million offer, I guess I'll leave that for the other judges, but in the competitive market, I get it. It's a little uncomfortable, but that's the world we live in today of land. They're not creating more of it. And quick question I have, just in your warranty section, I like to have a 2 and a 10-year warranty. Makes a comment that obvious defects will be fixed if pointed out within the first 6 months. What if an obvious defect is pointed out in 10 months? How does that conversation go with your homeowner?
We're obviously a customer-first company. So, of course, if it's our fault, we will take care of it. That just seems like good business.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. I really love how you did, bring in a personal aspect to your presentation. That really was unique, and it was excellent. So thank you for doing that. But based on Jeff and Linda, is active, that age targeted your only market you're going after? Is that the only target market you're reaching to?
No, 26% of people who live in Summerlin West, which is what we base the demographics off of, or the projected demographics of Iris Glen, about 26% of that is the 65 plus. I think 20%, I'm not sure on the exact number there, I want to say it's around there, is below 18, and the rest are between that range. So there will be younger families. We have things like parks, basketball hoops to draw those types of families in. We just figured that it would be interesting to see something different than a first-time home buyer, because we do think that this neighborhood has a lot of appeal not only to older folks, but also younger families.
Did you also take into consideration, you didn't have the full 168 lots that were approved in your site plan, right? So did you take into consideration that because you're part of a big master plan community, maybe you could reduce some of those amenities and get more lots?
Yes, we did consider that, but we wanted to focus a lot on the community aspect as well. We didn't want to have it only houses and then have to go so far for grandkids and kids to play and other things.
Okay, great, thanks.
So one request would be, I didn't see in your packet any of the cash flows or the pro forma, so if you could just include that next time, it really helps us to be able to look at the deal a little bit more. Also, there was just some general formatting things, kind of it was cool that you guys wanted to be able to use like the orange graphics throughout, but it made it a little bit difficult to read at times. So just being a little bit more mindful about that. But my question was lost in here. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm a professional. I'm doing great over here, guys. There it is. Okay, so I didn't see anywhere in your estimate something about soft costs or building permits or anything like that. Do you have that somewhere in your budget?
That is a number that I couldn't point out to you right now, but yes, that is figured into that budget.
Great.
Just similarly with the formatting, usually there's like a page that has the site plan on it that's big enough to read. Here it's a little small and hard to kind of parse out what's going on, so just for next time. Also, I didn't see a land development budget, the site work costs. Am I missing that somewhere?
We've included most of the budget for the homes, but the land development budget is not included.
Okay, that's important.
That is budgeted in. That is one that we will admit we did miss on the way in, but it is thrown into the financial projections. So that schedule is missing, but it is there.
Do you remember off the top of your head how much that was? I couldn't find
The
it.
cumulative cost will be, if I can, and this again off the top of my head, about $15 million for that, the horizontal cost.
Really like the customer story piece, unique piece of it, and good to, a lot of the times with this, it's just straight about the money, so nice addition there. The Franklin plan looked like the roof pitch might be exceeding the 612 that's in the design guidelines. Was that a consideration?
Could you restate that, please?
You have the one roof on the Franklin plan. It seemed to be the only one that really had much pitch at all. It appears to be exceeding the 612 roof pitch that was part of the design guidelines. Did you have some sort of plan to get around it or a method to make that work?
That's a great question, and my team will have to get back to you on that.
Fair enough, okay. And then cycle time's a little bit high. Any plans, anything that y'all have discussed as a way to try to reduce your cycle time?
Sorry. Can you say that? What do you mean by cycle time?
The build cycle time. So your construction cycle time's north of 200 some odd days. I didn't have the exact number there, but any plans, any thoughts on how you can reduce your build time?
We were definitely looking for the most reasonable number that also included some float time in case things were lagging in head time and lead time.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
please stay in the room through the length of the presentation. We'd rather not have the door open and closing. You'll have 15 minutes for your questions, and that is it. The floor is yours. Thank you.
It's no secret that we're in this business to make money, but isn't there so much more to what this business is about? At Vantage Homes, beyond just money making, we believe in place making. Place is space with meaning. The planned Glenrock development by Vantage Homes is the epitome of creating meaningful place through every phase of development. From a safe, inspiring workplace for our heavy equipment operators to a beautiful, connected community of individuals and families experiencing the secluded haven that is Summerlin West. Our plan is to construct one interconnected community where 168 households get to experience meaningful place. With an expected IRR of 20%, this development is sure to fulfill all of your money-making hopes. However, with its conserved walking space, easy access to nearby parks and trails, and sustainable yet gorgeous design, this development preserves the imperative practice of placemaking, a place where hundreds will be benefited by your investment. We are pleased to present the team that will be carrying out this project of the Glenrock development, and we actually have the whole team with us today, and we'll have an opportunity to hear from each of them throughout the presentation. And we'll go ahead and turn it over to Hunter to talk about our market analysis.
Thank you, Nathan. Summerlin West is a prime area for our next development, with its location close to a variety of amenities and local entertainment options for our customers to enjoy. Our analysis shows that our target market will be middle-aged professionals as well as retirees, whose high incomes as well as jobs as managers and executives of the various Las Vegas industries will help them to afford this market. The Summerlin housing market shows that the average home price sells for a little over $820,000, and the price per square footage ranges from $308 to $350. It also shows that the amount of homes sold in Summerlin per month comes to around 43. Our competition, Tri-Point Homes and Lennar, are close to our development, with their home sizes ranging roughly from 2,400 to 4,000 square feet, and their home prices ranging from 1 to 1.7 million. Despite our competition being close to us, we're confident that our site development will be sure to attract home buyers to our area. Now I'll turn the time over to McKay for site development.
Parcels K and L, our parcels, have already been zoned for a maximum of 168 lots. In the initial design phase, we did evaluate an option to increase that number by upgrading existing utility lines. However, we ultimately decided that from a financial perspective, it was more beneficial to stick to the original 168. It just didn't make sense. We couldn't get enough homes to justify the expense. This decision did allow us to optimize open space and lot size to enhance the overall resident experience. Because of the site's natural slope, we are able to offer elevated vantage points with spectacular views of the surrounding mountains, as well as lower-lying parcels offering a quicker connection to the urban landscape, each of these helping cater to individual buyer need and preference. Our varying lot sizes and locations allow each buyer to find a lot that fits both their family and their financial needs as well. Our goal in design was to cater to two distinct yet equally significant demographics: young families and professionals seeking to buy their second or third homes, as well as older retirees seeking the perfect place to enjoy their newfound lifestyle. Embracing the essence of community living, our site design prioritizes walkability and accessibility, fostering a sense of belonging and connection among residents. To do this, we incorporated a 50-foot right-of-way throughout the entire development, with 4-foot sidewalks on each side, 6-foot utility easements, and a 30-foot road measured from curb to curb. This road is just wide enough to allow for parking on both sides, while still enabling cars to pass by each other without having to pull to one side or the other. Further enhancing connectivity, we integrated walking paths between the central rows of homes. We're excited about the opportunities afforded residents by providing safe outdoor spaces for them to interact with other parts of the community, as well as helping promote an active and healthy lifestyle by providing a safe outdoor space to engage in physical activities or just relish in the beauty of the natural surroundings. We also designed 3 separate gate-protected pedestrian access points, one to the north, to the east, and the west corners of the site. These access points allow residents to quickly and easily get to significant outdoor opportunities afforded by the 90-acre Grand Park, as well as the mountain hiking trails offered by Red Rock Conservation Area. Our goal in design is not just to create a beautiful, appealing development in Summerlin West, but also to play our role as developers in ensuring the future sustainability of the area. And I'll turn the time to Ricky for sustainability and product design.
Perfect. So like McKay mentioned, and like you all know, sustainability is one of our top priorities here at Vantage Homes. Through our green initiative, which focuses on resource, energy, and water efficiency, as well as strategic access, those purchasing homes will feel as though they are part of the sustainable future here in Summerlin, Nevada. Our landscaping will adhere to the Southern Nevada Water Authority standards, helping us to optimize our water efficiency. Native plants that require minimal water consumption will be part of our design, allowing for the sustainability while also creating an appealing landscape. Each home will consist of features such as LED lighting and water control systems, allowing for energy-efficient homes. Our product design consists of 5 quality homes, specifically designed for but not exclusive to our target market. Each home will consist of multiple standard features, such as eave soffit lighting, granite-topped islands, and integrated smart home systems. Our team has developed 9 exterior color schemes, as well as compiled a list of interior and exterior upgrades for purchase if homeowners are brought on early enough in advance. Here we have the Mirage. The Mirage is our smallest floor plan and has been designed for those retired searching for their last home. They want all the amenities but don't necessarily need all the space. The Garnet is similar to the Mirage but is larger in square footage and will also be one of our model homes. This home as well has been designed for those retired, as well as in some cases the experienced home buyer. The Sun Haven is the smallest of our 2-story floor plans and allows for greater amounts of natural sunlight and space. And this home has been designed for the target market of the experienced home buyer as well as those recently retired. The Palms is our middle 2-story floor plan, and like the Sun Haven, allows for greater amounts of natural sunlight and space, and has been designed for the experienced home buyer. And finally, we have the Oasis. This is our largest floor plan and has been designed for the experienced home buyer in the prime of their career. This home will also be one of our model homes. And this home is for those in the prime of their career wanting nothing but the best that we have to offer. And we know that each of these 5 floor plans, with the help of our sales and marketing team, will be able to deeply resonate with our future home buyers. And now Nathan will expound more on our marketing strategies.
Thanks, Ricky. So central to our sales and marketing plan is an extensive understanding of the new construction market in Summerlin West. What you'll see here is a graph representing sales price per square foot for new construction in Summerlin West. What we tried to do in our strategy was strike a balance between aligning with market trends and developing a product that we know has already sold in this market, but also finding a way to differentiate ourselves and find pockets that are maybe more unique and develop a product that we can hopefully gain some traction there. Our sales and marketing team is compact yet capable and will be the core of executing our marketing strategy. Along with traditional marketing pursuits, we will also make a major emphasis on social media and influencer partnerships. In this day and age, we find that that's very important, and we believe we can gain an edge on our competition in cracking into that marketing strategy. Our total sales and marketing budget comes out to $3.6 million, which is 1.6% of our total revenue for the project. One of our key differentiators in our sales and marketing plan is what we call our 9th Island promotion. For those that don't know, people in Hawaii have often referred to Las Vegas as the 9th Island, as it is a beloved tourist destination by people who live in Hawaii. We are devastated by the recent wildfires that have occurred on the island of Maui in Hawaii, and we want to try and do our part to help resolve any housing issues that have arisen because of that tragedy. We feel this aligns with the values of Vantage Homes in finding opportunities to help others that stand in need. And we believe that along with helping others, that we will be able to establish a reputation of kindness and compassion, which is imperative in the construction industry. As important as it is to have a reputation amongst our home buyers, we know we have to have an important reputation with our trade partners. And Chase will go into a little bit more detail about our project management plan to help us become the premier builder for our trade partners in the Summerlin West area.
Thank you. At Vantage Homes, we are committed to building quality homes on time, on budget, every time. The management team that will oversee the construction of the Glenrock development consists of 1 project manager who will work closely with 2 superintendents. These superintendents will each manage around 15 homes at a time. Our team has in place plans for dust control, stormwater pollution prevention, and a detailed warranty plan in the case of warranty items arising. At Vantage Homes, we not only pride ourselves in building quality homes, but in also creating a safe environment for our workers to complete their work. Homeowners already living in their home, the safety of homeowners already living in their homes during the completion of the development is also essential. Slow speed limits and signage throughout the development, along with spotters for any heavy equipment, will help residents and workers remain aware of any potential construction dangers. At Glenrock, we plan on a two-phase horizontal development. We have strategically placed our model home lots to be at the entrance of the development to showcase our product to the community. Vertical construction phasing starts by the model homes and continues throughout the development. As for our site schedule, we are confident in our ability to build Glenrock to this schedule. With a start date of February 2024 and a finish date of April 2028, we anticipate a total project duration of 4 years. After the start of horizontal development, we will push to quickly finish our model homes. Vertical construction phasing directly correlates with our monthly home starts. Our research shows that with thoughtful forward communication between our site team, project management team, and trade contractors, that we can complete Glenrock within this time period. During the duration of the project, our teams will be in collaboration to make any necessary changes to this schedule to make sure we are following market trends and that we remain profitable. Now I'll turn the time over to Lincoln for the financials.
From a financial standpoint, Vantage Homes plans to acquire lots K and L for the asking price of $55 million in a two-phase takedown. From there, the land will be subdivided into 168 lots, with site improvements per lot costing $59,500. From there, our vertical construction will immediately follow. Our average cost to build per square foot is roughly $170, and our average cost to build a completed home is $522,043. And the individual vertical construction cost breakdown for each of our 5 floor plans is represented in the table below. The expected financial outcome for this project is confidently based off an average absorption rate of 4.5 homes sold per month. This drives our unlevered IRR of 20.15% and brings our net profits to approximately $30.8 million. In the unlikely event of a market downturn, the red line represents our conservative financial scenario. If our average absorption rate slows to 3 homes sold per month, we expect our IRR to decrease to 14% and net profits to fall to $26.1 million. But truthfully, we do not foresee our absorption rate slowing to 3 homes sold per month. And we've actually strategically put plans in place to alleviate the strain on our absorption rate. One way we've done this is through our corporate partnership strategy. Utilizing this strategy, we will contract with local companies and employers to purchase a select amount of our homes upon completion, which they will in turn rent out to their area directors, local teams, and employees. This guarantees us a faster return on our investment and boosts our IRR, even in a market downturn, to 22.57%. But at Vantage Homes, our plan A is always a successfully executed project. Our optimistic financial scenario, based off the expected high demand for our homes, boasts an average absorption rate of 6 homes sold per month, which puts our IRR at 23.79% and net profits approaching $32.7 million. It is based off these financial scenarios and our extensive financial analysis that we are confident this project will be very profitable.
So, are we in this business to make money? The answer is yes, and we hope that throughout this presentation that you can see we have a strategy in place to help you get the return that you're looking for on this investment. But beyond that, we hope that you can see that we have a plan in place to create a meaningful place, a place where you can be proud of the investment that you have made and where hundreds will be benefited by that investment. And we look forward to partnering with you and making this happen. Thank you. We'll go ahead and open it up for any questions that y'all have.
Great job, you guys. I mean, I really liked the presentation. It was really well done. Thank you. Also, I was really interested in hearing about the Ninth Island promotion. You are the only group that has done something like that so far, so great work on that. I had no idea Las Vegas was a destination where a lot of Hawaiians visit, so that's awesome. Thank you for educating me. Yeah. And I really liked your idea of thinking outside the box with 2 takedowns to help, with the IRR. Usually when we do that in real life, it's, you pay a little bit more because the customers are like, why, or the sellers are like, why would I hold on to part of the land when I want to sell it, unless there's upside potential for me. That's just a comment.
Totally.
My real question to you is about your market analysis. So I appreciate that you put how many homes are sold a month in the presentation and in your packet. That is exactly how we look at our projects that are put in front of us to see, okay, you're saying that you are going to justify selling how many homes a month. How do we know that's realistic or not? Did you look at it on a competitor by competitor basis? Because it can change based on sales price on what they're selling and closing a month.
Yes, we did look at our competition rates and their absorption. We did see that Tri-Point Homes and Lennar usually average from 3 to 6 depending on market trends. And so we did match that. And if you go to your graph with the diamonds. So one of the reasons why the Mirage might be a little over what we're seeing in this market right now is because we believe it's just based off of the location of our development being close to the Grand Park, as well as the conservation area behind it, will heighten and increase the home prices that we're selling at.
Right, great, thanks.
Really great presentation. I liked the beginning and being able to have the community rendering it. It's a great touch. I did have a question in regards to the walking paths that you have back there. So it's an interesting concept, but also, and I get the idea of walkability. Where's the closest park or something that they're walking to? Or like, what are you envisioning? Is this just them taking a stroll in the back, or is it actually like providing access to somewhere else?
Yes. Sorry, I was going to jump up earlier. I didn't want to be too excited by your question. I do love design, so if you want to talk about it, I can talk about it forever.
Okay,
But that's another side.
Take credit for your design, too.
Yeah. Yeah, so one of the things, there's not necessarily anywhere they're walking to, right? We do realize with older retirees, outdoor space is really important, and just walking in general. Just being able to get out easily and just walk, not necessarily to anywhere. So they allow, but also we realize that there's going to be younger children, and being able to access, whether it's other people's homes, friends' homes, other people that you know, safely without having to be on street all the time is also another benefit that it brings. So those were kind of the justifications we had in our minds of designing those. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, definitely. Okay. And I think like the idea of a green belt, or in this case a zero-scaped belt, is cool. I'm used to seeing it like maybe being able to provide a sight break, but you have some curvature to the street, so it's not as big of a deal, but that's something to be able to kind of break up that long row. It would have been also interesting to see you kind of play with that maybe, because there is just quite a bit of homes like all in a row right there then. So the way that it's designed now, you basically, if you wanted to get over to the next street, then you walk all the way down to the end and around. And so walking paths, I love the idea of it, and maybe being able to incorporate something that broke up that long strip of
Perfect.
homes.
Great advice. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That's it.
So Jordan took my question. I love the creativity of it and adding. I mean, that's not something we've seen, and I like how you thought about adding walkability. A couple other things I thought were really great. You remembered that the HOA is involved, and that's great. And on your timeline, you had all your pre-acquisition work, preceding closing, which is also great. That's the way it's supposed to work. So just a small nitpicky question. What was the concept behind the shared drives over in the corners?
Yes, yeah. So, sorry, I get excited. So rather than using roundabouts, which was a design option, we wanted to maximize space without hurting functionality. So we didn't want to have too much space that was unused. So these shared drives help us, one, design those access points without interfering too much with other lots, but also optimizing space. So we can have those shared drives rather than having a roundabout, which cuts a little bit more into our space. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And who would be maintaining these shared drives?
Yeah, so I believe the way that we had it, in fact, I'm pretty sure, is that they're owned by the owners, but the HOA helps to maintain any of the landscaping and anything else that goes on there.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, most of my questions were taken. It's okay. Definitely like the flyover at the beginning, a nice, very well put together way to illustrate it, so good job communicating your plan. The site plan, just maybe consider how you could work in some premium opportunities. So there may not be as many opportunities with the way this is laid out to be able to command, higher premiums for certain lots over another.
Yeah, well, I'll let Nathan take it. I can jump in too.
Yeah, he's always trying to talk, so but in our proposal, we actually touched on our lot premiums a little bit. One of the big values is having the Red Rock Conservation Area up to the northwest side of the development, and the views that can come with that. And then we also, with the elevation change, we hope to have some city views. So we have some premiums there, especially with the no neighbors in the backyard as well. We see some opportunity for that, and it has a little bit of a revenue breakdown in our proposal of how much that will add to our revenue.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
On the energy side, it was mentioned that you'd have extra insulation being added to attics. What kind of insulation is this?
We were just going to do bibs and just that blown-in insulation, and based off of the research that we've done, this would allow for about a 15% energy conservation per each home.
And if one part of the proposal, it was mentioned that each vertical start had a 22-day lag from the previous start, but then that didn't match the 4.5 monthly absorption rate. So just curious which one was accurate.
Yeah, so we just have that window to, and tell me if I'm not answering your question correctly, but we had a window there just to kind of highlight that there's like a 30-day window between when you're paying your trades and when that home is truly like finished. If it's when the home is completed structurally, or is it when all of your trades are paid off and everything? And so that might explain that window there. Is that what you're asking?
No, this was stated as each start of the vertical construction has a 22-day lag from the previous start, suggesting that it would be 22 days between the start of each new home, which wouldn't allow for the pace that you're going for. If that's work days, that's like one a month.
So each vertical construction phase correlates with our monthly home starts. So each vertical construction start has 5 homes, I think is what our expected absorption rate is, and that correlates with our home sales, as that's what the market has shown. So I believe, if this answers your question, each group of 5 homes will start and then have a 22-day lag to where the next phase of vertical homes will start.
Got it. Okay. Well done, great packet, great presentation. Really, I had a list of questions and a very thorough presentation. I answered all of them. And then these guys stole a few, so I just have a few comments. Great plans. The flyover deal was awesome. Really just good presentation, very detailed. I like how even your construction staffing, you reference how many houses a superintendent would carry, and extremely detailed. I guess I do have one question. The use of an influencer in your marketing. It sounds like a fun idea. Maybe I'd like to steal that, but what actually do you envision that person doing? What does that cost? What does that actually look like?
Yeah, so this is something we're pretty excited about, is finding this niche, because influencers sell everything, right? And so we're trying to crack into this idea of how can they market a development. So we're gonna have a social media content creator, and I put it here. We're gonna hire it from one of the local universities in Vegas, and that's something that everyone's wanting to get into, right, is this content creation. So we're looking to partner with them, bring them on our team, and they're gonna be at the head of reaching out to different influencers. We've actually looked at influencers. There's some that are especially in the real estate industry, and so we feel like if we can get them to come and tour our homes and make like TikToks and Instagram reels showcasing our product, we feel like we can have a lot of success there.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Thanks.
Well done.
All right.
Good afternoon. We're from the University of North Florida, and we're proud to present Iris Glen and Gardenia in sunny Summerlin, West Nevada.
My name is Alexis, and I'll be presenting the vertical estimate and product design.
My name is Cameron, and I'll be presenting the financial analysis. I also did the product design and sustainability.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'll be covering our sales and marketing strategies and our horizontal estimate.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I'll be covering site development and project management.
Hi, I'm Ty. I'll be doing the marketing analysis as well as sales and marketing.
I'm Adam. I'll be covering the schedule and the phasing plan.
Now for an overview, we've decided to split our development into 2 different neighborhoods, a total of 168 units. 103 are in Gardenia and 65 are in Iris Glen. Our target demographic is going to be families, professionals, and empty nesters.
All right, so looking at our marketing analysis, we know that there's about 2.3 million individuals for population in Clark County. About 120,000 of those are going to be making up Summerlin. Our median age is about 39 years old, and our average income is about $65,000. This saw a 3.4% increase over the last year, whereas nationally, we saw a 2.3% decrease. Summerlin definitely invests in its education with 10 nationally ranked private schools and 2 nationally ranked public schools. Diving quickly into our area and amenities, there are multiple unique places to play, explore, and enjoy. These include our local, simple, natural environments, our hustling downtown Summerlin area, and then what we like to call living without leaving, community-exclusive activities. Housing market trends, we're going to see about 883,000 households in Clark County. This makes up about 72% of Nevada. New home sales price about $600,000, and then our homeownership rate is about 56.4%. Something that we really want to emphasize is that sales of $1 million homes hit a record high last year. So for our competition, we have listed out here builder, project, and then general specs, but more importantly than jumping into our competition, we want to jump into why we are set apart from them. So here we'd like to emphasize our unique selling points. Gardenia and Iris Glen are both going to be gated communities. We're going to be offering 1- and 2-story floor plans. This is something that's seen as a rarity out in Summerlin, and something that we think is very unique. We have direct access to the brand new Grand Park. This is a great greenery area included for all individuals to enjoy. And then we have our premium lots. This is going to be expanded lot sizes with a great overlook of the Red Rock Conservation Area. It's going to be at an elevated height, and then we are also going to have additional areas so we can have outdoor living spaces. We also want to emphasize that we have no deed restrictions, so many of our competition include active adults and have limitations on children. This opens our demographic to more people.
To help us sell the communities, we want to emphasize the benefits of living in the Summerlin West area, directly next to Grand Park. We're going to be using short span social media videos like TikTok, Instagram Reels to reach out to the customer base in the area and nationally. We'll also be using targeted ads on platforms like Facebook and making sure that when a home buyer is searching for a community, that our SEO strategies put us at the top of that web search. Once we do get an inbound prospective home buyer, we're going to make sure that our sales team is cultivating, nurturing that relationship with the prospect to sell and help that prospective home buyer envision their dream home in our communities. To seal the deal, we want to offer competitive in-house financing. We know that over the last 2 years, interest rates have been a wild roller coaster. So to give these home buyers a solid base, we're going to offer a very competitive interest rate.
Moving on to site development, I'd like to emphasize that heading our list for our design goals was to maximize our density for both neighborhoods. Now, our larger neighborhood on the left, Gardenia, will accommodate 103 total lots, which includes 60 and 70-foot lots, as well as 31 premium lots. Iris Glen, our smaller neighborhood on the right, will accommodate a total of 65 lots, and this includes 70-foot lots as well, or 60-foot lots only, excuse me, as well as 21 premium lots. Now, expanding on the premium lots, Every lot that is along the top row in that tan shaded color is a premium lot, and that is due to the higher elevation. They have a better view, and that's the reason for that. All other premium lots are because of size, being larger than a 70-foot lot. Now, during construction, both neighborhoods will feature 2 model homes as well as a temporary site parking lot just inside the main entrance. And this will be for prospective home buyers as well as construction staff. Now, another thing on the top of our list of priorities for our design goals was to have a walkable neighborhood. And to achieve this, we incorporated 6-foot sidewalks on both sides of the 50-foot right-of-way for residents to walk throughout the neighborhoods. And, for those afternoon strolls after work, and the 6-foot width is so that 2 people can comfortably walk side by side, which, we believe this sets us apart. And these sidewalks will lead residents to 2 paved walkways out of the neighborhood where residents can easily access the adjacent Grand Park, which is our major USP. And right here, families can enjoy the outdoors. We know that enjoying the outdoors is huge with the, the dry environment, and, people can have picnics, watch the sunset, and, things like this. And lastly, I'd like to really emphasize and drive home that we have a very family-friendly community in both these neighborhoods. And this is achieved by, as previously mentioned, the proximity to Grand Park, the walkability, and so on, but also the size of lots. Having an average lot depth of about 125 feet, it allows for outdoor living. You know that kids love to play outside, right? They can throw the frisbee in the backyard, play with the dogs, stuff like this, and also have like an outdoor kitchen, a pool. It provides that freedom, and yeah.
Cost is everything when it comes to the return on construction. Horizontal estimate on this comes at just under 18 million, which is rather high. We're dealing with a parcel that has a significant change in elevation. We're looking at about a 65-foot grade change from the entrance to the back. That's going to include a lot of retaining walls to make sure that these structures are safely placed on their house pads, as well as a lot of cut and fill when we're looking at the earthwork cost. Once we break it apart across the 168 parcels, we're looking at nearly $107,000 a lot.
So for our product design, I would first like to present to you Gardenia. We have 4 floor plan options, 2 being 1-story and 2 being 2-story options. Prices range from $1.25 million to $1.45 million. And then going on to Iris Glen, kind of a similar thing. We're doing the 4 floor plans, 2 1-story and 2 2-story options. Prices ranging from $1.45 million to $1.65 million because this is our more luxury, intimate development. And overall 8 floor plans, we have a modern Americana design to adhere to the target demographic that we are aiming for. For options that we can add on to our home, we have included an outdoor living space package equipped with pool, deck, water features that will all come out to about $72,000. We are including marble countertops as an option in lieu of granite countertops, which comes out to about $9,000. We are including glass balcony railings as an option instead of aluminum, which will be on average between $3,000 and $6,000, depending on the size of the balcony, whether it's on the top floor or the bottom floor. And then we also have an option for an electric vehicle charging port, since this is a new thing that we're dealing with in today's market. So that electric vehicle charging port is going to be about $2,000. For our sustainability, we have some key features that are built into our construction process. One of these key features that I would like to highlight is dirt glue, which is home to this region of the United States. Dirt glue is an environmentally safe dust suppressant that we will apply over the entire construction site during the earthwork phase, and we believe this will limit the amount of water trucks that we will have to use on site, which will also contribute to our sustainability. And then some additional options that we would like to offer the home buyers are solar panels, Wi-Fi lighting, and chemical-free paint. Now for our vertical estimate, the top 4 floor plans are for Gardenia and the bottom 4 floor plans are for Iris Glen. The construction cost per square foot over all 8 floor plans is on average $178 per square foot, and then the construction cost total over all 8 floor plans on average is about $433,000. And some key features that have influenced the cost of this of these homes are paver patios and driveways, a fireplace in every home, stone veneer on the front exterior of all of our homes, Energy Star Electrolux appliances, and quartz countertops.
Thank you. Now looking at our schedule begins assuming that we have closed on the land and obtained the permits necessary to proceed by February 29th of 2024. From there, we'll start our pre-start and our pre-construction activities in March of 24. The total project duration is expected to run just under 4 years, wrapping up in February of 2028. Our horizontal construction for both parcels will take a total of 1 year. We're also going to be running a 10-month schedule for our vertical construction for each home. This is just due to the high-end intricacies and the size of our product selection. We also reached out to builders in the Summerlin area providing similar products, and this was comparable to the times that they were seeing. For our model homes, however, we're going to run an accelerated schedule and get those in the ground as soon as possible once utilities wrap up. This is just so that we can get our sales team, site staff, and prospective buyers on site as soon as possible. We're projecting to start 4 pads per neighborhood per month, aligning with our projected sales pace. Should we not reach our projected sales for that month, the remaining pads will be used for spec homes for our quick move-ins. Our first homes are going to be turned over in December of 2025. We understand that our schedule is aggressive, but we believe it takes into account all the intricacies of our project, and it allows for flexibility if needed. Now looking at our phasing plan, our project split into 2 phases. Phase 1 being Gardenia, and phase 2 being Iris Glen. Phase 1 will start in June of 2024, and then 3 months later, we'll start phase 2, and then they'll run concurrent through the duration of the project. We believe that our phasing plan allows us to hit profitability sooner, and also, although the 3-month shotgun start seems small, we believe that allows flexibility for phase 2 just due to changing interest rates and moving market conditions.
So now for our project team, we decided to have a vertical project manager, a land development manager, as well as a vertical superintendent, and then a vertical project engineer and a University of Southern Nevada intern, either through their business or construction college. And then for our project management team annual salary, it'll be a total of $387,830 per year. This team is for both sides of our development, and we believe that they will be able to handle the scope of this project.
Our project management team will implement a safety plan consisting of OSHA regulations, as well as vetting of subcontractors. I'd really like to emphasize dust control because we're in the desert and it's very important, dusty environment. So we'll be using silt fencing during construction, and I'd really like to emphasize dirt glue because this eliminates the need for, reduces the need for water trucks to control dust, and we believe this really sets us apart from the competition.
So now on to our risk analysis and mitigation. So we've identified 3 major risks with these sides of our development. So we have safety, transformer shortages, and interest rates. Now for our safety, we plan on doing a vetting process that's very thorough with all of our subcontractors, meaning they're going to have OSHA 10 to be on site and PPE at all times as a legal obligation. And then also we have transformer shortages. We know that lead times have seemed to just get longer and longer, and we believe that we need to purchase some things ahead of time, and if we accumulate too much, we can sell them at cost to other builders if necessary. We also believe that the interest rates are going to be shifting either up or down throughout the year, and that our phasing of that 3-month shotgun start allows us to reformat Iris Glen if necessary. So for our financial analysis, I'd first like to get into it. The reason I have minimum is because this is at the worst case scenario for our finances, meaning we're selling a total of 4 homes per month between the 2 parcels, which is far below our sales pace. Now, I did a total of 3 pro formas for our financials. So Gardenia and Iris Glen have 2 separate pro formas that I created, which is what you see above. Now, the minimum IRR mean for this is 24.54%, with the 2 monohomes and the break-even point of 42 months, and the sales price negotiated to $47.5 million. Now, for Gardenia, we have an average sales price of $1.35 million and a rough profit of $41.2 million. And then Iris Glen has an average sales price of $1.51 million and a rough profit of $21.7 million. Since there is only 65 units in Iris Glen, it makes sense why the profit is less, but it is a luxury development, so we believe that $21.7 million as a minimum expectation of that development side will allow us a good amount considering. So our master analysis, we had an average sales price of $1.43 million among all 8 floor plans and a rough profit of $63 million. We believe this is the base that we can make on this project, not the most we can make on this project. We wanted to be really safe with the interest rates and what we can expect. So our minimum IRR for the master was 24.74%. However, I believe 24.54% is more accurate. And the break-even point, not aligned with the schedule, however, it is the roughly 42 months in the pro forma for the worst case scenario. Thank you, and we appreciate any questions you have for us.
So great work, guys. Really solid presentation. I could tell that you guys practiced it a lot, so thank you. Just a couple of questions about the site plan, if you don't mind pulling it up. So it looks like you kind of, the site design basically was as if these are 2 totally separate parcels that just happen to be right next to each other. They're pretty self-contained, right? There's no access from one to the other.
That's right, yes.
Okay, so with phase 1, you only have 1 access point there. Is that something that the municipality is going to be favorable of, having only 1 access point to your construction site?
Adam will be better suited to answer this question.
At the time, I don't think I can answer that question. That's a great question, and I think we'll take that into consideration next time.
Okay, yeah. Just something to consider, like 2 points of access for any site is imperative. Not only just like for safety, the city's going to want that, so it would have been cool to maybe see, like, if you could connect. You might have had to lose a lot, but there was ways to be able to integrate the 2, so maybe consider that next time.
Okay.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Jordan said, you have that road that ends at the back of a lot, and that's usually not ideal. Someone doesn't want to be in their backyard watching cars turn around. I had a question. You talked about well, first of all, let me say, great job picking up that all your permits would be in hand before closing. Mm-hmm. That was great to see. And I like the sidewalks and the paths you have all the way over to Grand Park, but I don't see a path for someone who lives in, Gardenia on the left side.
Right.
To walk over to the park.
No, they're over to the park.
Oh, I see right there.
Yes, you
that.
can.
Okay.
It's hard to tell,
Yeah.
but yes, those are the 2
two,
paths
right.
along Fox Hill Drive, which provide the
that's
interconnectivity.
a great way to kind of use the park as the amenity rather than take the
Yes,
space
there
out
are
of the
no
community.
internal amenities, which I believe I mentioned, maybe not. So Grand Park is our, that's the attraction.
Right, exactly. And then, quick question on, you talked about, I was a little confused about the earthwork that was going to take a year. On the schedule, it looked a lot shorter than a year. And how does that work with your phasing?
Gotcha.
Because you said there's 2 phases?
Yes, so real quick, just to add to your first question, right there, we're going to have a concrete wall between those 2, so that backyard won't really reach that. But for our earthwork on there, that was just for cut and fill. Mm-hmm. But the way I took the 1 year was I took the utilities and the roads and stuff from each phase and just made a composite, and that's where I pulled that 1 year. So if you break down the schedule in our submittal, you'll see that you can see where I pulled that 1 year number from.
Right, so, I got it. So your earthwork, your overall cut fill is for the first 3 months, and then you'll
Yes, and then halfway through, we'll begin phase 1, and that's where that offset comes from, where we'll start phase 2 once the cut and fill finishes.
Good plan.
All right. First of all, nice shirts. Like like the logo. Just curious what led you to separate into the 2 separate pods as opposed to just connecting it into one?
So we believe that just because of the high-end product we're offering and looking at the Grand Park master plan, we wanted to create a sense of community, an intimate, know-your-neighbor sense of community, and we thought that separating this helped that as opposed to having 168 homes in barracks rows, we thought that this design better incorporated community.
Okay, and for your staffing, having the 2 separate model locations, are you planning on 2 entirely separate sales staffs to handle both, or?
They would work in conjunction. I mean, it'd sort of be, because it's one builder, we'd have one team, 2 separate parcels, just depending on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. The income information you had that was for Clark County is probably not representative of this area where this community is. Did you have any research that supported what the incomes look like that would support the loan amounts that you're looking at for these?
I'm sorry, could you clarify for me?
So the Clark County facts that you had $65,000 for median income. That's not going to support these sales prices. So did you have the income information on the Summerlin area?
I did have some income information, but a lot of it was general. I possibly should have looked closer into Summerlin, but I did reflect as much as I could to the West Coast side. That was a lot of my formatting when it came to that.
Okay.
I can jump in on that real quick.
Okay.
Just based on, we had limited access to Zonda, unfortunately, due to technical difficulties. So we pulled from Redfin, we pulled from the U.S. Census, and then obviously the overall Henderson area, and did see an increase, obviously, with the Class A buildings and professionals coming into that downtown area, that it is going to be an increased income, but kind of like we did the minimum for our IRR, absolute minimum of income coming in for Clark County as a whole.
Got it.
Well done, great presentation. I like the shirts, but maybe I'll give you a card next year. We can get you a different logo on those. I really like when we see unique things, and the dirt glue, you're the only group that did that, so kudos to you. That sounds like a very cool product. Question I have also is in sustainability. It references that you will use advanced framing techniques. Can you expand on what that means for your?
So pre-manufactured framing, in order to increase the pace at what we're going, would be best. So in order to use the minimal amount of wood for the strongest structure, usually you would have an engineer help you with that. I'm not an engineer, so I don't know a lot about it. However, I do know that it's very important for sustainability to have a minimal use of wood, and Nevada really appreciates sustainability. So I figured having pre-manufactured sustainable wood would help us with selling the development as a sustainable community.
Okay, gotcha. In the home sales strategy section, you mentioned doing rate buy-downs, which is a great idea. A lot of us are having to do that to keep moving houses. How much were you planning on buying down the rates, and did you factor that into your bottom line numbers?
So for the cost and the IRR, we'll defer that to Cameron, but we're looking at an average interest rate right now just above 7% nationally. We're hoping to get closer to 5%, possibly under, depending on where the market's at when the homes are available. Of course, over 4 years, interest rates are going to shift and incentives are going to shift. We'll look at it within each quarter. The effect on the IRR will also shift with each quarter, depending on what incentives we offer.
Understood. Good answer. Thank you.
I really appreciate you mentioning the transformer shortage, because that is real. It's a struggle that some of us all deal with. So I do appreciate you for bringing the real life situation to us, and for mentioning the retaining walls. Clearly you looked at the topography and noticed that that was going to be a necessity. So my question for you was about your sales and marketing plan. For advertising in particular, you mentioned that you were going to do mostly online advertising, social media advertising, but one of your target markets you said was empty nesters. Do all of them, you think, use social media?
We do, in our submission, we do mention some of the tried and true methods, radios, billboard. We figured for the presentation it'd be nice to note the more novel methods that are being used today.
Okay.
But radio ads, billboard ads, to really keep our brand recognized within the community, those will be part of our marketing costs as well.
All right, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Mashindi, and I'm the president and CEO of Maplewood Homes. With me today, I have the key members of our organization who play a critical role in constructing a comprehensive plan for parcels K and L within West Summerlin, Nevada. Today, we have Katie Whitty, VP of Business Affairs, Joseph Gassensmith, VP of Site Development, Alice Pemberton, Director of Design Management, Noah Steepleton, VP of Project Management, and Ella Flanagan, Director of Project Management. As you already know, Maplewood Homes is a fully integrated design, plan, build, home building firm in Carson City, Nevada, with 6 satellite locations across the West Coast. Our organization has a history of building in the Las Vegas metropolitan area, with 4 developments completed in the last 5 years. Today, we come to the investment committee to ask for $127 million to develop and construct the new Camden Estates community. We have systematically and meticulously put together a comprehensive plan, and today we are going to show you our vision from conception all the way to operation. First, we will take a look at our market analysis. Second, we will go to our site design. Third, we will show you our home design. Fourth, we will go over project management and scheduling. Fifth, we will go through our cost estimation. Sixth, we will go over through our financial feasibility as well as risk. And lastly, we'll go over our sales and marketing strategy. We today hope that you will be able to partner with us to bring the vibrant community to the residents of West Summerlin. And with that, I'll give the floor to Katie Whitty, who will be able to talk about the market analysis.
Hi, I'm Katie Whitty. I'm the VP of Business Affairs, and I will be talking about the market analysis portion of our presentation. So West Summerlin is a very diverse and up-and-coming community. They have over 100+ restaurants and 5 shopping centers. There is a plethora of recreational activities in the area, and there are 3 significant family types living in the area as well. So the Las Vegas development trends are super important to note. There have been 18 active projects and 819 vacant developer lots within this past year, and there have been 2,339 permits filed and over 700 home sales within the past 12 months. This is super important because it shows that Las Vegas is eager to embrace the opportunities that West Summerlin has to offer. Talking about housing trends, the median household income is roughly $32,000 with FHA mortgage limits of roughly $42,000. This is a very family-friendly community. Speaking from our demographics and recreational access points, there is a large amount of schools for residents to choose from. Continuing with housing market trends, there is a 2.2% new market home affordability ratio and a 68 home ownership ratio, which shows that there is a sustainability and viability of these homes that we plan to produce. Moving on to household income, it's important that the development team aims to successfully occupy these newly developed homes, preventing them from remaining unoccupied due to pricing that surpasses the livable means of the median household income. And then to show household income trends, we've included employment trends, and there's a 1.1 employment growth rate per year, and over half of the population is employed. The top share market holders for this industry in this area are Taylor Morrison, Lennar, and Tri Pointe Homes, with a year-to-date home sales ranging from 108 to 154. And this is important because while these may be the 3 top shareholders in this area, Maplewood Homes provides affordable customized housing, which these companies cannot compete with. Our target market is single families with a median age of 39.1 years old, and then we will move on to site development and design.
Good afternoon, my name is Joseph Gassensmith. I am the Vice President of Site Development and Design for Maplewood Homes. So the elements that we wanted to keep in mind when designing our site were site use efficiency, sustainability, competitive design, and safety of residents. So safety of residents, we have dedicated entrances solely for resident and guest use, as well as within select lots as needed, we will have CMU block walls that connect up to the 4-foot minimum height village wall surrounding the parcels K and L as prescribed in the master plan for Summerlin West. Site design plays a big part in attractive curb appeal. In the master plan, you need to either have a shift of direction or a curve in road every 10 lots. We've taken that a step forward and done it every 9 lots. Site use efficiency, we want to maintain competitive with the top market shareholders and get a good return on our investment. And sustainability, that's for environmental sustainability as well as socioeconomic sustainability. We want to cater to a large variety of home buyers. So welcome to Camden Estates. It is made up of parcels K and L within the master planned community of Summerlin West. We have 94 8,400 square foot single family lots. This is actually larger than the Nevada state average of about 8,000 square feet. So we're able to give our future residents more bang for their buck. We also are providing 18 townhome for sale units up in the northern section of the development. And on the site, and I'll touch on this again further, we have about 5.1 acres of water detention in our 2 detention ponds. So why this is important, so obviously the detention is mostly used for site runoff, but because these parcels K and L are located at the base of a mountain kind of, there could be an increase in site runoff to the south-southeast, which is the direction that it flows. So we have chosen to go above the Nevada state requirement of 8.8% of detention coverage to 11% detention coverage for our site. And our 2 detention ponds are also connected with underground drainage culverts that also run south-southeast and then connect up to the existing drainage stubs provided by the master plan. To discuss neighborhood amenities, we are going to construct a community center located about here on this in the site. It contains both event space, office space, as well as a catering kitchen. We have also made the decision to go ahead and construct nature trails that connect up to Grand Park, which is immediately north of parcels K. And we're leaving it up to the homeowners association, but we have left them space to implement tennis courts, basketball courts, and even a playground and a spot for a swimming pool. Now I will hand it over for home design.
Hello, I'm Allison Pemberton. I'm the Director of Design Development. When designing our homes, we had to keep our company's mission in mind. So at Maplewood Homes, our mission is to create a well-established community by providing affordable and sustainable homes to a diverse group of buyers ranging from young professionals to couples looking to retire. So to emphasize affordability, we have a variety of housing options within a wide range of price. And then to create cost-efficient and energy-efficient homes was one of our top priorities. Due to the intense regional weather, window locations were adjustable per home, and that's just in terms of the sun path, just keeping that in mind. Sustainable materials and Energy Star appliances will be used throughout the homes. And then when possible, we provided shared plumbing walls just to reduce cost and energy consumption. Providing flexibility was very important for us to our residents. So residents have a lot of flexibility within their design. They can choose to add an extra bedroom, add a gourmet kitchen, or even a 3-car garage. And then they can choose from our exterior material options, which will be shown in the following slides. So the first home that we have is the Brantley. It is our 2-bed, 2-bath at 1,600 square feet. It is our most affordable home option at $705,000. It is a single story, which is good for aging in place, which is important for families that are hoping to grow into their home. And then on the right-hand side, you can see our exterior material options that were showcased within this home design. Next, we have the Aberdeen. This is our 3-bed, 2.5-bath. It is a 2,000 square foot home, and it will be sold at $815,000. Next, we have the Gladstone. This is a 3-bed, 2.5-bath at 2,300 square feet. And this is also a single-story home, which again helps with the aging in place, and it will be sold at $1.15 million. Next, we have our most luxurious home. It is called the Harrison. It is a 4-bed, 3.5-bath, and it will be sold at $1.35 million. With over 3,000 square feet in this home, there is a lot of extra room for extra spaces like a den, a garage workspace, and just larger livable spaces. And then next we have the Maxwell, which is our townhomes, and it is a 3-bed, 2.5-bath, and they are all units are 2,400 square feet, and they will be sold at $935,000. And then next, Noah will talk about our project management and scheduling.
How are you doing, everybody? My name is Noah Steepleton, and I'm the Vice President of Project Management here at Maplewood Homes. So first things first, I wanted to go into our organizational chart breakdown for this site. I will be the helm of it as the Vice President of Project Management, and I will have a Chief Residential Construction Manager as well as a Chief Land Development Manager, and then they will have their managerial lead positions that are on site the whole time down the pipeline on this chart here. Next, we're kind of going into our project management plan. First things first, we like to make homes that last. We have a commitment to excellence, and we want to be able to transform vacant lots into luxurious homes for people to live for a long time. So, what can we bring to the community? Here's our commitment to safety here. It is our top priority. General PPE requirements that we will have on site include a hard hat, high visibility vest, safety glasses, steel toe boots, and then gloves and respirators depending on the type of work that's being conducted on the site. Safety walks and inspections will be conducted weekly with our in-house safety manager. Kind of how that process will work is they will come onto site and then basically just walk around the job, making sure that everything that we're doing is within the regulations of Maplewood Homes and OSHA regulations. One thing we want to also do is provide training. So mandatory site safety training will be done that is within the regulations of our site-specific safety plan for all of our project team and the subcontractors that will be coming onto site. That is to ensure that everybody goes home safe. Next, we have a quality-driven expertise here at Maplewood Homes. We have a reputation to uphold, and we want to deliver homes that will last and live up to the quality that we provide. Well, we will do weekly quality walks for that. Similar to the safety walks, we have an in-house quality manager that will come onto site as well, and we will, same process, walk around the site, making sure that the homes that we are building are constructed to the quality that we like to provide. We will also be using a nothing hits the floor policy. How this will work is anytime there is material that is delivered on site, that material will have to be placed onto dunnage. We want to make sure that the material that we are using is also up to the quality that we like to uphold our homes to. Dust control plans will also be put in place. Some things that we'll do for that, we'll have a speed limit control zone, so we're not kicking up any dust with the flow of traffic coming in and out of the site. Silt fences around each individual lot when the homes are being constructed, and then we will use a dust prevention chemical that will be sprayed weekly in order to just add additional preventions on dust getting into the controlled environment. We also have a stormwater pollution prevention plan. We will do SWIP reports weekly, and on top of that, after every specific storm that could affect the site work, we will do SWIP reports as well. Our responsibility is to provide professional products, and that is on us to make sure we uphold our quality. Next, this is our phasing plan. We will have 5 total phases on our project. Each individual phase will have its own entrance and exit, with the exception of phase 3. For phase 3, we will use the phase 2 entrance and exit. The parking lot right across in phase 1 will be used as the general site construction parking. The way that the flow of the project will work is the site development will go through the phases, and then the home construction will follow. And you can see that on our master schedule plan right here. We have phase 1 right here, which will have 30 total homes. Phase 2, which will have the amenity center. Phase 3 will have 25 homes. Phase 4 includes the townhomes, so there's 3 total townhome lots, and then 13 homes in that phase. And then the final phase will have 25 homes. The red is the critical path, and by the end of this project, we estimate that it will take a little over 3.5 years to complete if we follow everything justly and rightly. Now we will go into our cost estimate.
Thank you. My name is Ella Flanagan. I am the Director of Project Management. So for our cost estimate, we started off by using our designs provided by Allison and our design team, and we used Bluebeam Takeoff to create those numbers. And then we used RS Means to calculate our material and labor numbers. So for the Brantley, we have $358,000. And then our Aberdeen's about $433,000. Our Gladstone, $514,000. And then our Harrison, $630,000, our Maxwell, $494,000, and then the amenity center we priced out at $544,000. And now I'll be giving it to Shannon for our financial risk and analysis.
Thank you, Ella. When discussing the financial feasibility of our project, there were a few things we wanted to keep in mind. One of those assumptions was the acquisition price of $55 million. After we did our market research and inserted different assumptions, we came up with the following outcomes. We got an internal rate of revenue at 25.74%, with a break-even point in December of 2026, with profitability at $8.5 million. We do understand that things outside of our control might happen, so with that, we put in an exit strategy. Our strategy this time around, like Noah was saying, we're going to go phase by phase in terms of developing the site. But if we realize that cash flow and revenue is not up to par, we will go ahead and sell some of our lands and portions of our lands to local home builders in the area because it's within the master plan community. When it comes to the sales and marketing strategy, there were 3 marketing methods that we decided to use. The first of which being using social media, the second, using model homes, and the last one, using signage in the Las Vegas metropolitan area to get the word out about our community. We thank you for your time, and I'll leave you with this. You can gamble in Vegas, you shouldn't gamble with a home, so you should choose us, Maplewood Homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a terrific presentation. You all know your stuff. That's a great job. I want to talk about the townhomes you're proposing. So the master plan doesn't allow for townhomes, and you priced them higher than almost all of your single family homes. So can you explain why you included that?
I can touch on that. So the choice behind including townhomes was to cater to a wider variety of home buyer, and the master plan, I do believe, allows for a section for variances to be filed to the master development of Summerlin West. So for these townhomes, we would have to submit variances, but we do also believe that incorporating a wider range of home buyers is important.
And what is this meant to target, the townhomes?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
What demographic are the townhomes meant to target?
I think for our idea of the townhomes was looking for the buyer that may not want as much upkeep in terms of land. As Joseph said, that the lots are 8,400 square feet. So for those who aren't wanting that much land to be able to take care of, we have the townhomes also as an option.
Okay, thank you. And just in the future, if you were in real life presenting this, you would have a variance from the master plan developer before you came.
All right, nice job, y'all. Just a recommendation, or I'd ask the question first, I guess, on the phases. Any thoughts as to why you broke it into 5?
Yeah, I can touch on that a little bit if you want to go to it.
You're good. We saw it.
So that's okay. The way that I kind of looked at it when dividing up the phase plan was just to be able to ensure that the site development is done properly and adequately while we're flowing through the phases. And then obviously as the homes will continue to follow in and after that. It was just to make sure that I thought it would be a smarter idea to make sure that we're focusing more and doing more quality-driven work in those phases, though they might be a little smaller, just more quality into the work that we're doing.
Okay. The community doesn't require any kind of additional amenity center. What led to your decision to go ahead and add amenities here?
So our decision to add a community center was to set our neighborhood apart from the other developments that are taking place in West Summerlin. We realize also that our site does have the proximity to Grand Park, and we wanted to give our residents a space to retreat from Grand Park and also have their own section of, I guess, almost like an extension of Grand Park within Camden Estates itself, give our residents their own space.
Okay. And then it looks like you're getting about 16 sales prior to the model homes being completed. What's your selling strategy to get those people signed up?
So like I said, in our pro forma, we have allocated about $960,000 to sales and marketing. And so for that, I think that was kind of our idea of trying to get some of those customers in the door prior to starting or breaking ground, just so that we can gauge how much interest there was in the homes, given that in the West Summerlin area, development is still up and coming. And so doing that would allow us time to be able to gauge the interest from our consumers.
Great job. Solid packet, great presentation. Really liked the quality-driven expertise section. That was unique and really clean, organized job sites. Not only are they safe, they sell faster and sell for more money. So well done. I appreciate you highlighting that. Also liked how you created your own plans and didn't just borrow someone else's off the shelf. I know the work that goes into that, well done. You're the only one that actually showed side and rear elevations in the packet. That was a nice touch also. You touched on that the windows had adjustable locations. What do you mean by that? And
So since it's like very hot in Nevada and like the sun is very intense, we thought that if we like allowed the windows to be movable like per home, so like since they're laid out in various locations in like different angles basically, so you can move the windows so like according to where the sun is located, so that some homes aren't like hotter than others, like it's just like, so it's not as energy like consuming. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. One question in the market analysis section on the housing market trends. It says there's 6,085 vacant developed lots in Las Vegas. Do you know, what does that statistic mean? Is that actual lots sitting there ready to build a house on?
I believe that means any active project, not active projects, but any lots in the area that are ready to build upon. This information was pulled from Zonda, so I would assume that it's more geared towards homes rather than commercial businesses, so more residential sides.
Gotcha. Just I thought it seemed like a high number, and I thought I didn't see that earlier. So thank you. Well done. Great presentation.
Great presentation, guys. I did want to bring up a comment on your phasing. I noticed for the 5 phases, phase 2 is just the amenity center. I just want you to think about in real life, because I know that Gary asked the phasing questions already, but in real life, if you're doing a phase that's just the amenity center, that is only money going out. There is going to be a gap in your revenue coming in on your pro forma because you won't be building houses at that time. So it's better to typically phase your amenities with houses that are going to be built at the same time, so then that way your revenue stream is pretty even flow. That's just a comment. And then based on your amenities, I didn't see anything in your packet about an HOA. Was there thought behind having an HOA to maintain the amenities?
So yeah, for the amenities, I believe I included it in the site development section. I may not have, but we just contract out to a third-party LLC to develop that HOA for the residents.
Okay, thank you.
With the products that you're offering, the single-family detached, do any of those homes fit on any lot? Or all the homes fit on all
Yeah,
lots?
since our lots are the 8,400 size, I think they would all fit there fine.
Okay, great.
And then there were just the 3 lots for the townhomes that were specified, but.
Got it. I was curious because I know that you said that every single model can have a 3-car garage, and then based off of the site plan, it just looks like there's a few of the like wedge type shaped home sites that may not accommodate that. So I didn't know if you guys actually did a lot fit matrix to confirm.
We did not do that, but.
Which is fine. Just make sure that you don't offer that on every home site, because there are a few that look narrow enough where it may not accommodate a 3rd-car garage. That's it.
Well done.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We are North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, and we're here to present our development, Sedona Crest Estates. Sedona, which represents the Red Rock Canyon, and Crest, which represents the highest point of the mountain. This is from Aggie Homes. I'm Demetrius Moore, and I'll be handling scheduling. We have Victoria Reynolds, who will be doing product design and sales marketing. Joshua Smith, who will be doing estimating and financial analysis. We have Isaiah Purnell with site design, Grace Petty with market analysis, and Marcus Ranner with sustainability, site logistics, and risk management. Enjoy.
Our project location. Our project location is located in West Summerlin, 89138. Our size is about 49 acres split between parcels K and L. Our climate, hot summers with mild winters. Our population is close to about 2 million, and the number of households is 883K. Certain detractors are wildfires, droughts, and earthquakes. As you can see on the screen, parcels K are located in the red dots.
Market analysis for Clark County and Summerlin, zip code 89138. To the left, we see two figures, which are the population indices and the gross domestic product for for Clark County, Nevada, and the United States. As you can see, Clark County has more positive trends than the state of Nevada and the United States as a whole. In Clark County, we have 950,000 housing units with a 56% owner-occupied rate. In the last 12 months, 35,000 homes were built with an absorption rate of 3,000 homes per month. In the last 12 months, 936 of those sales were in between 1 million and 1.5 million. In the zip code 89138, we have a population of just under 20,000 with making up 4,200 households and a 32% population growth. Our competitors, Pulte Homes, Toll Brothers, Leonard, and TriPoint, have sold 150 homes in the past 12 months in between $1.2 and $2 million. They've built in communities like Blacktail and Ridgeline. In the past 12 months, 482 homes have been sold between 1 million and 1.5, making up 15% of the total homes sold. Our target market analysis. We focus on family-focused households made up of married households and households with pets, and career-focused households made up of white-collar professionals and digital-dependent households. In Clark County, married families without children make up 34% of our residents, and married families with children make up 19%, earning a higher annual income of $75,000 a year. In the United States, post-pandemic, pet ownership has increased to 78%, with Nevada falling in the top 10 most dog-friendly states. Our Summerlin white-collar professionals make up 84% of our residents with a graduate degree mean salary of $118,000. In the zip code 89138, the annual income is $140,000. Across the United States, there's been a significant increase in remote work from just under 6% to 18% from 2019 to 2021. We've also seen increases in Google searches for remote work from 2022 to 2023. Attractions in our master plan community and beyond. If we look to the right, the top right, we can see the amenities map for Summerlin, for our master plan community in Summerlin. In this map, we can see the locations of our tennis courts, golf courses, pools, and many, many parks. Within a 35-minute radius of our master plan community, we have downtown Summerlin, the Las Vegas Ballpark, and the Bellagio Conservatory and Botanical Gardens.
Our neighborhood, Sedona Crest Estates, consists of 144 homes and 5 amenities. So with our extensive market analysis research, we have indicated a positive demographic, economic, and housing trends to our wealthy communities in Summerlin, zip code 89138. Therefore, we have valued our homes from 1.2 to 1.6. As you can see in our scatter plot, we have Edgewood, Gardena, and Marigold Meadow. When it comes to our affordability in Clark County, we have noticed that over 29K households make $250K to $499K, and over 14K households make $500K plus. Lastly, when we come to our mortgage analysis, when it comes to our household income, The income with 299 can afford our Edgewood, 338 can afford our Gardena, and 367 can afford our Marigold Meadow. So our first plan is the Edgewood. That has a base price of about 1.3 million. It has 2,297 square foot with $565 per square foot. It is a one-story home with 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 2-car garage, and it's located in Parcel L, and that's gonna have 62 homes, and it's gonna have a $8K in monthly mortgage. So this is targeted for our career-focused households. It's our smallest lot, and it has a career for career-related meetings and smart technology. Our next plan is the Gardena. That has a base price of 1.4 million. It has 2,256 square foot, $553 per square foot. It's a one-story home with 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and a 3-car garage. It's also located in Parcel K with 41 homes, and it has a monthly mortgage of $9K. This is tailored to our career-focused and family-focused households. It is a large lot. It has den and office spaces, as well as a courtyard for family and pet entertainment. Our last plan is Marigold Meadow. That has a base price of 1.6 million, 3,014 square footage, $530 per square foot. It's a 2-story home with 4 bedrooms, 4 baths, 3-car garage. It is also located in Parcel K with 41 homes and a monthly mortgage of $10K. So this is tailored for our family-focused households. This is our largest lot, has an open floor plan and a storage area for families. So all of our designs are, they have 3 elevations and meet to the West Summerlin zoning requirements and the Grand Park design criteria. Next, we have our specifications, options, and upgrades. So some of our specifications for all of our homes include slab-on-grade foundation, wood stud framing, and engineered roof trusses. When it comes to our options for all of our plans, that comes up to 15% of our sale price. Some of those include triple glazed windows, folding tables for a laundry room or walk-in closet. Then we have upgrades for all of our plans, which are up to 30K. That includes ceramic tiles in bathrooms, marble countertops, or upgraded plumbing and lighting fixtures. Next, when we talk about our target markets and our upgrades, for pet friendly, we have pet doors for easy outdoor access, built-in feeding stations, and a central vacuum system for pet hair. Next, we have smart homes. We want to integrate smart garage doors, smart irrigation timer clocks, electric car outlets, and also built-in recycle sensors and low e-glass windows for sustainability. Lastly, we have family friendly. That's gonna have a playground, built-in storage, outdoor play area, and kid-friendly flooring like hardwood, laminate, and stain-resistant carpet.
All right, for our site design. Now, our parcels are zoned as single family 2, also known as SF2, mid-density. We designed our development to strictly adhere to the Grand Park design criteria. Some of the components we paid special attention to were the flood zones, setbacks, entry types, and the preferred neighborhood and street styles. We also verified that we were within the max density of units allowed to ensure that we have proper connections to water, sewer, gas, and storm. Now, our 49-acre project site features 144 homes and 5 amenities. It will be accessed off 2 main entry points off of Grand Park Boulevard and will have a little under 25,000 linear feet of road as well as a 36-foot right-of-way. Now, we'll have fun, functional, and beautiful amenities, including a splash park, playground, and EV charging stations. So for our site, we're split into 2 different parcels. We have Parcel K on the west and Parcel L on the east. Parcel L will have 63 lots, with 56 of them regarded to as premium, as well as 3 gazebos and a dedicated dog park. The base size of these lots in Parcel L will be 55 by 120 feet, whereas the base size for Parcel K's lots will be 70 by 120 feet. Additionally, Parcel K will have 81 lots, with 67 of them regarded to as premium, as well as to the north will have an amenity housing a dog park and diverse plant life.
Let's do it. Okay, sustainability. Nevada is ranked number 10 in building LEED certified residential homes. We are designed to earn 197 points out of the 2020 National Green Building Standard. Our commitment begins with sustainable site development practices, eco-friendly and regional materials, different waste management strategies, and energy-efficient fixtures and equipment.
Next, we have sales and marketing. So our market goal is 34 to 55% of our price range in Clark County. And we have a projected sales revenue of $218 million. Then we have a monthly sales target of 5 homes, as you can see in the graph to the right of the screen. Our pre-sales target is 30 homes with a sales team budget of $1.2 million and a commission of 4%. So if we look back at the screen on the right, we showed that our property was acquired in February 2024. Our model home building starts in September 2024 as well. March 2024, our advertisement starts. February 2025, our sales start. And May 19th, 2027, construction ends. So when it comes to talking about our marketing strategies, we want to use different types like social media, Zillow, radio, our company website, and local newspapers.
Thank you. Following from our previous sectors, from market analysis to sales and marketing, we have developed our different estimates. Starting with home construction costs, of course, we have different layouts from our Edgewood to Marigold Meadows, from over $520,000 to over $640,000 in the construction price. And lastly, ending to the regarding of the construction per square foot of ranging from $226 to $212 per square foot. Some of the estimates we have here today on the screen show from the list of warranty costs to the home construction costs. Our warranty costs being 0.5% lead us to over $520,000. Our property taxes over $640,000, and lastly, our home construction costs over $82.5 million. On the right of this list, we do have our construction cost breakdown from each of the layouts. Lastly, from the site design of the premium lots 123, we have a total of 5.7 in cost million, and it comes with a different price per square footage of lot.
Our project management team. Leading our construction process, we will have a project manager supported by field superintendent, safety manager, also subcontractors, assistant superintendent, project engineer, and also just one summer intern. We like to follow our Aggie Homes pledge, which surrounds quality construction, customer satisfaction, quality of life, and also sustainability and safety measures. In order to maintain that we accomplish these different goals and objectives with our site logistics, we will use certain software such as Procore, different quality control measures, weekly meetings in our site office, safety orientations and procedures, and also different temporary storage and traffic measures. As you can see on the screen on the right, that is our site layout plan for different entrances.
Thank you, Marcus. As we direct our attention to the schedule, our duration is from February 2024 to May 2027, roughly 3.5 years. We have Phase 1A, Phase 1B, and Phase 2. 1A contains of property acquisition, permits, and then moves on to site preparation as we do erosion control and clearing. Then we move to Phase 1B, which has utilities, electricity, amenities, home production of the 63 homes. As we move forward to the end of our project, we have Phase 2. Phase 2 is the stopping of the 63 homes and the starting of the 81 home production. Following that, we are closing our perimeter walls and our final closeout to ensure that we meet the deadline of May 2027. Speaking of home productions, this is our 4-month home production schedule. It lays out step by step of how we build our homes. We have foundation, electricity, plumbing, and installing drywall. All of these ensure that we will finish by May 2027. Thank you. Utilizing the NAHB financial analysis software, we have created our different numbers here you see today. We create our cautious optimistic scenario with the different receipts, direct sales costs, from sales revenue to other revenue, commissions, and to our 1% buyer incentive. This led us to an IR of 24.37%. With this, leading with from the net expenditures over $160 million, we gained a profit of $43.9 million with a margin range between 29% to 33% from our 3 layouts. On the right is our cash flow analysis chart, which shows when we first acquired the land, when we first, of course, was $55 million, and we plummeted to negative $83 million in June 2025 from Phase 1A and Phase 1B. But after using sales and marketing strategies and pitches and pre-sales, we lead to our break-even month of October 2026. From our cautious optimistic scenario, we also developed different scenarios as well. from our most optimistic to our most pessimistic. From most optimistic, we have a 33.14% IR. To our most pessimistic, we have a 16.36%. And with all these different scenarios, we use different factors, such as change of construction price, change of sales prices, number of pre-sales, and lastly, of course, the home production months.
And finally, we have our risk management. This is basically all the risks that we may come across in this construction process and our strategies to mitigate this. First, we have our wildfire risk. We have our fire protection safety. Next, we have our finance risk, where we'll be monitoring different trends. Our construction cost risk, negotiating different rates with subcontractors. We have our schedule risk with a 3-month contingency plan. Also, our sustaining demand with our different scenario analysis, as he just spoke about. And finally, our pest infestation with different pest control measures.
Thank you guys for listening to our presentation and reviewing our proposal. We hope you lend us, Aggie Homes, extensive consideration to be the developer of this profitable project.
All right, really nice job. I can see the relief on all of your faces. And you should be proud because you did well. Great looking presentation. The unique market data in there, including the pets and everything, was a nice touch. On the name of the community, the Sedona Creek Estates. Really like the name and like how you got there and the why behind it, but it's not on the approved list that was in the design guidelines. So any thoughts to that, or had you pursued a variance?
Sure. So as we was reading the Grand Park design criteria, it shows in section 1.2.4, it says the neighborhood names of the list. It said either the neighborhood or the model names, which should be following from the list. So as that, we took the model names of our layouts from the list. However, our neighborhood or our community is from Sedona Crest Estates.
Okay. And on the price graph, you've landed pretty high, densely toward the higher end at each of the sections. So what are you going to do necessarily to differentiate yourself and be sure that you can still remain competitive based on your positioning?
Could you ask that question one more time?
So if you go back on early on to your price graph, that shows where you land compared to your competition. All three products were to the high side based on the square footage for the price. So where you have that much competition beneath you, it's going to require you to stand out. You need somehow, some way to jump out and, you know, get people to commit. So anything different, anything unique that you think will allow you to command that cost?
So as we use our competitors for most of our data analysis, we make sure we look into our market share and everything else, such as the 170 homes, and we look into the absorption rate. Following the absorption rate from either 3K or 14 for each of the layouts, of course, we market and we want to propose a different strategy of not only us building first time in Las Vegas and Summerlin, but also using our sales and marketing strategies and really just appealing more to the billionaires row. Because one, we find out in our market analysis in Billionaire Row in West Summerlin, that will appeals more to this price range of 1.6, 1.2 to 1.6 million.
Okay, good answer.
Well done, very thorough presentation, great packet. I like the uniforms, makes for a very professional presentation. Also, like in your packet, you're the only ones that included employee benefits, which I like to highlight that. That is very important today. I mean, it feels like it gets harder and harder to find good people, so you want to bring them in with your benefits and keep the ones that you have. So thank you for highlighting that. I like how you have the National Green Building Standard, where you got a rating of 197 and dedicated a few pages to it here. I figured I'd give you a chance to explain a little more what that is. You're the only ones that really gave your homes that grade. It's 197 a good score? Are we proud of that score? Or can you expand on that thought?
I can definitely speak on this. 197 is not our best score compared to the National Green Building Standard and the LEED standards as well. I realized personally comparing charts, the National Green Building Standard was more strict or concise of what would needed to be done with sustainability. But for us, our 197 is not something to be almost proud of, but we definitely want to work on that just because this is our first project in West Summerlin. We definitely would love to expand our sustainability, but our 197, it could definitely be increased, but we definitely did try to add different fixtures, water irrigation systems, smart technology, just even erosion control and invasive species and plants that might be in the area. I hope that answered your question.
It does. Well done.
Okay.
I'd like to speak on the 197. That can actually be raised with our upgrades and our option plans that we do have for any of the owners if they wanted to add something such as low E windows that would continue to add to our points as well.
Thank you very much.
I really liked how you had the breakdown of income per house plan. I thought that was really awesome. I did have a question on each house. You also included an assumption for a monthly mortgage. What rate and money down did you use for those assumptions?
For our monthly mortgage, we use 4 to 8% to indicate our numbers that you're seeing here.
Okay, because I come from a DC area, and you know our pricing of houses is very high. So a lot of times when we sell houses, we do try to sell them based on a monthly mortgage payment versus the overall cost, right? And so when you're running a monthly mortgage payment or telling somebody, you really need to say how much money are you putting down, what your mortgage interest rate is going to be, blah, blah, blah. So that was what I was wondering. I also really liked how you lumped your options into your pet-friendly, family-friendly. I thought that was a really great idea.
Thank you.
Just one more comment on the interest rates. I had picked up in your packet, and it looked like on here too, that there was one home that had a lower interest rate than the other two. What was that decision? It's like, yeah, one of them has the 6.605, and then the other ones, it looks like that affordability analysis was ran at 7.957.
I'm pretty sure the thinking behind that was just being sold in different years because the interest rate might shift, if I'm not mistaken. But we can definitely do more research into that for you.
Okay, great. And then another thing, on the slides where you show the floor plans themselves, it looked like every floor plan, there was a unit count associated with it, right? So 62 homes. Is that, are you pre-planning everything, or is that just the unit count that you used for modeling?
We're pre-planning them, the lots, so. But obviously, if we have pre-sales or anything of that nature, then the customers can decide what they would like to do with the lot in particular, but yeah, we're pre-planning it.
Gotcha. Yeah, just at this price point and for new homes, it's, if you have a really great offering and you were pretty spot on with your market analysis, then you probably can move forward with pre-planning these floor plans. But ideally, you're making sure that you're getting the homeowners in early enough where you would be able to have them select from any of your floor plans with that specific lot. So just something to keep in mind.
Thank you.
Hi, great job. I wanted to just thank you for considering the HOA. It's an important element of any community, and not everybody gets that. I also like that you gave a shout out on your first page to your sponsors and your cheerleaders. That was a nice touch. Actually, everyone's already asked most of my questions. I also liked that you were clear about your lot dimensions and the length and the width and the depth of them, so you could kind of understand how the houses would fit on them. Oh, that was the one question. On your phasing for your land development schedule, can you just give me a quick summary of how you were going to do the site development and then move into the house construction timing-wise?
Can you repeat the question real quick?
Yeah, on your schedule.
Schedule.
How are you you're gonna do 3 months of grading work? Is that what that says, and then move right into your utilities on phase L or
Yeah.
parcel L, and then start parcel K later?
Okay,
that the
so
plan?
this is how we broke down the schedule. So the reason why I did phase 1A is for K and L, parcel K and L. So the grading.
So it's for the whole.
It's for the whole
Right,
project.
got it, okay.
And then 5 months later, so we're gonna have phase 1B right after that, but then 5 months later, phase 2 will happen. And then
okay.
we'll just keep looking
Keep
over
moving.
that. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Just a comment on that. In real life, when you're doing your permits and all of that, you try to do that before you actually acquire the property, so you don't have as long as of a development schedule, because, you know, time is money. So just for future reference, those type of things, you want to be what we call like shovel ready, or what would you say you call it, Jordan, paper ready? Lots, so that as soon as you close on it, you can start moving the dirt.
Yes, ma'am.
That's just a comment, but
Yes,
good
ma'am.
job.
Thank you. Well done.
Good job.
Are we good to start whenever?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samantha Butler, and I have the honor of serving as the president for GHB Construction based out of the University of Florida for this year. We are so excited to present to you our development of Canyon Ridge, located in Summerlin West, Las Vegas, Nevada. First and foremost, I want to introduce you all to our team because they are truly the heartbeat of GHB Construction and what makes us so special. So we have, starting off, Adrian with the estimate. We have Jackson with financial and risk analysis as well as market analysis. Then we have Calissa with our product design, and we have John with our site design, and then we have Amanda with sustainability and project management. Today we're going to go over a few different things in our presentation. We're going to start off with our market analysis and analyze the Summerlin West community and how our project fits into that. Then we're going to move into our product design and discuss our 6 different home elevations that we've created for you today. We're going to finish up there with site design and see how our parcel will be divided into 168 different home lots. Then we'll go into sustainability, dive into our estimate and schedule, finish that section out with our project management, and then finish out the whole presentation with financial and risk analysis. I'm so excited to present Jackson to talk about our market analysis.
Thanks, Sammy. Summerlin West has many accolades. It's developed by Howard Hughes, which is a public master plan developer, and this year was ranked the 4th best-selling master plan in the country and 1st in the state of Nevada. According to Zonda and Associates data, for the foreseeable future, we expect household growth to be within the 2.5 to 3 range, and this is a tailwind at our backs supporting this development project. Since COVID-19, there's been a huge in-migration from Southern California. People are moving as they're able to work from home to more attractive areas where they can have bigger homes, and this has kind of fueled the growth within Las Vegas. However, as of recently, according to analysis by Zelman and Associates, which is a prominent equity research firm focusing on the broader housing ecosystem, this demand has kind of subsided. So if I were in this room 2 years ago, much of this immigration would be our target buyer. This is now a much fewer percentage of our target buyer. And however, local buyer demand has been driving our absorptions and sales within comparable communities, and we foresee this to continue into the future. And yeah, and so to our market comps, these are the 3 comps within a similar price point built by Pulte, TriPoint, and Lennar. And I'd like to note that these sales price within 1.1 to 1.75 million is net without any options or upgrades or lot premiums. In reality, many of these builders are embedding with roughly $250,000 of options and upgrades into their base price whenever they develop a spec home. And this just supports our pricing that we have set for our model homes, our different floor plans that we will get into later. And now I'll pass it off to Callie to go over the product design.
Thank you, Jackson. So our product design team has carefully curated 6 different floor plans, each with a different combination of bedrooms, bathrooms, living room spaces, and garages. Our goal in creating these 6 different floor plans is to appeal to a wider market, as well as ensure that we can have everyone find the perfect home. Our floor plans range from around 3,000 square feet to just under 4,000 square feet. So whether you are young professionals looking for a place to yourselves or a growing family looking for some extra space, we can offer the perfect home. With that being said, we offer several standard features. This includes a beautiful modern glass garage doors blending functionality with style. We also have stainless steel hooded vents in our kitchens. We have soaker bathtubs in our master bathroom, and the home will utilize smart home technology. Our upgraded features are really designed to take your home to the next level. We offer high-end kitchen appliances as well as your own private pool. These are carefully considered to really allow for your own personal touch when designing your home. Our community, with not one but 2 access points, utilizes the Verkada App Pass system. This ensures that only authorized individuals are accessing the community and ensures the safety of the residents. Our last but not least, our community parks features 4 green spaces with beautiful, lush turf. And this is designed for various recreational activities, peaceful strolls in the park with family, and whatnot. Now I'm going to hand it off to our site design team.
Thank you, Callie. As you can see with our site design, we have 168 lots. They are varying different lot sizes, so we can accommodate, like Callie said, to different market buyers. We wanted to ensure that everyone was able to enjoy Canyon Ridge. To our west, we have our 3 parks that our homeowners can enjoy, and then we also have a park to our east that includes a dog park that the homeowners can enjoy over on the right side. We have 2 connecting paths up at the north side of our property, so the homeowners can access Grand Park as well as the hiking trails up to Red Rock. As you can see, we have 2 gates, one here on the left and one on the right. That will be our main entrances. And now I'm going to pass it off to sustainability.
Thank you, John. So when developing Canyon Ridge, we considered sustainability in the following 4 categories. For landscaping, we will utilize Xyrescaping as well as natural ground cover with rocks and pebbles and natural plants. And this will help save our potential home buyers on an irrigation system. As for watergy and energy conservation, both of our standard and upgraded features in appliances and lighting meet the Energy Star ratings and sustainable ratings for Las Vegas. Our pools, as Callie mentioned, are an optional upgrade, and they will be a maximum of 600 square feet in accordance with Las Vegas ordinances. And lastly, our backyard materials will be permeable limestone pavers, and this will allow natural rainwater to filter through to sustain the plants and any other natural cover. And now Adrian will go over our estimate.
Thank you very much, Amanda. So over on our left-hand side, we have a breakdown for our land development costs based on work packages. So if we start at the top, we have earthwork that starts at 48%, ranging to surveys and community amenities that are at 1%. And then over on our right-hand side, we can see our 6 different home options, with Atlas having 22 units, our median being 33 units with our following 4, and then having the Apollo at 10 units, all of which share approximately a 20 to 21% profit margin. And then on our left-hand side, we can see our vertical unit costs for our different homes. And so again, we have ranging between the Atlas and the Apollo. We have our cost of construction at just under $800,000, ranging to just over $1.05 million. Our different brackets determine the different, so we have vertical costs being orange, being the construction of the actual home, and then the lighter color atop it is lot cost, so the actual cost of acquiring the lot. Then over on our right-hand side, we have our average work package costs for our different homes, so this has to do with vertical construction. We have interior finishes at just under 35%, ranging to close out at just over 5%. And now we're going to go to John with our schedule.
Thank you, Adrian. To tie everything in that these people have said, our schedule is 3.5 years for the entire project. As you can see, we have 3 phases. These 3 phases overlap not only in the land development, but also in the vertical construction. We wanted to tag as many items in a parallel sequence, so we were able to shrink down this duration. And as you can see with this overlap, we were able to do that. And getting a little bit more into our site design, you can see each phase has 56 homes. With these homes, we're going to start from the top to the bottom to work with our elevation, because we looked at the topographical map and noticed that there was a lot of elevation drop. So within these phases, there's going to be terraces that are a little bit of a step down rather than a gradual slope. We're going to use our parks as our laydowns until they are built out. So our phase 1 entrance is going to be gate 1 on our left, and Once phase 1 and phase 2 are built out, they will be using the second gate over on the right for phase 3. As you can see in orange, that is our model homes that will be going into our phase 1 construction. We added time in phase 1 and phase 3 to not only build these model homes, but also to mobilize on site for our temp fence, our construction trailer, and our temp utilities to install and to get rid of them. And now I'm going to pass it off to Amanda for project management.
Thank you, John. So as you can see on the right-hand side, our project management team consists of 6 members, and our project executive will be on site for half the duration of construction. Our safety plan will be led by the superintendent, and it is the overarching goal at GHB to have no safety incidents on site at any project. Our site and logistics team will be a collaboration between our project manager and our superintendent, and we plan to mobilize the site by March 1st, 2024. As for quality assurance and quality control issues, our project engineer will oversee any concerns our potential customers have, and we have their best interests at the forefront of our minds. As for communication, we will utilize the Procore program, as our project management team and all of our subcontractors are very familiar, and it will be a singular space to keep track of all documents and such. And our sales and marketing team will use the following platforms to reach our target markets, and will be in charge of showcasing our model homes to any potential home buyers. And now Jackson will go over the financial and risk analysis.
Thanks, Amanda. So when underwriting this project, we underwrote 3 scenarios: base case, upside case, and downside case. Within each of these, we have different assumptions, which we'll get to in a moment, but at a high level, as a public builder, we cash flow and capital efficiency is at the front of our minds, and we are going to close out this project within a 3 to 4 year period and use margins as a lever to drive value. And as Adrian mentioned before, we through our sales price that we were able to gather through our comps and then our costs that we were able to build up, we solved to, or our output was roughly a 20 to 21% or 22% gross margin, which we find attractive. To our 3 scenario analysis, our first scenario, we have home price appreciating at a rate of 0% throughout the term and costs increasing at 3%. This results in an IRR of 27% and an equity multiple of 1.5x. In our upside scenario, we have home prices increasing at 5% throughout the term and costs increasing at 3% throughout the term, and this results in an IRR of 37% and an equity multiple of 1.76%. And in our downside scenario, we have negative home price appreciation of 5% throughout the term, and we have expense inflation at 5%. This results in an IRR of 16% and an equity multiple of 1.3x. And while this isn't the ideal scenario, we feel comfortable with these returns and recommend going forward with this project. And now I'll pass it off to Sammy to take us home.
Thank you, Jackson, and thank you all so much for having us today. We look forward to further discussing the development of Canyon Ridge with you all. Thank you.
Great job. Well done. Very polished presentation. Great packet. I love the uniforms. Makes for a very professional presentation. Also, like in the sustainability section, you're the only group that actually pointed out that pools had a cap of 600 square feet. Appreciate you looking into that. Question I have is, on the site plan where we have 50, 60, 70, 80-foot lots, how did you come up with where to put the different size lots and why?
So looking at this site map, we looked at the topographical map and we decided with the slopes as well as the surrounding homes in patterns that it was best to kind of stagger them up in groups. We, as you can see at the very top, we have the 50 lot size at the very top, and we wanted on the left, because of the views of downtown, to kind of stack the more expensive homes up higher, so we can not only charge more for the lots, but also the homeowners can enjoy the view even more with that more expensive house.
Good answer. Well thought out answer. That's all I have. Well done.
Good job. I really liked in your packet that you had income breakdown based on profile. That was really awesome, and I really appreciate you recognizing most recently the Zellman and Associates information in your presentation. That was good. I did have questions about your phasing. So in your phasing, you had pre-development, which was about 5 months long. What is going into that pre-development?
The pre-development stage is where the project manager is getting submittals from the architect and engineer to, like, for example, sinks and finishes on the exterior, windows, and so forth. And he's getting all this paperwork as well as the notice to proceed from the city of Las Vegas and building permits and so forth to ensure that once phase one starts, all the field team can kick off and there's no worries about, oh, we don't have our building permit, we can't start, or the notice to proceed hasn't gone out to the owner. So just making sure all the paperwork side and behind the office is complete before the actual project starts.
Which I appreciate you recognizing that all of that does go on and it does take time.
Yes,
we
ma'am.
try to do as much as possible before we acquire the property, just so that you minimize that output of money without having any income. Time is money.
Yes, ma'am.
But we definitely apply for permits before we close on the land. So that's just real life scenario. That's just for your information. And then I had a question about your phasing on the next site plan. You have your models in phase 3. So how are you going to get to those models to build them? Because you want them open for phase 1.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so like I said, phase 1 and phase 2, the gates obviously going to be put up. Over on the right side, it'll be more of a construction entrance. It's not going to be a beautiful entrance, but customers are still going to be able to drive up with their SUVs and cars and not get stuck. And we wanted them to make sure that they were out of the way. And also in the third phase, so at the very end, we didn't have to go into phase 1 and phase 2 and disrupt the homeowners that have already moved in.
Okay. In real life, just roads are expensive. You probably would be better off putting the models in phase 2, because if you're pushing phase 1 back to the back, you're going to have to get roads to go back there anyway.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're going to have those already right there. So you might want to think about either changing your phasing or moving the models so that they'll be there and can stay there the whole time.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, good job though.
I'm sorry if I missed it in the packet, but did you guys detail out what your sales team looked like and the commissions that you were planning on being able to pay them?
So we didn't exactly give a distinct structure like we did for our project team, but we did build in the sales commission into our estimate. So if Adrian wants to talk a little bit more about that, that'd be helpful.
I can touch on it. In our model, we have a closing cost of 4%, selling commission of 3.5%.
Got it, okay. Would that be 3.5% that's split between like your sales counselor and an outside broker, or is that just set aside for a realtor? How does that work?
Yeah, we looked at it as like a bulk payment, so we didn't disaggregate between the two. We think 3.5% is a good estimate to set aside as a percentage of total cost or total revenue. And yeah, we didn't go into that much detail, but we feel we are confident that 3.5% is enough to get traction.
Got it. Just, I think a lot of times realtor commission could be anywhere between, like that co-op is 2.5% to 3%. So that would not leave a whole lot for your internal sales team. And then being able to detail what that team actually looks like. So are you having one or two sales counselors, or are we only relying on realtors, or just being able to have that in here would be helpful.
So I told your coach I graduated from Florida State, and all of this orange and blue is really hurting my eyes. Nonetheless, I think this is a great job. I have a question about the site plan since it's up right here. It looks like, I commend you for really using Grand Park as the amenity and putting all the trails to Grand Park, but it kind of looks like you hit a dead end kind of in the middle if you live in kind of the area between phase 1 and phase 2, right there in the middle. How are you getting out of your community, of that little heart of the site plan area, and then getting around to one of the trails? It looks like you have a long way to go.
Yes. So you're talking about like for the two red arrows in between.
Like, if you live kind of to the right side of those red arrows.
All right. Yes, ma'am. They would have to take the sidewalks, the 5-foot sidewalks that are installed in the neighborhood. We did not think about them walking all the way through the property to get to those gates.
Okay, sometimes you just have to walk a little bit. I like that you included the HOA. A lot of people forgot about that, but that's a really important part of any community. And
Yes, ma'am.
then, I had a follow-up question on the phasing. Are you planning to grade each phase at the same time, or grade both parcels at the same time and then focus on infrastructure on a per phase basis?
With the schedule, we were doing grading per phase and infrastructure per phase. It wouldn't be all in one. We decided that would be a lot better with the schedule, just because the second the infrastructure goes in, we can start vertical construction, versus if we were to do, let's say, just throwing out 90 days for 2 phases and we did 30 days for 1 phase, we were able to start vertical construction a lot earlier versus waiting on the infrastructure to come in before we can start.
Sure, that makes sense. In the real world, sometimes that works out just fine. Sometimes, though, you have to do cut fill, like move dirt from place to place, so it would be, and I don't know the answer here, but sometimes it can be really inefficient to just grade 1 phase at a time because you end up stockpiling dirt or you need to import dirt from somewhere. Just something to think about.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Nice job. Echo that. The presentation looks really great, in particular your product, and those sheets that had your plan detail and elevations on them could probably be printed off and used as collateral as is. So really nice job on that. There was a trailer called out, and maybe I mentioned it. What is the use of that trailer?
That is the job site trailer for the on-field staff.
Gotcha. Okay. While I understand where it's there, just know that as a construction leader, our sales team doesn't always love us and our trucks being near the model homes. So just one little bit of advice. The Canyon Ridge was not on the approved community list. Was there any thought given to that?
I don't think we were. Where was that?
It was in the community design guidelines.
Okay, I apologize. We missed that.
That's okay. And you mentioned, speaking to that product again, you mentioned the elevations were designed using AI. Can you explain that process a little bit?
So there's this really cool website that one of our team members, Grant, over there actually has a subscription to. So we were able to put in what we wanted it to be like. So we could say, for example, please give us a $1 million home on a sunny day in Las Vegas, Nevada with a contemporary style. And that is how we were able to come through these. We did a million different tries. We had about 50 different home elevations, and then we selected the ones that we liked the most, thought would actually work with our property shapes. And it was a really cool tool. So we're very thankful to Grant. And then Calissa and Amanda did a great job on our product design, so I want to give them a huge shout out too.
All right.
Very cool.
Well done using your resources. That's impressive. And in the real world would save us thousands of dollars. So.
I know, I'm making it better.
Get rid of architects.
Oh, goodness. Lot premiums. Did you have an idea? You mentioned the use of this, kind of how you laid it out, which was very intelligent. What have you considered for how much you think you might be able to command for some of these premiums?
Yeah, we commanded roughly 3 in total options and lot premium, 3 to 5% of total sales price. Looking back, we're from Florida. We don't really have lot premiums as significant as this. We've talked to some industry professionals, and we found that there were some homes that sold for $3 million, that their lot premium was $550,000. So that's a very big chunk of total price. And realistically, when modeling this, we tried to be as conservative as possible. And when things trend downwards, these lot premiums are some of the first things to go. So we underwrote very conservatively with that. And looking back and reflecting on the project, maybe we could have pushed a little bit more. And we think we still would get traction, but we still maintained a very conservative underwriting for our lot premiums.
All right. Great answer. Appreciate the humility and the way you responded to many of those things. That this is a learning process for everyone. I mean, you heard us. We're picking up on things as well, and so good on you to recognize that for yourself as well.
Thank you.
Great job.
not have the door open and closing.
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo se encuentran? We're a group that comes from the Caribbean, so we are bringing some heat to you. So, starting with our project, its name is Red Rock Residences. Red Rock Residences is a project located in the promising Summerlin West community in Las Vegas. It combines some architectural innovation with deep respect for the environment and sustainability. It is inspired by the natural and unique beauty of the Red Rock Canyon, and its design reflects a fusion of modernity and harmony with the surroundings. Offering a variety of homes ranging from the 1800s to the 2800 square feet and a range of sustainable features, Red Rock Residences promises to be not just an investment in a house, but in a lifestyle. Buyers will be drawn to the project's exclusivity, quality, and eco-friendly approach, ensuring an attractive offering in today's market. By adopting a holistic and community-focused approach, this project not only meets residential needs, but also promotes a sense of belonging and an attractive and healthy lifestyle, making it an unique proposition in the current real estate market.
The architectural design of the Red Rock resident homes is a concept based on the Red Rock Canyon, using the flora and all of the ecosystem surrounding as the color scheme for our project. We develop and analyze on our marketing 4 models, and this one will be single-family homes. It will be ranged between 1,800 to 2,800 square feet. The first one is going to be the Alfalfa property. Gonna have 2 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, and 1 car garage. This one will have optional upgrades on each of our models that we're going to expose right now. The next one is going to be the Marigold property. Gonna have 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, and 1 car garage. Next one is going to be our favorite, the Astor property. Gonna have 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, and 2 car garage, sorry. And lastly, our bigger option is going to be the Primrose property. It's gonna have 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, and 2 car garage. It's going to have an optional upgrade like an expansion on the front property and an expansion of the storage room and adding on the garage.
Our site design is inspired by the stunning Red Rock Canyon that's near our property. It is made up of limestone rocks, salt, and gypsum, and its unique red color is due to the oxidized iron materials found in the sediment. We use the rocks layers as if we were breaking it down to map out the roads and try to rediscover the layers that make up the rock. We aim to provide different amenities for our community, such as an entrance, an amphitheater that's close to the clubhouse, a local market and social center, and lastly, a volleyball and basketball court. We also have a clubhouse that also has a gym, some offices meant for sales, and a virtual reality room to sell the houses. We also have some parks and a dog park.
Red Rock Residences has been thoughtfully designed to cater to our residents' needs and preferences. Our community is well suited for professionals, families with children, and households with no children. We've ensured a range of amenities that cater to young families' values, professionals' dynamic social lives, and professionals' dynamic lifestyles. In planning Red Rock Residences, we determined what other homes offer regarding size, price, and features. This helped us create homes that fit well into the neighborhood. We also researched what makes Summerlin and Las Vegas remarkable in order to determine who would be interested in buying our homes and what features they would most appreciate.
In terms of sustainability, we are prioritizing this to our community as we are using a gray water reuse system, a waste management plan, some energy certified houses, and a waste management program to better redistribute the wastes. Also, we plan to have a goal index of 65%, reflecting our dedication to the environment, to our community.
So our project prioritizes worker safety and environmental protection. The implementation of the gray water reuse system in our residences underline our commitment to the impact of the environment of our project, and we want to reduce that to the minimum. But by the other hand, our focus is on quality control and on pollution prevention that aims to create a living environment that values quality of life and environmental integrity. So our project is divided into 5 phases. Each phase has different amount of houses, amenities, and a different amount of time to be constructed in all. So we plan, for example, in phase 1, to construct 29 homes, a dog park, and a clubhouse within less than 300 days, and our focus is quality and precision. Our project total cost is going to be around $157 million, and our goal is to be the most transparent that we can be to our clients.
All right, so let's talk numbers, right? We have analyzed the financial behavior of our project for an optimistic, a pessimistic, and a baseline scenario. And in all 3 cases, the project proves to be profitable. We expect an interest rate of return of 15.53% and to reach a break-even point by May of 2028. With the worst case scenario, we expect to reach an interest rate of return of 28%, and in a worst case scenario, one of 13%. In order to attract more clients, we have also decided to invest in mortgage rate buydowns that will allow our customers to lower the rate of their mortgage for the first 1, 2, or 3 years, depending on how long they would desire it.
Okay, so every construction project has its risks, and our project is not like out of risk. So we took on consideration some risk, like for example the material cost. If material cost elevates its prices, it's going to be hard for not only our project but every project in the area. We also took in consideration the time. In construction, we know that scheduling is something so hard to manipulate because it has so many variables that can change our time. So we identify some risk that if we manage to manipulate all of them to the point that our project can finish on the time that we have scheduled.
For our sales and marketing strategy, our primary goals are to establish ourselves as industry leaders and build trust among our audience, as well as attracting customers and generating high-quality leads. We will do this by building homes in our first phase of construction, which we will use to offer online virtual tours as well as in-person tours, which we will also showcase on our social media, our ad campaigns, and other forms of digital marketing. We will also rely on email automation to keep our customers updated on our offers. We will also keep in touch with the community and communicate our values as a brand through charitable donations and use traditional forms of media marketing to expand our brand and get us to be able to be recognized by the people. By setting aside 8.5% of our profits in order to reinvest them in our sales and marketing, we are sure that we can reach our marketing goals and sell successfully all our homes.
First of all, sorry for the presentation. I don't know how to use this. I'm having a problem with the presentation. But thank you so much for listening to us. We are the Bahia Construction based on Dominican Republic. our construction team based on technology and sustainability. We focus on phase planning, having our project on time and the phases to be able for all the buyers to have capability to buy on the time we're constructing. And thank you so much for listening. I don't know if this will let me use the Q&R, but we have some cards over here. It's a lot easier. But in the in the QR, you're going to see a video, more detail on the videos that we show on the presentation. If you want to see it, it's easier for you. And thank you so much. Now we're going to have questions. Thank you.
Great job. I know that when there's technical difficulties, it can be very stressful. You handled that with grace. And I loved your gorgeous creative site plan. That was the most creative one that we've seen, and it really is beautiful. I love the way you designed that. And I also really loved how in your product presentations, we saw all four sides of the buildings. That was excellent. The one thing that I wanted to ask you is that, how did you come up with the 205 lots? Our design guidelines had a max of 168 unless you requested a variance. What was your plan about that?
Well, through our research for market analysis, we realized that in order to stay competitive, we had to lower the prices of our homes, which meant adding more homes. So we decided that in order to fight that limit of the sewage system, we would use the gray water recycling system so that the only water that would go to the actual sewage would just be the wastewater. And the gray water will be recycled and reused in the neighborhood.
Good answer.
I'm excited to be able to watch this YouTube video, by the way. First of all, just after seeing you guys present last year, I don't know, who all was on the team still? Okay, great. I feel like you must have studied every single packet that you had your hands on and being able to look at every video, because the progression that you've made as a team is astounding. Like, I just want to be able to point out how awesome this was to be able to see you guys come back. I'm so happy that you guys came back. It really was a great packet and a really well polished presentation. So thank you guys for being here. See, look, I'm Paula now. Anyways, so I really appreciated the flyover in the beginning. I think that you guys have some really unique pieces that you incorporated into this, including your site design. But with that being said, have you thought about who's maintaining all of this? You have some really cool designs, but basically these like enormous green areas and green belts that you're creating, all of the landscaping there, who's taking care of the maintenance for those behind the homes?
So our plan is that in our clubhouse, in our offices, we're gonna have a team that we're gonna be leading all and hearing all the problems from the neighborhood, and they will be contacting people and companies to keep our neighborhood clean. And also with the gray water reuse system, with that water, we're gonna keep that water in the neighborhood, in like all the green areas, like reusing it.
One thing to keep in mind is that if you have all this landscaping, then you're gonna need to be able to have like a really robust HOA management team and someone coming to be able to do all of this landscaping and maintenance, and just make sure that it's really accessible, like thinking of if this is all turf, then trying to be able to get the maintenance equipment behind those homes. So just make sure that there's a viable pathway and way to be able to maintain all of that, and that you've accounted for it in your budget. Ideally, there's an HOA fee that you're passing along to your buyers, so that way they're helping with that operations and maintenance.
First of all, thank you for everything you said before. When we were determining the preferred salaries of our target market. We did include the HOA fees in the calculations to get to that specific salary.
Perfect. All right, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to echo what everyone said. This is a really beautiful land design. I've never seen anything like it. Did you look at, because you didn't have a traditional site plan with like lot layouts in here, did you look at the size of the lots to make sure the houses that you're proposing will fit on the lots, that they're wide enough and deep enough to accommodate the house and, you know, a usable backyard for the families?
Thank you for your question. We did. We used infra work for putting our houses inside. We established that we can put more houses and still have the amount of green area for our residents to have a active activity inside. Thank you.
It's really beautiful, and I also want to say your slides were really well done and engaging, and you know, nobody wants to sit here and have the slides read to them, and I think the slides you used were really good so that we were listening to you and still engaged by what we saw, so well done. One more question on the schedule. In the phase, it looks like you're planning to develop the site like one phase at a time. That's kind of inefficient with this many phases on this size of a lot. You may want to consider doing the site work all at once, or maybe in 2 phases, and then putting the utilities in 2 phases as well. And also you have the clubhouse and the dog park in phase 1, and then the amphitheater and the basketball court in phase 2. And in a real world scenario, that's super expensive to kind of front load all of those costs. You might want to save them for later so you have some more closings and some cash coming in to mitigate that. But well done, really, really beautiful.
That was a great comment, actually. And our method will be that we don't be waiting for a phase to finish. We will be starting, for example, phase 2 with when the 60 to 70% of phase 1 is done. So in that time, we are going to gain time using that method. So if the thing is that you are correct. If we wait for phase 1 to finish and then start phase 2, we'll lose much time. So
yeah,
thanks.
Good recognition of that.
Yeah.
Right on. Primero, gracias y muy bien. Return the respect because you kicked it off that way. So thank you. That was really awesome. Love the energy, and can recognize that the construction practices and all the market information that you were pulling is very different than in the Dominican. So very, very impressive. The 3D modeling was awesome. Great, obviously, like the presentation between the 4 of you and the rehearsal that you did to be smooth and everything working that was very, very good. The VR room, I did want to understand a little bit better about that. What was the intention behind having the VR room?
The intention was to use it for the sales department. We want the VR room to use as for the model home, but if the clients want to do it like quickly, they can go to the VR and see the home they're going to design, or use it as for using the optional upgrades inside too.
That's outstanding. Great call out on the mortgage rate buy downs.
Also, if you check our project, you can see that the clubhouse is in phase 1. That way, if in that way, we can use the clubhouse when none of the other phases are still yet done. So if you use the VR room, you can see your house that is in phase 4 with our 3D models, like you saw here.
That's great. One last question. It was stated that the larger plans would receive a tanked hot water heater and the smaller ones would receive tankless. From a customer's perspective, oftentimes they're going to perceive the tankless to be better and more energy efficient. So is that something you would consider allowing on the larger homes as well?
That was a great question, actually. And our form of thinking that is that the smaller models can add that, but not in the pre-sale. Is that something that we need to talk with the clients? The larger ones are the expensive ones, so it's obviously that it needs to have the heater.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Great job, great presentation, very well thought out packet. Like Jordan said, from last year to this year, leaps and bounds. Last year was good, this year's great, well done. The visuals in the slides, one of the best, if not the best we've seen, so congratulations there. I also like the gray water use to add to the density of the neighborhood. That is an interesting take. These guys took all my questions, so the one that I have is your stick and brick vertical construction costs look to be done very well. How did you come up with those?
We basically came up with it through research. We analyzed what are the usual prices or cost used per square foot, and we utilized that to create our budgets.
Sure. Well done overall. You did a great job.
Thanks.
Okay.
Good afternoon. It is our pleasure to present to you our oasis in the desert, Primrose Park at Summerlin West. Today, I have Team Orange from Seven Hills Construction, all the way from Florida A&M University in Tallahassee, Florida. And today, we have a dynamic proposal ready to present to you what will outline our market analysis, site design, product and selection, sustainability, project management, construction management, and financial risk analysis. First, let's take a look at the housing market in Nevada. Our target area in Clark County is seeing tremendous growth because people are seeming more eager to move to those rural areas that surrounds this beautiful city that never sleeps. In December of 2023, it is said that 16.3% of homes sold above market price at a median of about $450,000, and also population growth has shown to grow 8% over the past 36 months. The tourism and gaming economy has helped bolster the emerging trends of buying larger residences for growing families, in which we believe our residential design will be competitive because of the family-friendly amenities, recreational opportunities, and sense of community that makes Primrose Park an attractive choice for families seeking a vibrant and fulfilling lifestyle. Nevada is also said to be multifaceted, characterized by a diverse economy and growing population. Our strategic plan is to identify our customers in the age range of 30 to 55 and are also family-oriented. We will also provide access to high-performing schools, hospitals, and put people in driving range to work. Research also confirms that the projection of lower federal interest rates in the upcoming months will help benefit our customers and enable them to better engage with our products. The abundance of sunshine and vast open spaces places Nevada in a position to focus on renewable energy and other environmental factors. We 100% guarantee that our families will feel safe and secure in our community because of the large exterior wall boundaries and the private 2 entry gates. Our price range will be starting at about $700,000 up to our luxury models at $2.3 million. Now I will introduce to you KD, who will introduce to you our product design and selection.
Thank you, London. Okay, so when residencies are appealing from the curb, property value can raise up to 7%. And this makes consumers want to buy homes more quickly. So now, I would like to introduce what we spent the last couple of months compiling for you. So, we have compiled a total of 7 environmentally friendly homes that are spacious, with lots of natural light, and are aesthetically beautiful from the street view. And now, I'd like to present those 7 options to you now. Starting first is our Starwood model. We have the Starwood model that's 2 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, at over 2,100 square foot. This model could be built in phases Alpha, Chi, or Delta, and its market value is about $780,000. Okay, so with the Starwood model, the lower level is an open floor plan with a nice entertainment area there, and on the upper level, there's an extra large master bathroom and closet. Our second model, the Florima model, is a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bathroom house, over 2,000 square feet, can be built in phases Alpha and Chi, and proposed to sell at about $750,000. So with this floor plan, I really like this model because it features a fireplace and a 2-story cathedral ceiling in the foyer when you're first walking in the home that adds an illusion of space when you're first walking in, which is beautiful. Upstairs has a laundry room and a bonus tray in the ceiling. Our third model, the Pinebrook model. This is 3 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms at over 1,700 square feet, can be built in phases Alpha, Chi, or Delta, and proposed to sell at about $860,000. So this model features a beautiful kitchen with a nice open island bar, perfect, and it also has a raised master bathroom, which allows a lot of natural light to come inside the bathroom. Okay, so these next 2 models I'm gonna introduce to you, the Montcliff and Cedar Glen, both 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms at about 1,500 square feet. can be built in phases Alpha and Chi and proposed to sell at about $800,000. For the first floor plan model, this is the Montclair. Perfect for the family that loves the outdoors because it comes with an outdoor kitchen, which is rare in most homes, and it has an alluring upper level deck. The Cedar Glen model. This boasts 3 levels. The lower level, a workshop. The main level, built-in entertainment center, open floor plan. And upstairs, all of the bedrooms are at the top level with a spacious master bathroom and closet again. So these 2 models that I'm going to introduce now are our luxury models. The New Haven model and the Rio Verde model. Both 4 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, over 5,000 square feet of room. And both proposed to sell at over $1 million. If I ever ran into some money, these are the houses I'll be looking into. So first, the New Haven model. Has a nice, beautiful outdoor fireplace, good master bedroom, and upstairs, a balcony for those good family gatherings in home. The Rio Verde model. Beautiful outdoor living area with a pool, and 4 lavish en-suites on the upper level. Now, I'd like to introduce Madison, who will give you guys our site design.
Thank you, Katie. Welcome to Primrose Park, the future of Summerlin communities. Our goal is to create a safe haven for family growth and to promote connectivity and accessibility within the community. So upon first glance, our property may not look like much, but our objective is to change that. Our site consists of Lot K and Lot L. Lot K having about 25 acres and Lot L having about 14. West of our site, there is a proposed highway to be built. Our site is the location of a previous sand and gravel mining operation, and because of this, we have allocated extra funding to over-excavate the area and bring in better filled soil. So our site does have the potential for moderate seismic activity because of fault and fissure lines located just 10 miles away. But historically, there have been low levels and incidents of heavy shaking. So now into our proposed site design. I'd like to say that we originally wanted to include 160 lots minimum, but luckily we were able to fit in 168. These lots will be constructed in one of 5 phases: Alpha, Beta, Delta, Chi, or Omega. So when you look at the screen, west of our stormwater pond, we have our Alpha phase houses. Now these are smaller in size and they will be constructed first. On our western boundary line, we have our Beta phase houses. These will be constructed after 75% of the Alpha construction phase is completed. North of our stormwater pond, we have our Omega phase houses. Now these are the largest properties offered in our neighborhood. So the first few phases will take about 8 to 9 months to be constructed, and overall our project should take about 24 months. Our site includes 2 entrances, as London stated before, and these entrances are included to increase the flow of traffic. So we have a broad range of property sizes because we would like to make our community accessible and appealing to various family demographics. So now we're going to take a closer look at Madison Street, my personal favorite. This street includes houses in the Alpha phase. These are single-family residences. Each includes a front entry garage and complies with setback requirements. This compliance with setback requirements allows our residents to feel some sort of privacy and comfort. And now I'll hand it off to Eli to talk about sustainability.
Thank you, Madison. Imagine homes that breathe life into our planet instead of taking it away. That is the essence of sustainable building. Sustainable buildings go beyond aesthetics. They are built with the environment in mind. And here at Primrose Park, we want to implement that. We plan on letting optionary solar panels and also Energy Star efficient appliances that are not only luxurious, but also will significantly reduce the carbon footprint on our models. These buildings also prioritize the well-being of their occupants. They foster healthier and more productive spaces through their thoughtful design. Additionally, we plan on including sustainable practices such as low-flowing fixtures and rainwater harvesting systems that will ensure responsible water management. That is crucial, being that this is a Denver comment. However, in order to implement this, we need to have effective construction management, and that starts with communication. Communication from everyone from the designers to the contractors is imperative in order for this process to flow smoothly. Utilizing digital tools for documentation, tracking progress, and stakeholder communication streamlines the process and facilitates informed decision-making. They say that the ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and we truly believe that here at Seven Hills Construction. Proactive problem solving through regular monitoring helps identify and address potential issues before they can even arise, ensuring that the project stays on track and avoids costly delays. With our scheduling, we originally were slated to start construction February of 2024, and we're probably gonna have to reevaluate that, seeing as February is coming to a close now. But our project is slated to last 2 years, and we will see our first sales in the 8-month mark. Our phases will start, and once the 75% mark of a phase starts, we will start another phase to ensure that we reach our 2-year mark. And more on sales and marketing, I'm gonna hand it out to Ty Montanez.
Thank you, Eli. To begin our marketing strategies, we began with local in-house agents, and these in-house agents' one job is to sell our houses as soon as they're listed. We will also implicate other ways of advertising, such as billboards, ads, and commercial, even featuring an ad for our New Haven model. Our financial risk chart starts February of 2024 with a $55 million cash investment. This is going straight to the land. We want to overestimate the land so that the soil is strong and high quality so construction goes smoothly. And this will be done during February and March, which is our pet phrase. April of 2024, we finally see houses finally being sold, and these will be production and model homes. In July, we finally start spending some real money and earning money. It's also the month construction starts. Some other payments are option revenues and model upgrades. Option revenues are preset add-ons that we offer our buyers, such as solar panels and smart homes, to further push sustainability. Model upgrades are for the people with money. Like, if you have money, you're getting model upgrades. These will be personalized and customizable bathrooms, kitchens, garages. You can even get a hot tub if you want to. And our total sale revenue came to a total of $281 million. But subtracting the $200 million loan we first started off with, our total profit was around $81 million. Now I would like to pass it off to London for closing.
Thank you, Ty. It has been a pleasure to present to you our vision of this vibrant and sustainable community. Here are the individuals that worked on this project: I, London McSwain, Maddie, Eli, Ty, and KD. Here's our contact information for when you're ready to construct Primrose Park. And we would like to say thank you, and the floor is now open for questions.
First of all, the presentation was amazing. I will say that I'm glad you called out a few things that were missing from the packet. It's unfortunate because I think you guys, it felt like there was a lot of effort put into this. It just didn't end up actually making it into this. There was one thing I didn't know if it was an error or if it was just something that ended up not being finalized before you had to submit, but it did say basically that there would be an attachment for the financials, and then I didn't find that in here.
So we meant to attach the financials. So if you're unable to access that, we can definitely get that to you via email, regardless of whether or not it'd be counted. We'll get that to you. We have that.
Okay,
I'm sorry
great.
about that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it would be a piece that helps us be able to make sure that we're like really assessing the financial viability of the project. So, and it just speaks again to making sure that all of the hard work that you put into this project is translated so that way we could be giving you a proper score. So one of the things that wasn't in the packet, but I'm curious how you accounted for that when doing your financial analysis, was there wasn't like a schedule really, and I see that you guys presented some more details here than what was in the packet. So what was the cycle time how did you determine cycle time if you didn't have a schedule finalized yet?
So being that we joined the competition late, what we did was we researched the average time it'll take to build a house in that square footage, and also we accumulated for the weather and the different environmental factors that would delay the project, and that's how we just came up with that.
Yeah, that's fair. If you're analyzing a project at this point, then it's also something where you could have your construction team let you know that, this is typically what our cycle time is for that size home. So what you did is perfectly acceptable. But I think just, again, making sure that, I didn't realize you guys had joined late, so that makes so much more sense. Everyone else had a lot of time to be able to work on this in comparison. So I appreciate what you did turn in, and you definitely stepped it up for the presentation. This was very impressive.
Yeah, I agree. Terrific presentation. I always like to see Tallahassee somewhere, just period. I went to Florida State, but so I have. Yay, go Noles. I thought your site plan was really good. Just a couple questions on the site plan itself. Why do you have those two really large lots, the blue ones? Should you have more of them or fewer of them, or are those just special?
So we decided to include those larger lots because we did want to include an element of luxury within our community. I feel as though our regular size lots do have an element of luxury, but sometimes when people think of luxury, they think of huge. So we also wanted to include that. We just wanted to include a broad demographic of buyers.
And one more question. On the slide that had the Madison Street on it, which seems like that's my favorite street too, what are those, what's that buffer between the lots?
Those are medians in the street.
On the back-to-back lots?
Oh, that's the setback.
Oh, okay.
The space for, yes, that's the space for all the electrical and plumbing between the.
Oh, okay. Is that going to be its own lot, or will that be on the lot for each house?
Are you saying the space? Are you asking about the space between the houses right now?
Yeah.
Yes, that would be between each and every lot.
Okay.
Yes.
And then my last comment was on your phasing, which is great. I like the way you, on the site plan, you kind of group the different product types together. That's a pretty standard way people do that. What you might want to think about doing in the future, though, is you should, in each phase, you should have multiple types, multiple different products. It helps with your sales pace because you can be selling two different products at the same time, so you'll get more sales per month than you would if you're just selling one at a time, so you can move through the community quicker. But I think the site plan's really nicely done.
All right, nice job, y'all. Great energy with the whole presentation and very well rehearsed. You clearly did put the time in, even if you did jump in late, so good job there. There was the homes that have just 2 bedrooms in them. Had you found that there's acceptance in the market for that at this price point?
So with our research, we looked at other houses that were selling in Nevada, and we seen that the 2 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms around that area, we found that those sold very well. So that's why we included them in our community.
Okay.
All right.
Some of the floor plans and elevations depict like a basement level garage and then a crawl behind it and then stacked on top, and then others are flat slab on grade. So how do you plan to handle your lot development to account for the differences between how those lots would be prepared for one plan style versus another?
You're asking based on like per model, how do we plan on developing each model home?
Yeah, so if you're imagining, unless you know before you start which one of those homes is going to go on which lot.
Mm-hmm.
Just curious to know how then that lot might be prepared differently for one that's just going to be flat slab on grade versus one where maybe that garage is going to be tucked down.
Okay, so
built up.
Because of the It's gonna vary just because of the way that our homes are built. Like for one of the models, it's a open lower level floor. So the garage is on the lower level, but on other models, it'll be like on the same level as, it'll be like on the upper level where they can just drive through. So it's gonna vary depending on which model home we're building. And as far as how we plan on constructing them, we're gonna, like, we will have things in place to get those homes built the correct way. We'll just have to, plan efficiently.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then last question, did I miss, was there a location called out for where the model home would be?
No, we don't have a location for the model home.
Gotcha, okay. Thank you.
Well done, great presentation, very polished, can tell you practiced. Love the uniforms, it's a good look, makes you feel very professional. Also like in the construction management section, how your number one bullet point was really about communication. Appreciate you pointing that out, that is internal, external communication is the most important thing in business, and it's very, easily overlooked, so I like that you had that number one. Tying on to construction management, did you think through who your construction staff would be, and do you have that in your overall numbers of who the staff is and what you're going to be paying them?
So yeah, we decided that we were going to sub out all the work to local contractors in the city. So what we did was we looked at different contractors that do different stuff, like the concrete, the framing, and excavation, and we just went with a general, like, average number type thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, to come up with the costs.
Yes.
Gotcha.
To add on to his point, the construction team, we also, based off of other construction firms, we're gonna have like a site manager, project manager, and field engineers, and we're gonna pay them, the average salary that they get paid.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Sounds good, thank you.
I thought you guys looked like you were having a lot of fun up there, and that is awesome. And I'm pretty sure some of you should go into new home sales, because you were doing amazing with selling the product and the projects. I did have a question about sales. Did you have an in-house sales team? How were you going to sell these homes?
Yes, ma'am, we do have local in-house agents working for Seven Hills Construction.
Okay, so I saw in your financials you had 6% commission is how they were going to be paid. So are they just realtors that get paid like the split commission of 3 and 3, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's all I had. Good job. Yeah.